3, 2.
T minus. Did you know that the T in T minus stands for time?
Oh, what? No way. I thought it stood for trigonometry. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken. Oh, I'm getting an ad. How you doing? How's it been? How's it hanging?
Certainly liking the angle of the dangle, Jamie. Can't
That's
complain.
good. Is there a reason we're not centered on screen, and that this keeps happening?
Is there a reason that you think we're not? Because I'm hitting center on screen. You want me to put center horizontal? Yeah. We're centered. It's.
Is that actually the center of the screen? There's no way
that's what it's telling me.
Well, it's wrong.
It was a problem before, and then I did it, and it popped to the center.
Anyway, didn't get a notification. That's very exciting. Hopefully it goes out shortly if it hasn't already. Anyway,
little spur of the moment decision.
Yes, a surprise indeed. Well, yeah, why bother promoting streams or doing them on a regular schedule when we can just show up when people are least expecting it? Isn't that more exciting?
That's, that was the theory behind the atomic bomb, too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, if we tell them it's coming, then there's no fun in it.
Exactly.
Oh, man. How's it been? How's it hanging? It's dangling, something like that. Isn't that what you said already?
I said I'm liking the angle of the dangle.
Perfect.
Well, today it's been fun.
There's something that's been sweeping the movie entertainment world recently.
The entire nation.
Sweeping the nation, yeah. See, they both seem to be doing pretty well at the box office.
Barbie is the clear winner.
Is it? I haven't looked at the numbers at all.
I think Barbie made like 155. Together, it was a combined 235.
Nice.
So
yeah, it's Barbenheimer, everyone's favorite double feature that doesn't actually make any sense as a double feature, but it's fun to meme anyway.
I think there's a couple significant themes you could draw between the two of them. You can really stretch and
yeah, you can force that square peg into the round hole if you really want to.
And this is a patriarchy, so I'm gonna.
So, I suppose before we jump into the movies and before we talk about Barbie and Oppenheimer, respectively, we'll talk a little bit about the phenomenon that is Barbenheimer. Very interesting phenomenon where everyone just decided to latch on to how funny it is that they came out on the same weekend because they're very, very tonally different. And I think, obviously, it's very much been to the benefit of both films that there's a whole meme, there's a whole movement sweeping the nation, as we said. I don't think Oppenheimer would be doing nearly as well if it weren't for its association with Barbie, which is kind of a funny thing to say, given that it's
a Nolan-driven
3-hour like people talking in rooms historical drama that's rated R for no especially good reason, as we'll get to.
Yeah, I have a bone to pick with that rating, actually, because I feel like there's a significant portion of the film that could be completely removed with zero consequence to the storytelling.
Yeah,
that would erase that R rating almost immediately.
Yeah. I think I might end up agreeing with you there. So, did you have anything else to add before we just jump right in talking about the movies? Hello, chat. Hello, how's everybody doing?
I'm ready to go whenever you are, man. We can start wherever you want. Would you like to start on Barbie or on Oppenheimer?
I think since we both watched them Barbie first and then Oppenheimer, we should do that order.
That's all right. Hey, I'm down.
And I've heard people, because this was the talk of the town beforehand. It's like, oh, if you're going to watch them as a double feature, what order do you watch them in? And there was much discussion to be had. It seems to me that a lot of people have concluded, I think correctly, that you should watch Barbie. If you're going to watch both movies, you should watch Barbie first and then Oppenheimer. Because man, if you try to watch anything after Oppenheimer, you're just going to be tired.
It is a slog. It really.
You're spoiling it. Don't spoil what you thought.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
gotta keep people in suspense.
it's almost like I'm doing a non-linear narrative. I'm sorry.
No,
I can't
we
help
don't
myself.
like that. Yeah, so let's talk about
Let's break in on Barbie then, shall
Barbie.
we?
Everyone's been talking about Barbie. There's been quite a bit of online discourse.
Yeah, it's not. Certainly nothing wrong with anything that's been going on either side of the discourse of this movie. I think it's the one thing everybody can agree on in America this summer is Barbie. Yeah, agreed. Futurama just came back on Hulu. You could watch that. It was okay, yeah. Apparently they're making a whole season. Only one episode dropped so far. So I watched that last night. It was pretty funny. It had a good spirit, good little spirit of the original. Oh, apparently your audio has disappeared. Give me 1 second. I can hear you, but they cannot. So let me fix that real quick. I don't know. Oh, I see. I see.
What did you do this time? I'm talking. Here I am.
You should be back now. Let me just go ahead and
I'm talking. Oh, howdy.
Yeah, you're back.
Hello.
You're back.
Back. What happened to me? What'd you fuck up this time?
On the other two, I gotta do a little floobles behind the scenes here on the other two sections. So give me a minute.
Very cool. Very professional show we're running here.
You know, this is what you get when you tweet out 2 days in advance. You know, you get the B team. All right.
Oh, whoa! Why are we blaming this on me?
Give me a second here. It's okay, Chad. No, he can't. Nobody can hear him. They can only hear me. This is the Hugh show now. You try speaking.
I've been speaking.
There you go.
I'm speaking. Okay, good. Glad we have that sorted. What were we talking about? Barbie. We're talking about Barbie and the very normal, very reasonable discourse surrounding it. Q, what did you of Barbie?
Well, Jamie, I was not disappointed by Barbie necessarily because I had been warned ahead of time by you, in fact, what to expect. So I was able to come into it with with reality, with pragmatism facing me square in the eye. I enjoyed the movie despite its many faults. Mostly because I thought Ryan Gosling was hysterical. It's very well directed. It's well shot. The sets and the costumes are nice. But the storytelling gets a bit preachy and political for my sensibilities. Oh, just a little bit. Just a bit, The second time I watched it, because I did not rewatch Oppenheimer for this stream, but I did rewatch Barbie. And the second time, I shed a tear at the tragic plight of Ken, the American Prometheus, if you will, who steals the divine fire and knowledge of his creators and returns to liberate his brethren, his second-class citizen brethren, only to have his revolution for the betterment of his kind quashed by an unrequited love. So the tragedy, the modern William Wallace, if you will, of Barbie really spoke to me.
Beautiful. I don't think Barbie's very good. I think it's pretty bad, and it's mostly the story. The story is actual hot garbage. But before we get into the story, I would like to agree with you that I think the movie's incredibly well directed. It looks incredible. I love the way this movie looks. It's so fun. I love how brightly colored it is and how well lit it is and how deep the focus is and how like the sets are incredible. The attention to detail is really nice. And I would say that I actually liked quite a bit of the acting in the movie, not just Ryan Gosling, though he is the obvious
Standout.
standout.
Yeah.
Some people that I usually find quite obnoxious were actually pretty good in this. Kate McKinnon being one of them as weird Barbie. I usually can't stand her. She's given some truly awful performances in films like Ghostbusters 2016
Oh boy, she did. Oh
and on
boy, she
SNL.
has.
But I she was actually surprisingly decent in it.
Yeah,
Like I was like, oh, okay. And so the conclusion that I come to is that Greta Gerwig is, a fairly talented director, right?
Mhm.
The writing is awful.
As far as writing, though, yeah,
The writing is
fucking
actual
abysmal.
hot garbage. And on a rewatch, because I just rewatched it this morning, even some of the jokes that were stupid, but I laughed at the first time, like watching them again, I'm like, no, but that joke doesn't actually make any sense. There's a lot of jokes.
There were a few that fell a little flatter the second time I watched it. So
Yes. Simu Liu, is that how you say his name? I wouldn't say he was.
Shang-Chi. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was awful in this. I thought he was fine. He played a
Yeah.
very small part that as a foil to Ken that I found very fun.
Yeah.
I don't really. What's her name? Is it America?
America.
Ferrera?
Yeah, America Ferrera.
She wasn't great, but that was mostly the writing and the words that they had to put into her mouth.
Yeah.
This movie has also been compared to, I haven't seen it yet, a movie called Life Size with young, oh God, I'm blanking on her name, but Tyra Banks plays basically like a Barbie doll, but not Barbie specifically, come to life and running amok in the real world. And I've heard it's pretty fun and not like instantly cringe the way some of this movie is. So maybe if you wish this dumb, silly fun of this movie didn't have a whole bunch of weird feminist screeds attached to it, then perhaps Life Size is the movie for you.
Attached, Jamie. Weird feminist screeds are going to drive the entire second and third act of this movie.
Correct. And so there's been much discussion online and reactions to certain reviews. The most obnoxious of which is anyone who goes like, yeah, of course it's feminist and or woke. What did you expect? And you get that from both sides. And I found that like sort of very smug response quite annoying. Because there are people, because if someone like Ben Shapiro came out with a review, I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. But unsurprisingly, he didn't like the movie. And he especially zeroed in on the very blatant feminist messaging of the movie. And people are like, it's a Barbie movie. What'd you expect? From both sides. From like the people on the right, they're like, why would you ever expect this movie to be good? Of course it's going to be, woke nonsense or however they'd phrase it. And then the people on the left where it's like, oh, it's a Barbie movie. Of course it's going to be feminist. And it's like, no, it could have just been dumb, silly fun. Actually, much of the movie is dumb, silly fun that has nothing to do with trying to carry the entire weight of discourse around gender on its back. It's just people making dumb jokes in silly situations and being funny.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that in this movie that's actually, some of the stuff that still holds up. Mostly Ryan Gosling. He's just incredibly funny in this movie. There's a lot of stupid in this movie, but some of the stupid
and that's
is
really where it excels.
Charming.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny. Stupid. It's funny because the silly stupid is where it excels, but the serious stupid, that's where that's where things really start to go wrong. The duality of stupidity.
Can't something be feminist and fun too, though?
And
I'm skeptical of such things. Okay, so here's the problem. It's not the kind of feminist of old that was more concerned with like, oh, we should just treat men and women equally. This is a very, very confused midlife crisis driven modern feminist. I don't even know what to call this movie. It's very, very, very politically and like social commentary minded, and it really gets in the way of a lot of fun or interesting character arcs. A lot of character arcs are ruined by the need to deliver a certain message in the end. The movie is like hopelessly confused about what it's trying to say about anything, but it's very intent on trying to say something. And so no, I don't think that approach is can also just be fun. I don't think this movie nails both.
Nah, I mean, I think Mean Girls is being mentioned in the chat currently.
Yeah,
And
that's a more old school type feminism about equality, and that's not what this is.
and
that's that's not what this is. If this movie was written by Tina Fey like 20 years ago, the Kens and the Barbies would create equality in Barbie Land at the end of the movie, but that doesn't happen. The Kens are restored back to the second class citizens that they were at the beginning, and they're told maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough for you to be nothing in this world. So, no, it's not. It's not quite the same brand or a breed of feminism that we've seen in,
no,
that have been, like I really quite like Buffy the Vampire Slayer as a show. That's a very obviously like 90s feminist sort of ethos in that show. Very different from the ethos of this movie. Yeah. So,
yeah. Well, and so there's one that says it condemns actual patriarchies and matriarchies. I don't know if I would say it goes so far
no,
as
it
to
does
condemn the matriarchy part.
No, it absolutely does
considering that the conclusion of the film is that the Barbies, spoiler alert, the conclusion of the film is that the Barbies restore the matriarchy to what it was before. It's just that they kind of give the Kens some face time. And other than that, everything is back to the way it was before.
Yeah. Except for that Barbie goes off to the real world. Other than that,
which,
I mean,
yeah, again, confusing.
We're jumping ahead quite a bit, but no, I would not say they weren't given second-class citizen status. They were given rights and the ability to work their way up. What are you talking about? Like, they were given rights and the ability to work their way up. Like, oh my god, no. So the best that the movie does in trying to like treat the Kens better at the end is Barbie goes like, you know what, maybe it shouldn't have been girls' night every night. And he's like, hey, can we have people in the Supreme Court? And they're like, haha, no. Like, it's everything basically returns to normal. The movie is not super critical of Barbie Land. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. The movie's entirely about resetting things to the way they were, because there's nothing good or better about what the Kens do. I suppose we should talk about what the premise of this movie is for anyone that hasn't seen it. You want to jump in?
Yeah, let's go for it. So we open on Barbie Land, correct? We open on the homage to 2001: A Space Odyssey, which I actually enjoyed quite a bit.
Okay, yeah. So the movie starts with an homage to the Dawn of Man sequence from 2001: A Space Odyssey, with the monkeys and the bones and the monolith coming down and teaching them how to use tools. And we get this narration from Helen Mirren about how before Barbie, like since the dawn of time, essentially, there were baby dolls. And, the implication, actually, it's not really an implication. The movie basically explicitly states that before Barbie, baby dolls made it such that women could only ever aspire to be mothers, and that was boring and lame and bad.
Well,
and then
she does say it can be fun for a while.
All the girls look miserable doing it.
Yes.
All the girls look entirely miserable playing with the baby dolls, which, first of all, is not how it works. And then Barbie shows up like the alien monolith, and it causes all the girls to destroy their baby dolls. Now, it's a fun reference to a good movie, and that's all well and good. I have to say, there is something I find uncomfortable about the fact that they literally like smash the baby dolls' heads in as an act of empowerment. I think optically it's a bad look. I know it was probably done just trying to have fun and make a fun reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey, but there is something I find quite uncomfortable about like the liberating, empowering act of smashing baby dolls' heads in favor of worshiping a giant alien Barbie.
With
It's
a
like,
particularly off-putting smile in that
yeah,
opening.
it's kind of like a horror movie. It's a little bit like a horror movie, but it's almost like you could read that. You know, it's funny. If someone was trying to argue that like Barbies and modern feminism destroyed like women or something like that, like gender roles, and
Destroyed
that it was
motherhood.
that it was an entirely bad thing for culture, you'd probably film the scene the exact same way. Like that's what's strange about it. That's
It is,
what
yeah, it is
feels
interesting.
confused.
A
Um,
conservative might have done something similar.
exactly. Yeah. And so there's something like, okay, I know you're just trying to say that, like, oh, the movie's implication is that when girls only had baby dolls, all they could imagine themselves as were mothers. And it's like, oh, then Barbie shows up and now they can be all these different, now they can be career women and all that. And this is posed as like unambiguously good and better in every way, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the start of the movie. And it's an interesting note to start on. Then we get the proper Barbie world itself, which is everything you've seen from the trailers with the incredible set design, very colorful, very
A
bright.
pink hellscape where women control everything and the men have no property or houses
we'll
or
get
votes.
we'll get to that. We don't see any men at first. It's just Barbies in their Barbie land dream houses or whatever they're called. And you know, they're going about their idyllic, perfect lives. Every day is perfect. Every day is the same. There's almost something Brave New World about it, which I find kind of funny to think about. And so she gets up and she's getting dressed, or we don't like see her getting dressed. The clothes magically appear on. Everything's very like doll like, and it's kind of fun to visually represent, you know, in an abstract sort of sense how girls play with dolls, the way they move them around and the way things magically happen. She like pretends to drink tea or orange juice and stuff like that, but there's nothing actually in it. It's
Yeah,
just kind of
the
fake.
waffles are plastic and they pop out of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
toaster and yeah.
Yeah, we already okay. So the person in chat says 2001: Space Odyssey homage is meant to show that there can be more to little girls to aspire to than being mothers. We said that already. That's that's what we're talking about, which is still addressed as being a good thing later. The movie's a bit confused about it, is what we'll get to in terms of. So the reason I brought up the smashing the baby dolls' heads in as an act of empowerment is because symbolically and visually, it's a bad look. it doesn't.
You're
It doesn't make the
you're
point.
literally smashing babies' skulls in.
Yeah,
They may be fake babies, but they are representative
it's
of
a
a baby.
bad. It's a bad. I know the point they're going for. It's obvious the point they're going for, but it's a weird way of going about it. And like I said, if a conservative were to be hypercritical of feminism, they might do the scene the exact same way, and that's a point against the movie. It's more. It's muddled. It's confused, and we'll get more of that later. The movie doesn't have just one opinion on any real issue. It's kind of tries to say everything and just kind of live in the contradiction. Very strange. So we see their perfect ideal life. They're all saying hi Barbie to each other, and there's a nice fun happy Lizzo song playing. Everything's going great. Like every day's perfect, that sort of thing. They
Yeah.
go to the That's where the Kens show up. It's basically implied that Kens either don't have houses or they just kind of like blip out of existence when Barbie's aren't around.
Yeah, well, it's not really even implied. Helen Mirren, the narrator, actually says Barbie has a good day every day, but Ken only has a good day if Barbie looks at him,
Yeah.
which is implying, I mean, a thing that will become apparent as like the main compelling conflict of the movie is that Ken doesn't know who he is without the affirmation of Barbie.
Yes. They go to the beach and there's some dumb, silly jokes. I'm gonna skip. We're not gonna go through like every little joke in every little scene, but we'll talk about the main overarching plot, right? So Ken is desperate to impress Barbie, and he's very jealous when she pays attention to Shang-Chi Barbie. Sorry, Shang-Chi Ken. Um, it was something I actually really liked the first time around before I knew where this was going. I like the idea that Barbie and Ken are both in this like idyllic, almost utopian world, but then they both have like weird feelings like something's not right here. There's got to be something more, right? And so when Ken is like feeling really strong feelings for Barbie, but he doesn't know how to express them because he's only ever lived in this weird, like candy coated matriarchy world where like he doesn't even have a house, maybe, and everything in his life just revolves around affirming Barbie all the time. And so, like, and they don't have genitals, so he doesn't really know what to do. I find that really kind of funny, and especially the way he plays it, where he has all this like repressed feelings that he doesn't know what to do with. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
I thought you were sorry. You cut off very abruptly. I couldn't tell if you were about to say something else or. But yeah, no. Ken is very desperate to impress Barbie, to the point where he puts himself in risky situations by just smacking into the waves and flying. This is where the fun stupid sort of comes in. The silly
Yeah.
stupid. He's taken care of by some Dr. Barbies, and it feels a lot like kids sort of like playing a game with their dolls.
Yeah.
The
way that stuff is handled is really
time.
good.
You'll be healed in no time. Actually, in the time it took for me to say that sentence, you're now completely fine. And so it's like, oh, great,
like,
and he just hops right
yeah.
back up. And it's like, yeah, it feels a lot like kids playing with toys. So
Which is fun. That stuff is really good. I actually quite like the first act of the movie.
Yeah.
It's before a lot of problems start to develop. Basically, I like everything in the Barbie land before we get to the real world. And then as soon as we get to the real world, the whole thing takes a giant downward turn.
It certainly starts to spiral.
So Ken very much trying to impress Barbie, like is like doing risky surfer stunts and failing and stuff like that. And he's like, "Hey Barbie, can I come over later?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm having a big party." And he's like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah." And so they go to the party, they're all dancing. This is a kind of a fun sequence too. They're doing like a little musical number.
Yeah, they got there's a pre-choreographed dance, and the whole plan is that they're just going to spend all night, having a big dance party with all the Barbies and all the Kens, and everybody's going to have a good time. And Ken is still trying to impress her.
She starts dancing with Shang Ken, and he gets jealous, and then he jumps in. And it's so hard to describe why it's so funny. But the face he makes when he decides to like jump into the choreographed dance to try and like steal her back is so funny.
The stank face that he puts on, it's very
so good.
It's very getting down to business kind of. His physical humor and presence in this movie is unparalleled. Honestly, he's
incredibly good. Sometimes it's the jokes written for him. Sometimes those jokes are actually really clever and really fun. And sometimes it's just him being funny doing something that is entirely unscripted. He just has to like walk away. He just does it really funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of moments in this movie where it's just everything he's bringing to the table. He's really acting his little butt off. Very funny. Margot Robbie, I should say, is also doing a really good job as well. But Ken is just much more interesting as a character. So everything is
ironic.
Much more compelling.
Ironic, isn't it? That Ken's arc is a little bit more, well, and a little more compelling, especially by the end, because we'll work out Barbies as we go through.
Yeah. Someone said in the chat, according to Greta, she apparently did put some contradictory messages in it. Yes.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah, there's this. The king.
I'm
jumping ahead of myself.
I'm glad she's self-aware enough to realize that she did put contradictory messages in.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, but the conclusion of the movie is basically that we don't have any definitive answers, and maybe that's enough. The whole thing's incredibly confused, written by a very confused person who has some awareness of the fact that they don't know any of the answers to these questions, but insists on making a film about them anyway. Very strange. Very odd. And so they're dancing, they're having a good time. The party, and there's an important moment where Barbie is dancing like, "Isn't today great? Isn't every day great? Everything is perfect." Does anyone else here feel like dying, or like think about dying, or thinking about death? And everyone like,
Anyone else
there's a record
think
scratch.
about death and a record scratch and a almost horror movie kind of like montage of reaction shots where everybody's kind of giving her this horrified look.
Yeah,
Um, and
we will
then
eventually learn that the reason that she is having an existential crisis and that she thinks about dying and is not totally vibing with this perfect world, that something feels off about it, is because for whatever reason, the way Barbie Land works is that there's someone in the real world playing with them, and the the movie's entirely vague about this, but for some reason, the barrier between the person playing with Margot Robbie and Margot Robbie's Barbie is like
begins to
wearing
break
down,
down
begins
because
to break
she's
down.
sad. The person playing with her is sad, and therefore it's sort of
It's infecting Barbie with feelings of sadness and despair and all that sort of stuff because the person playing with her is feeling those feelings as well. Now,
which
curious. Go
a
ahead.
curious. Well, I was going to say it's a curious choice because it almost aims to say that it's never happened before in history that a person, a girl well, what we think is a girl right now has had sort of a tough time in their lives going on and has decided to play with a Barbie, which would then affect the Barbie. Like,
So there's something strange about it because okay, so the feelings of the person playing with her are infecting her, but there's something about the way it's phrased that makes it seem like this doesn't usually happen, and there's no real good explanation for why the effect is so strong. I'm not sure. There's no answer for that.
yeah, well,
What
and as Kate McKinnon tells us, just don't think about it. Don't think too hard.
there she has a don't think about it too much attitude, which is sometimes
But she
funny, but
actually legitimately says that, though. It's like
yeah,
when Barbie starts asking her questions about how this is all working, she basically just goes, "I did.
yeah,
don't think
don't
too hard
overthink
about it.
about
Don't
it.
overthink it. Just we're just
Yeah.
gonna do it."
Yes. And as I was saying, sometimes that kind of works for me. Like when she's talking about how do I get to the real world, and there's a convoluted sort of tour through different themed Barbie outfits and vehicles, and that's how you get to the real world.
Yeah,
And she's like, "How do I get back?" He's like, "Just do it in reverse." She's like, "Okay, so do I do this do I go forward but do the actions in reverse?" Or and she's like, "Don't think about
no,
it."
don't think about it too hard. Just
Because
go ahead.
that works for me because it's not important to the plot. It's never a conflict how they're going to get back. They figure out how to do it. So it's not important.
No,
But there are other things about this that you would think are a bit more important, like how it's possible that the feelings of the person playing with them only affects her this one time and it hardly ever happens otherwise, because I'm sure that have played with Barbies have been sad before.
well, and as we so she starts malfunctioning. Her feet flatten out. She's not on her tiptoes anymore.
Yeah.
She's having these irrepressible thoughts of death. She notices some cellulite on her thigh, and so because she's malfunctioning, she has to go see Weird Barbie, who is Kate McKinnon's character, the one that has been sort of ostracized because. And the reason given in the script is a little girl in the real world played with her too hard, which
Yeah.
is the point someone in the chat brought up earlier. Is like, well, if it's like kids playing with toys, then where are all the decapitated Barbies than the ones missing limbs? It's like, well, there's not one of those, but there's one with like hair that's been burnt off, and she's always in the splits.
She's got like
So
crayon on her face,
yeah,
stuff like that. So there's some acknowledgement of that, but there's not a lot of it. And there's a weird implication that this is rare and that for some reason that we'll never learn, the feelings of the person playing with Barbie are affecting her more than usual. I don't know why. It doesn't appear that anyone is ever affected by the emotions of the people playing with them. Normally, everyone's just idyllic all the time. So, not really sure how that works, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. One of the things I wanted to bring up, this is a question for you, Hugh,
mm-hmm.
or anyone in the chat who's seen the movie. We get an explanation for why Barbie is having feelings of being alienated from Barbie Land. Why is Ken?
Well, that I was just about to bring that up, actually. There's not really a good reason given for why Ken is feeling alienated, except that for some reason Barbie is completely disinterested in him.
Yeah, but why does he have feelings for her? Like no one else does. He's the only one who's, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
so, like I keep thinking of Brave New World because Brave New World is like, we see this perfect, supposedly idyllic utopian future world, and then we follow two main characters who feel alienated by it for different reasons. One of whom because like he's supposed to be an alpha, is supposed to be in the alpha cast, but someone messed his development up so he's shorter than he's supposed to be. So he doesn't like people aren't treating him like the alpha he's supposed to be, so he feels alienated. And then there's the guy who is the writer and he's too good at everything that he feels alienated from everyone else. And so Barbie is feeling alienated from Barbie Land and the idyllic, perpetual, fun world she's supposed to live in because the person playing with her is sad. And Ken is really hardcore lusting after Barbie and really wants more out of life because
he's the only, and he seems to be the only Ken who really
feels that way.
Feels this way. Yeah. He's the only Ken who we see experience jealousy, which is interesting.
Yeah, so something is off with Ken, but the movie doesn't ever care to explain why that would be. I guess you can imagine
Barbie's feeling off about Ken.
It's a good dynamic, but I don't understand how it works in the story at all. Was Ken feeling alienated? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He's like, he feels jealous when no one else does. He wants things to be different whenever everyone else is perfectly fine with the way things are. Like, so yeah, they both have those sort of something's off about this world feelings, or there's something more. And then, but we don't really get an explanation for why he does, which is, not a huge deal, but it's
I mean, it's fine. It's whatever.
So yeah, we jumped a little ahead, but then the next day after the party, Barbie's doing the same thing again, but this time everything's wrong. So the fake water that she's showering in is cold, and like the fake milk she's drinking is expired. And
the fake waffle is burnt, and the whipped cream splatters on the ground, and then she falls off the roof instead of just lithely floating down to her car.
Mm-hmm.
And then her feet flatten out when she goes to the beach, and everything goes to shit.
Yes, and then her feet flatten out, and she no longer is in perpetual high heel dance.
And then all the Barbies get to do a very all the Barbies get to do a very exaggerated reaction to the feet being flat of miming vomiting. But then when a Ken starts doing the same thing, they all tell him, "Stop it, Ken! Shut up! Mind your own business." Which is, of course.
Yeah, that's the movie. That's the movie's treatment towards the Kens in a nutshell.
Well, you wonder how the intellectual parasite, quote unquote, of the patriarchy might infect.
Yeah, so all the women go, "Oh, flat feet, that's gross," and then Ken's like, "Oh, flat feet, that's gross," and they're like, no, women can be grossed out by women, but men can't. It's kind of the implication. Weird. And so they tell her that she has to go see Weird Barbie, played by Kate McKinnon. So she goes to her weird house and she explains to her everything we sort of just talked through, that you're being played with by someone in the real world who is sad.
Oh geez, you gotta cross the threshold, Barbie.
Oh geez, here's the call. I hope you don't refuse it.
Yeah. Yep.
And so she tells her.
Yeah, she tells her you have to go to the real world and you have to do all, and you have to find the girl who's playing with you and you gotta, fix the problem. And of course,
otherwise everything's gonna go wrong and you'll have flat feet and you'll have cellulite everywhere. And I thought that's kind of funny. This is like another piece of the confused, muddled messaging puzzle that is this movie. So, for example, when we see a bunch of the Barbies, most of them are, very pretty, around the same age women. But you have one who's fatter,
Plus sized.
you
The
know,
plus sized Barbie. She's
plus
not an
size Barbie.
unattractive plus sized, but she is
She's bigger
overweight.
than the rest of the Barbies,
She's
right?
overweight. She's bigger than the rest. And so it's interesting that the cellulite issue comes up for Margot
Exactly.
Robbie, but
Yes.
then
Like,
there
oh
is
no,
a fatter Barbie.
cellulite. Also, fat is beautiful. It's like, it's trying to do a little bit of everything in a way that doesn't really go here together. It's kind of funny when I was telling my girlfriend Jen about it. I was like, it's like, how are you going to complain about cellulite when fat Barbie's right there? So rude.
Well, you remember, Fat Barbie is capable of holding logic and emotion together at the same time.
Oh, we skipped over something. Okay, so when we're
Ruben-esque. As in she ate one too many Rubens.
so when we're getting a little montage of Barbie Land and how it works and how women are in charge of everything and they have all the cool jobs, and the Kens are just there to go, hey Barbie.
His job is beach, yeah.
His job is beach, which is a fun little joke, fun little Bart Ken reference. Anyway, we see that women hold all the positions of power. We see the president in the White House, and someone asks her like, "Why are you so amazing?" and everything. She's like, "Haha, no comment." It's all kind of cheeky, fun, and idyllic, and like a child might think all this sort of stuff works. But then we see lawyer Barbie giving an impassioned speech about how
corporations
don't have free speech and money isn't speech, and like this very sort of left-wing talking point, whether you agree with it or disagree with it. It's like, what is that doing here? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I know it's like someone might chuckle at it, but it's this really stupid joke. Like, they would have no concept of that. There would be no corporations in Barbie Land who are like donating money to try and run the government, to bribe politicians and then acting like, bribes are free speech. That wouldn't happen in Barbie Land. So the joke doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry to be a party pooper like this, but there are many such cases of jokes that are like kind of like cringe and meta that just don't actually make any sense at all.
Oh yeah, no, that one felt very out of place to me because it's
there's more to come.
It's the first example, really, of the screed that we're going to devolve into.
Yeah, and it's like it really just comes across like the writers couldn't help themselves.
She could. There's no way she could. I mean, come on.
No.
We're going to be dealing with a lot of that this stream of directors and writers who just couldn't help themselves.
Anyway, so Fat Barbie is the lawyer, and even though there's Fat Barbie and she's just as beautiful and empowered as every other Barbie, Margot Robbie is very, very upset to discover a little cellulite. So we got to fix that.
We got to get our ass over to the real world and rollerblade in Venice Beach.
And so the other thing I was thinking about is I saw someone, I can't remember who I saw this from, but they were saying that like it would have made more sense if like the cellulite and the flat feet and stuff like that were consequences of going to the real world. Something that, especially if she wants to, spoiler alert, become a real girl at the end of the movie, that was something she would have to come.
We are going to have to talk about that when we get to it, because I have some thoughts about that particular plot point.
Yes. So some said shocking they didn't have an orange-skinned evil Ken somewhere. Well, they came close, honestly, with the Kens trying to change the Constitution to take over the government, to create a government for the Kens, by the Kens. That's about as close as we'll get. Anyway, they go to the real world, Los Angeles, city of dreams, or whatever they say.
Well, City of Lights, they call it. The land of the lakes.
So they go to Los Angeles. Oh, and it should be mentioned that she was going to go by herself, but Ken decided to sneak with her because he wanted to prove to his rival Ken that she actually wanted him to go. He's like, she actually wanted me to go, but I prefer to stay here. He's so funny, man. I love. We'll get more of this, but Ken is easily the best character, and it's not just because Ryan Gosling plays him so well, and it's not just because he's a man, even though that's a big part of it. No, because he's the only interesting character with like flaws, and an arc to go on. Like Margot Robbie, has a little bit of an arc, but it's very confused.
Oh, it has no. We're gonna get to that when we get to the end, but it has.
Yeah,
it ends in a way that is shocking. Like it comes out of left field, given everything that we have done in the movie up until that point. The fact that she ends up wanting to become a real person does not make sense. Does not compute at all.
And so I just want to plant this seed here that part of the reason Ken is so beloved by everyone who's seen this movie is because he has the most flaws.
Well, and he's got the most compelling struggle.
He's got the most compelling struggle. He has the most relatable flaws. You know what I mean? It's like he's far and away the best character. It shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, especially the writer of this movie, that Ken is the one that like everyone's rooting for and sympathizing with. Anyway, he stows away because he wants to go with Barbie, and in the trailer you might have seen the line where it's like, did you bring your rollerblades? He's like, I literally go nowhere without them. But there's another line that I find really, really funny where he goes like, you need me, what if there's beach? You'll need a professional in that. And so they go in their little montage, which is really cool, with the little sets moving and the backdrops, really neat. And they finally get to Los Angeles, and he's like, see, I told you there'd be beach.
Yeah, and they're skating around, I believe that's Venice Beach, which I gotta say, the amount of like giggles and laughter that they were getting at that particular place in California. I've lived near Venice Beach before. Everybody looks like that there. There are some crazy, freaking weird people on Venice Beach. Yeah. Okay, there's no way in hell I buy for a second that the bystanders would look at that and go like, "Oh, well, look at those weirdos." Yes, not going to happen. Absolutely no way.
Right away, and this will only get worse. I think it must be said that the real world is just as cartoonish as Barbie Dreamland in this movie, if not more so sometimes. It's really the worst aspect of it's one of the worst aspects of the movie. I really think as soon as they go to the real world, the movie takes a real sharp downward turn. And rewatching it, as soon as they get to the real world, like something just sank in my stomach. I'm like, ugh, we're done with the fun stuff, Like, when we get to the real world, immediately all the bystanders are like, whoa, look at these crazy people. We never see crazy people on Venice Beach.
Well, and they're praising Ryan Gosling, but they're all kind of like ogling Barbie in a very unreal, like exaggerated way,
Oh, incredibly exaggerated. Yes. There's like frat guys on the beach. They're like the cat calling and everything they say. It's just so like cringe on the nose. Like there's nothing subtle about it. It doesn't feel realistic at all.
I did like the joke at this point because as they're skating around, she says, this is not the joke I liked, but it leads into it. So she says basically that she's feeling very self-conscious, or she doesn't know the word for it, but she's feeling conscious, but it's like of herself that she's conscious. And so she needs some feminine energy. So she takes them straight towards a construction site, which I thought that was, I was like, I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny.
It's a fun joke.
It's a fun joke. And then they start like, doing standard cat call stuff.
All at once, like they just immediately...
They have them in the chamber, they're loaded and ready to go. They're just unloading ridiculous. the full mag, full clip. So
ridiculous.
Bang, 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 bang. And then she does the thing where like, I don't have a vagina, and he does not have a penis. We don't have genitals. And the one guy just goes, that's okay. No big deal. Okay. And then they just like...
and Ken goes, I have all the genitals, actually. Because he doesn't know what that means.
I got all the genitals.
Yeah. Okay, so hold on. I have to respond to Jack in chat, who says, Barbie becoming a real woman is just like the typical Pinocchio story. No, it isn't. I'm sorry to say. We'll get into it. But there's a lot of things that make it significantly worse than those type of stories. Fun fact, when filming, people approached Ryan Gosling to compliment and high-five him, and Margot Robbie felt uncomfortable because no one paid any attention to her. Yes, I saw that. Greta Gerwig was talking about that. I don't know if you saw that, Hugh.
No, I
That
did
they
not.
were filming this scene, Venice Beach. They got the 80s like rollerblading attire, whatever you'd call that. That people would come up to Ryan Gosling and be like, "Hey, you look good, man," and like give him compliments and stuff like that. And they didn't say anything to Margot Robbie. And Greta Gerwig seems to think like this is in line with like, oh, men just getting praised for the bare minimum,
But
while
it,
women.
it directly conflicts with the other point she tries to make in this
Yes,
scene, which is
exactly.
that a woman dressed like that would just inherently be facing, and I quote, undertones of violence. But they
Yes.
didn't even approach her.
No, because they knew that might make her feel like. I'm assuming because if that were me and I was, I was walking down and I saw them in those outfits, I wouldn't say anything to Margot Robbie either. I might say something to Ryan Gosling, because if you did try to be like, hey, that like you look great in that outfit or something like that, it'd be assumed as like hitting on them. It's like the exact opposite of what the movie thinks. It's
Yeah.
like they felt comfortable saying that to Ryan Gosling because they knew he wouldn't take it the wrong way. And the movie acts like everyone staring at her is like there's an undertone of violence just inherently.
But,
Yeah, the movie is really quite obnoxiously like preachy and like modern feministy. It's so annoying. There's no subtlety, there's no nuance. Just like you think going to the real world would be going to a world of nuance, but it isn't.
no, it's jumping back into just a different cartoony version of the real world.
Yes.
It's more cartoony when it's convenient for the script, and it's less cartoony, or it's like fun cartoony when it's convenient for the script, like in the Mattel office, which we're about to get to.
Oh, that's not fun cartoony. That's stupid.
Fair enough. But then there's the basically straw man cartoony of the rest of it, where it's basically trying to make it out like this is a hellscape for women.
Yes. Yeah.
Um,
It's really obnoxious. And yes, the movie does to Jack and Chat. The movie does make the point that like men get praised for doing the bare minimum and women don't and stuff like that. That's
well, and
part
then
of
only to
the
undermine
obnoxious
it
like yeah.
immediately afterward, because I guess she wanted some nuance, but it doesn't. She didn't want to fully like commit to it. I'm not really,
There's some accidental nuance in the movie. Like purely accidental. Though Jack, I've been arguing with you a lot so far, but I do agree that the catcalling scene would be more realistic if there were homeless people doing it to them instead.
Yeah,
It would.
they
Yeah.
would.
I mean, this is LA we're talking about,
There's not. I've heard there's not very many people in LA, but the TikTokers and the homeless.
Anyway, so they're going around and she's being ogled, and this will come up later, but this is informed by the scene we're on right now where Margot Robbie says like men look at me like an object, and that really annoyed me too because that felt like very ham-fisted when Barbie as a character shouldn't have any real concept of what being looked at as a sexual object means or is. You know
Not
what
the
I
way
mean?
they've set it up, no, but she is
No,
also
because
very aware of the fact that she is a doll, which
yes,
is an
it's very
object.
strange because, like, okay, for example, when Ken is like, "Hey, I was thinking maybe I could spend the night tonight," she's like, "Why?" He's like, "Because we're boyfriend and girlfriend." Like, and then like, do what? He's like, I'm not actually sure." Like, that's really funny. He just has this instinctual drive that like he wants to be with her, but there's nothing sexual about it because they don't have genitals, and he like doesn't know what that's supposed to be. That's how Barbie should be when she's in the real world and like people are like looking at her sexually. She should have no concept of what that is. Like what you would do if the movie made sense, I think, is if she gets catcalled by someone's like, "Hey, beautiful," and they're kind of sleazy about it, but she just takes it as a compliment. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
I
doesn't
mean,
understand the sleaze level to it. That's what would make sense. That's what would be in keeping with the rest of the story. But no, they had to make it be that she's like totally aware of how this is a hellscape for women and that she's being ogled and being seen as an object and all that stuff. So tiresome.
very, very tiresome. So we, after the construction scene, the construction worker scene. This is where the frat guy just kind of approaches her out of nowhere and smacks her ass. So she turns around and punches him in the throat, and then she gets arrested. They both get arrested, and the cops are quite piggish with her as well. You know, they're basically just doing the same sort of thing, catcalling, and so they decide they need some more clothes. So they
different clothes.
Different clothes.
So they don't stand out.
So they go back to Venice, and they buy some cowboy outfits. They don't buy.
I love the outfits in this movie.
Yeah, the costumes are amazing. The costumes are like
they're incredibly
all
good,
the visual stuff, and the direction is excellent.
Yeah,
the design is fantastic. But they steal some cowboy outfits from a place in Venice, and they get arrested again.
What she says. Ken says something like "I love fringe," and
she says, "I love denim," and then the guy comes out, you got to pay for that, and then they run away, and then they get arrested again, and then the cops are being piggish again, but they just kind of get let go, and then they're wandering around trying to figure out where. Oh, is this when we get to Mattel? I think this is when we get to Mattel.
No, because they go outside, and she's like, excuse me. Kate McKinnon said, I would just know where to go to find the girl who's sad, who's playing with me. I need to think. And so she sits down on the bench. And this was really funny to me, especially on a rewatch. The Ken goes like, I hate it when people think, what am I supposed to do? He's like, I don't know, Ken, just go walk around. He's like, by myself?
Where am I supposed to go? Anywhere. Can I go that way? Yes.
And he starts walking away, but he looks back at her the whole time as he's walking away. And he gets, a certain distance away, and she goes, don't go too far. And he goes, I won't. He's so childish. It's so funny. I love it. I just love the idea. I hate it when people think, what am I supposed to do? It's so boring.
He's killing it. He's crushing it.
He's killing it. Yeah. So she sits down on the bench to try to feel where the universe is supposed to take her to find the sad girl who she needs to rescue and stop from being sad. And he goes to walk around on his own. While she's sitting on the bench, she has a sort of montage where she feels the memories and feelings of who she presumes is the little girl who was playing with her, who has a strained relationship with her mother, but she used to play with They used to play with Barbie dolls together, and now she's in high school, and it's
such a paint by numbers teenage girl mom story, though.
Yes. It is. And what's worth saying is that everything that someone might be tempted to say is the real heart and soul of this movie, the mother-daughter relationship, is just done so much better in Lady Bird. Greta Gerwig's first directorial debut. Lady Bird's a good movie. I think it's actually really quite good, and it's way more subtle and nuanced and and honest than this movie is. If you're looking for a good movie about a strained mother-daughter relationship, that's a good movie. Really good movie. This movie does it all very paint by numbers, very basic, sort of it needs to be there, so it's done in the simplest way possible.
The teenage girl understands how the world works, better than anybody, or thinks she does.
Yeah. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
So while she's, connecting through the universe or whatever to the girl who's sad that she needs to find. And I think she sees in her little vision her getting dropped off by her mom at her high school, so she knows that's how we decide where the high school is and where they need to go next. And while she's doing that, Ken goes...
He goes wandering around Century City in LA.
So I don't know a lot about Century City. Is it just big corporate office?
It's basically a business district, sort of. Yeah. It's just kind of like the yuppie place in LA where all the people with money go.
Gotcha. And so he goes there, and as he's going, it's very cartoonish, but this is the kind of stupid that I found funny. When he passes by someone, he goes excuse me, sir. And he's ooh, you can tell he really likes
a kick. He's oh my God, guy's being polite to me.
Sir. And then he sees a whole bunch of guys going hey man, see you later, man. They keep calling each other man, super
good workout, bro. You're the man, bro.
That sort of thing. Very over the top, but funny. He sees,
There's a group of business executives, of male business executives who stand around talking to each other, and a female secretary walks up, and the guy puts his finger up and goes, "Not right now." And Ken imitates, like, puts his finger up and shakes his head,
like, not now, Margaret. And we see all this sort of very cartoonish view of the patriarchy through Ken's eyes, and he loves it. He loves it so much. He goes into this office building where there's these big TVs projecting, I don't know, just generic masculine things, like people playing golf and driving trucks and cowboys riding horses. I think he sees
he sees money,
police officers on horses, and he's like, "Ooh,
yeah,
very excited about that."
he sees a Hummer. He sees some horses. He's like, then there's a montage.
He sees a guy wearing a big fur coat coming out of the gym.
Yeah.
That will become important later. So he sees all these men with power and authority and stylish clothes, and he sees male relationships where they're calling each other bro and like male solidarity and all that sort of stuff.
And they're having a good time and sharing mutual interests and enjoying each other's company.
Doing cool guy stuff that he never gets to do because he spends his days just waiting for Barbie's approval, only to be seen as kind of like a puppy dog that she has no interest in romantically.
Yeah, and he sees, there's a montage of him seeing money with men's faces on it.
Yeah.
Which is funny that it's a new thing for him.
Yeah.
He sees the scene from Grease in the same montage where John Travolta and all the boys are dancing around the car. He sees Sylvester Stallone in a similar fur jacket, and his third eye is awakened. He's reached Mount Olympus, and he's seen the divine light of the creators.
And like the look of happiness on his face is just so funny to me. And so he comes back. He rejoins Barbie at the bench. Oh, before he arrives, we have a little scene, and this scene is going to be important. Barbie looks over when her vision quest thing is done, and she looks over. She's an old woman, not anyone we've seen before in the movie or that we'll see ever again, but an old woman is sitting on the bench waiting for the bus next to her. And she just sees the old woman. She makes eye contact with her, and she just says, "You're so beautiful." And she goes, "I know it."
And then they share a laugh.
Now, there's something kind of cute about this scene, but it kind of doesn't fit with any of the rest of the movie. I've heard Greta Gerwig say that there were, at one point in the edit, Mattel and the studio in general were like, this scene is kind of what they call a cul-de-sac. Like, it doesn't connect to anything. It's just a little diversion. We could probably cut it. It wouldn't really impact the rest of the story. And she's like, no, to me, that's the heart of the movie. If I cut that, then I don't know why I'm making the movie anymore. And the thing about that scene is that thematically it doesn't connect or make sense with anything around it. It's like a little bit of heart that just doesn't fit anything around it. And it's like, well, if you cut that, if it doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the movie, then you've kind of failed to make that the heart of the movie.
So what's the theme of the scene? Is when she's having her little vision quest. She gets out of her vision quest. She's crying because she's experiencing the nostalgia of the mom, but she thinks it's the daughter. Yeah, she's
feeling the sadness and the grief and the despair and the tension and everything.
But then she's looking around, and then there's it's a beautiful day out. There's birds in the trees, and then there's some people who are laughing and having a good time, and then there's a couple that's having a fight, and then there's somebody who's sitting there crying, and then there's all. Yeah. She goes through the whole range of what it is to be a person in that moment, and then she looks over to this old woman, and she sees, like, let's say, symbolically, she sees the beauty of age and wisdom and of living a full life in a place like this, right? And she says, "You're so beautiful," and the woman says, "I know it," and they share a little laugh, and then she gets up and she leaves. And then the rest of the movie, or at least until the end, she's gonna just be pining for making Barbie Land
perfect again, and being perfect again, and going back to the way she was until the very end. So that's what I'm saying. This is the scene that kind of symbolizes the end of the arc of, like, coming to terms with aging and decay, and that like things break down and that things are messy, like the complicated messy nature of real life as opposed to Barbie land, symbolized by an old woman. And so her recognizing the beauty in an old woman is something that she should not be able to do until this arc is concluded, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like horrified by the thought of having flat feet. And then all of a sudden she sees an old woman who's incredibly wrinkled, you know, and she's just like, "You're so beautiful." And it's like, that we're not there yet, especially because we're going to spend the rest of the movie of her being like, "I'm not pretty anymore. I need to go back. I used to be perfect and now I'm not perfect."
Yeah. It's a bizarre jump forward to where she's going to end. And you know,
Well, she comes to terms with mortality and aging and finding it beautiful at the end of the movie, but she does it inexplicably, like completely here, and then forgets it for the next like chunk of the movie, only to do it again at the end. It doesn't
yeah,
fit. It
all
doesn't
of
fit
her
at
all of
all.
her motivations in every scene moving forward after this are basically to make things perfect again.
Yeah, to go back to the way things were.
And then she does that. Like she spends the entire second and third acts of the movie doing that. And then out of nowhere, we're now back at this theme
Hmm.
where now she's decided, actually, you know what? Actually, I don't think I wanted this. But we don't. There wasn't enough in there for me to
No,
grasp
it's
onto that, or to really feel that. I mean, like clearly she was laying the groundwork, but I don't think she did a good enough job.
no, I don't think so at all. I don't really think the arc is present at all. It's just something that happens at the end and then randomly in the middle here for no good reason, for no motivated reason. It's like it's not strong storytelling or character writing. It's just something that happens because they feel like it ought to happen. And there's the thing about, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but at the end when she decides that she wants to be a real girl, there's a distinct impression I get that it's motivated more by the idea that the writer thinks there's a problem with stereotypical Barbie as opposed to the Barbies that are career women and have all these skills. Like the stereotypical standard of beauty Barbie seems to me the movie concludes like there's no place for that anymore. So that's why she's going to go be a real woman. Like, and that seems to be more motivating her decision at the end than any sort of character arc because it's so haphazard and disjointed.
Yeah, I don't.
It surprised me at the end that she wanted that at the very end. I'm like,
Yeah, I
really?
mean that
Okay. I
didn't
mean, like we
seem
got a
like it
little
was
bit of
coming that
that
way.
here. Yeah, we got a little bit of it here in this scene, but that's not like setup. It's like, like she just comes to this conclusion, then backtracks to be the character she was for the rest of the movie, and then comes back here at the end.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
it did not connect the way I think Greta wanted that to connect. I understand that she thought that was the heart of the movie, clearly, because she gives like two of the most emotionally impactful, or supposed to be emotionally impactful scenes, that kind of dedication for the theme. But
Yeah.
for another almost, it's got to be more than an hour that we're about to spend now completely
Yeah.
trying to do the opposite, right? Like
Yep.
without even a little hint that this is where we're going to end up. Like again, that we're going to come back full circle to this.
Yep. I
It
agree
seems
with
like
that.
maybe should have, if you really wanted that to be the heart of it, maybe she should have thought a little harder about how she was going to incorporate it.
Yeah, and so I've seen also a lot of speculation from people about whether this like certain things were the plan originally, whether in an original draft they wanted to do this, or like whether in the original draft Ken was gay, or whether in the original draft, all these different things. And I'm like, it could be interesting to speculate on that, but she's definitely not going to admit that it was very different originally. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
like I could believe that originally there was more of that theme about finding the beauty in aging and dying and not being a doll. More like a trying to become a real boy Pinocchio type story. But that isn't really what we get.
No.
She's trying really hard to be perfect again until at the very end she's like, I
Well,
don't
wait, I'm
know what
perfect
my
again,
point.
but am I? But I don't know why I wanted to do that anymore. Let's resolve it
Yeah,
real quick in a scene or two.
yeah.
So anyway, we've jumped ahead pretty far theme wise,
Well,
but that
we're gonna keep doing that, but that's fine.
yeah.
So after this heart of the movie that doesn't connect to anything else, which is probably not good for the heart. Like the heart should probably be connected to everything else in the body. They come back together, and Ken's like, "I have great news," and she also has great news. And it's like, "Okay, let's say them at the same time." And what I forget exactly what word for word what Barbie says, but it's something like, "I found the school," or "I know where the
She
girl
says
is."
the girl's at the school. She's at the
The girls at
school.
the school.
And
Okay. And Ken
Ken
says,
says,
men rule
"Men
the
rule the
world.
world." And Barbie doesn't hear him, so she goes, "What did you say?" He goes, "No, but she's at the school, huh? That's great." Like, and
That's
so
great.
then they,
Yeah.
yeah, he says, "Ah, don't worry about it." And so they leave.
Yes. They leave. They go to the school that they rather conveniently find. Whatever. It's
Well,
convenient.
she meditated, and meditation can lead to that sort of thing.
Sure. So they find this school and they're like, "That's the one, Davy Crockett Elementary or no, middle school, high school, whatever it is."
Man on a
And
horse.
he's like, "Ah, man on a horse." He sees the mascot. He, as we'll learn, he's very interested in men on horses.
Horses in general, actually.
So then they split up, and she's like, "I'm gonna go find the girl," and he's like, "All right, cool. I'm gonna go to the library and see if I can find any books on trucks."
Don't get in trouble. I won't.
Oh, he's so funny. I love it.
Well,
so
and then
good.
he goes to the I don't remember if he goes to the library first or not, but I'm going to jump to that scene because I love
That's
it.
fine.
And he's pulling out the books as like Men and Wars, or like Why Men Rule Literally, and Patriarchy, and Trucks Quarterly or something, and he takes them all.
Yeah.
And he's like sneaking out, and this woman comes up to him and it says, "Excuse me, sir, do you have the time?" And he kind of jumps back at first, like he's afraid something's going to happen. And then he kind of gives her a look. He goes, "You respect me."
And she goes, "Okay, do you have the time?" And he's like, "I don't. I do not."
No, I do not. I found that quite funny. I really enjoy his performance.
We're gonna jump ahead again because I love where this. Actually, no. We should save it. But I really like
the horses thing.
No, I really liked the payoff for the time thing, being asked about the time.
Oh, yes.
So he reads a bunch of books. Some of them are just actual feminist books about the patriarchy, but I'm assuming he's reading them unironically, like not understanding that these are.
He's reading them as an instruction manual rather than a critique, And I've never thought of doing that before, but I'm starting to think maybe we should. Maybe Ken was onto something.
And he's like, "Yo, this patriarchy thing is dope. I'm gonna go get power and all that stuff." And so he revisits Century City, among other places. He goes up to a guy, and he says like something to the effect of, "Hello, sir. I would like
I'd like a high-paying job with influence, please."
Yeah. And he goes, "Okay. Well, you're gonna need this degree and that degree and that sort of thing." He's like, "But I'm a man."
Isn't being a man enough? Not anymore.
And this is okay. This is where accidental nuance slips through, because the guy, he says, "Isn't being man enough?" And he goes, "Actually, these days it's kind of the opposite." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, we're getting like, oh, this is actually interesting. There's a little bit of self-awareness here." And then he goes like, "You guys aren't doing this patriarchy thing very well." And he goes, "Actually, like,
we're doing it pretty well. We just hide it better."
Yeah, and I hate that line.
Yeah,
it directly contradicts the interesting line that just came before it. Because he just said, like, actually these days, it's actually a little bit better if you're a woman. Like, you'd be more likely to get this high-paying job because all these companies are, what's left unsaid is that they're all desperate to have, diversity and to show that they'll hire women. And, a lot of companies are desperate to get like 50% of their boards women, so like they're looking for women. They want to give these jobs to women. And so it's like, oh, actually these days it actually might be better for you if you're a woman. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then he says, actually, it is still the patriarchy. We're just better at hiding it. I was like, I'm sorry, you can't do both. You
No.
can't do both of those things back to back.
Nah, and like the only like I could see an argument being like, oh well, he's just not sure he can trust the guys. I don't buy that. I don't know that it doesn't add up. I tried to justify it in my own head at one point, and I was just like, I don't think this works. I
No.
think you cut it right there when he says actually these days it's kind of the opposite, and then he
That would
goes
be
off.
funny.
Yeah,
That would be funny. And this is the montage where accidental nuance slips in and the movie doesn't really seem to be aware of it.
no, I
So
will not let you do just one appendectomy.
so
But
the
I'm a
person
man,
who's
but you're not a doctor.
it's like, can I speak to a doctor? I am a doctor.
You are talking to a doctor.
So, and I want to get back to this question. Someone asked, can you define what the movie means by patriarchy? We'll get to that in just a second, because he goes through this whole scene where he's like, I'm going to be a doctor, or I'm going to be, a businessman. And then he goes to the beach and he's like, oh, so you want to be a lifeguard?
I'd like to apply for your position of beach, please.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, so you want to be a lifeguard? He goes, no, I'm not trained to go in there. He's like, I'm trained to stand confidently here on the beach. And he goes, well, no one's in danger here on the beach. And he's like, and I wouldn't be able to help them if I could.
Even if they were, I wouldn't be qualified to do anything.
And so what he learns in this whole sequence is that actually being a man isn't enough at all, and that you need to be competent and you need to have, training and skills. And even one person says to him, actually, it might actually be better for you if you were a woman, because it is easier for women to get certain jobs these days. And so this is where the accidental nuance comes in, because throughout the movie, main characters who we're meant to agree with, especially when they're giving like final monologues at the end of the movie, do say that the real world is a patriarchy run by men for the sake of men. And that yet we get this scene where the person who loves patriarchy is like, oh, this is great. I'm going to do all these amazing things. And they're like, actually, you need to be competent and have skills. And he's like, what? I thought being a man was enough. And they're like, no, it isn't. So what is it, movie?
It's obviously it's both. Clearly.
Oh, God.
It's actually, there's a good point brought up in the chat there. Shouldn't he assume the woman is a doctor because he's only ever known doctors, like women could be doctors?
That too. And then I thought about it, and it's like, well, he thinks everything is backwards in this world. So
okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it is kind of funny that he's like kind of inherently disrespectful to her when all of his like upbringing, if you could call it that, if as a permanent adult as he may be, would be that women are to be respected, and his whole life is like, oh, Barbie, you're so cool. And so he gets here, and all of a sudden he's kind of rude to a woman who's in a position of power, whatever. Like, it's kind of funny. I don't know if it makes a ton of sense. But yeah, we'll allow it.
I found it funny. But yeah, so
he learns that they don't live in a literal patriarchy, and which is why he goes back to Barbie Land to make it a patriarchy. Correct. But then the movie will insist that the real world is a patriarchy. And it's like, this movie's so confused, and not in a way where where it's clever to like point out that it's messy and complicated. It's just outright contradictory. The movie thinks that society was designed. So there's a gloriously awful speech that America Ferrero gives later, talking about how impossible it is to be a woman under patriarchy. She says that several times. And it's like, man, this movie doesn't know what it's saying at all.
Well, and half of the things that she brings up in that speech just generally apply to people in society.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. And half the things she brings up in that speech aren't things that the patriarchy is saying. It's things that liberal women are saying, or like progressive women are saying, I should say.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's an awful speech, and that's probably the worst scene in the movie. We'll get to it. The movie is so incredibly confused. I want to say this here because, especially for those of you who haven't seen the film yet, who are listening to this, you might have seen it said that this movie is a midlife crisis movie. And more, I think that is absolutely true. My goodness, does that feel true when thinking about this movie?
A little bit.
That it's, I mean,
on the second watch through, I definitely noticed it more.
Yeah, it's it's okay. Another thing I've seen people say, another very annoying response to criticisms of this movie is that, like, oh, it's made for little girls. No, it isn't. This
Oh
movie is
no.
rated PG-13. This movie is aimed at like millennial and Gen X women, like for certain,
100%.
1000%. Who
Yeah.
is having a midlife crisis? Greta Gerwig. That's what it seems like from watching the movie. I don't know much about her personal life except through the lens of her work, and it definitely feels that way to me. It advertises itself for everyone, kind of. It by advertising itself as oh, not what I meant to say. Fun, colorful, dumb fun. It did sort of advertise itself as like a fun family movie, but it's rated PG-13 and it's definitely not aimed at children
Well,
by
and
any means.
I've heard from a few people, and granted, this is not, a definitive source, but I've heard from quite a few people that they show up expecting that sort of dumb, fun family movie, and then they get this sort of political lecture and finger wag.
Yeah.
And a lot of people apparently have been coming away a little disappointed, us included, because of that advertising. So
Yeah.
like definitely advertised in that way, but I don't think made with that intention specifically behind it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's interesting because it's definitely for adults. And I think there is, and not only that, I think there is something I think it was probably smart financially, but perhaps a bit misleading that very little of the sort of cringe, progressive, left, feminist, intersectional feminist sort of messaging is in the advertising for the movie. The advertising for the movie is all like really silly, stupid jokes, which the movie has, to be fair. It's not like it made them up or anything, but it leaves out all of that stuff, essentially. It leaves out the broad swath of the movie that is dedicated to trying to say definitive things about gender and gender roles and society. None of that's in the advertising, really. We got a couple clips of like the Shang-Chi guy being like, this movie puts the final nail in the coffin of gender roles. And it's like, okay. And a lot of people, when they saw that, were like, is that just a very woke actor trying to like, is that what he sees in the movie, or is that what's in the movie? Because the trailer just looks like silly fun. No, but
I don't know if
he's
I've
right.
found a.
He's right that the movie tries to do that. I think that the movie is like trying really hard to come to definitive conclusions about, if not gender as a whole, just like the impact of Barbie on society and everything like that. It's trying really hard to say something, and it's just funny that all of that was left out of the marketing.
Well, I mean, probably because it wouldn't sell as well.
Yeah, I think so. It's ham-fisted for sure, but there's more to it than just men bad. Oh, it's definitely more to it than that, but I don't.
Well, and
it's not. Go ahead.
Well, I want to address, because that's the second half of a comment. Basically, there's the rant from America was given from the POV of a distressed mother trying to fit different societal roles of women into one when it's becoming harder and harder. Yes, it is from that point of view, but also it is presented as a definitive truth that will liberate the Barbies and solve the crisis of the movie. Yes. So,
and also a lot of things she says, she's just, whether it's not just her character that's confused about the origins and impact of these things, it's the movie, because it's not like the movie challenges anything she says in that monologue. It treats everything she says in that monologue as the gospel truth, and like you said, having the magic ability to unbrainwash Barbies.
Which we'll talk a little bit about the brainwashing and how that is supposed to have happened.
Yes. So, getting back to it, Ken. So he tries to succeed in the patriarchy, and it's like, what? They're not doing patriarchy very well here. I'm going to go back to Barbie Land and make that into a patriarchy. Hell yeah. And he's going to go tell his bros everything.
There goes my hero.
But then, before we do that, Barbie finds the girl she thinks she's after at the lunch table to go have a chat with her.
Oh boy, she does. And then we get some the first of some, you know, particularly
Take it away, Hugh. What does she say?
inflammatory. Well, I don't remember all the exact discourse, but basically she she rounds it out by calling her a fascist, saying that she's been making women feel bad about themselves forever. One of the girls at the lunch table actually enjoyed playing with Barbies, but then she's bullied by the others.
She's bullied into shutting up about it.
Yeah, she's intimidated by the cartel of tweenage girls into not admitting that and saying that, well, basically that even then it was pretty terrible for us. And she just kind of leans into her and says, you're an awful idea that's done nothing but ruin lives.
You set the feminist movement back 50 years.
Yeah, you've set the feminist movement back 50 years, and you're a fascist. And
well, let's break that apart for a second, because when she started the rant, there was a thing or two that I'm like, okay, that makes some sense, or like there's some validity to that. So the first thing she says is that Barbie, she's talking to Barbie, specifically stereotypical Barbie that Margot Robbie is, that she makes girls feel bad about themselves. Now, there's actually quite a few, if I understand correctly, studies that have looked into this that have shown that girls who play with Barbies versus girls that don't, the girls who play with Barbies have a lower like self-image of themselves in terms of their beauty and attractiveness and all that sort of stuff, and that they have lower senses of self as a result. How significant the difference is, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go look at the studies. But there's some logic to the idea, much the way that like Instagram is currently making teenage girls depressed these days. Barbie had a somewhat similar effect on some of them, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, there's something reasonable about that. I mean, she's this like, I forget, this is a long time ago now, but there was someone who was like, if Barbie was a real person, like she doesn't have enough fat on her body to even menstruate. And I think that's kind of funny. Anyway, so like, yeah, it's an unrealistic body image for sure, right? I mean, like that, why girls were so interested in it if it made them feel bad is a whole complicated issue, right? But the idea that it had that effect on people and that it could have been bad for society as a whole if you take that into consideration, I'm like, okay, that's an interesting point to bring up. But then she immediately jumps into like, you're a fascist. It's like, oh, like, what is this? What are we doing here exactly? Are we like, are they trying to go for that? Like she's got some points and that her heart's in the right place, but she's kind of overzealous. Is that what they're doing with this character?
I have no idea, honestly. It's weird because they cycle between kind of making her cartoonishly pessimistic about the state of the world, but then also being the one who has the right idea.
Mm-hmm.
The one who's got it figured out. Because, of course, teenage girls, 12-year-old girls are, the arbiters of all knowledge and wisdom of our society. They understand how everything works way better than me. I couldn't speak to that. So I didn't bring any younger of our young girl overlords on today. We had the opportunity, but we declined. We decided against it. So I'm not really sure what they're going for with this character, because they seem to
she says some really cringe things, and she says some things that I'm like, okay, there's some truth.
Yeah, there's some points. There's some points there.
And I sometimes can't tell whether the movie. I think in an interview, Greta Gerwig said that like she thinks that like the little girl's perspective is valid. I'm like, even the fascist part, because you made a joke about the fascist line. Like in a couple minutes,
of scenes
Barbie
when she's crying.
She's crying and she's like, I don't run the trains or control the commerce.
Yeah, I don't control the flow of commerce or the railways.
Which is a funny little joke. Never mind how she knows what fascism is, but it's another one of those like meta jokes that doesn't make any sense. But there's something kind of funny about it. To Jay in the chat who said puberty is not great for anyone, but I don't think the appearance of Barbie is the factor there. Well, I mean, it has an effect, like puberty's rough on everyone, but clearly like overuse of social media is making teenage girls more depressed. Like kind of there's a lot of incontrovertible evidence there. And so the idea that there was an effect of that sort with the proliferation of Barbie dolls and things of that sort,
Yeah.
whether it's a massive effect or a minor effect, the
When
conversation that is started there is like, well, was she a force for good in the world or not? And that's something that the movie is very concerned with, at least on the surface.
I
See, go ahead.
Jack's bringing up a good point here too. Is this Barbie land that we're seeing has different body types of Barbies, and we already mentioned lawyer Barbie being the gravity, the more gravity inclined of them. But if those all exist, then well, what's the body image issue here that's going on? Because if all of
Well,
those are Barbie,
yeah.
really like.
Well, it definitely wasn't always the case. I mean, for most of Barbie
Well, yeah,
history,
yeah, yeah.
we didn't
But
have
we're
plus
showing
size
this
Barbies.
as we're showing like in the way the state of things is in Barbie Land. There shouldn't really be that issue because it's sort of
Well, also the girls say that they haven't played with the Barbies in years, and like no one thinks of fat Barbie when they think of Barbie, right? Like,
that's true. I didn't see any fat Kens either rewatch.
no,
No fat
that's
Ken.
another. No fat Kens. Why? Why is that? Because body positivity is only for women.
Yes,
That's the reason
agreed.
for that. Well, that's how it plays out.
We've come to some definitive conclusions here, Jamie. I think we've done good work.
Why wasn't also a point that Barbie being shown in professional roles was also bad and patriarchal? Not in this movie. I don't think they're ever critical of like the career women Barbies in this movie. The only one they're really critical of is Margot Robbie as stereotypical Barbie who doesn't have a career is just pretty. Like that's kind of her whole deal. That's the only one they're really critical of. They
Yeah,
they don't criticize President Barbie or Lawyer Barbie.
yeah,
And
no.
there's Alan. We kind of like glossed right over Alan,
Oh
played
yeah,
by Michael Cera. He's funny. I don't really know what they're doing with them. Is he just supposed to be gay? Is that what's happening here? Like,
I don't know if the movie
there's a
makes any
couple little
definitive.
okay. So what we get of that is he's clearly not when the Kens take over, which we'll get to. He's not into it, right? He doesn't want to be the macho guy. He wants to get out of there. He's a little awkward and strange when they're at the beach earlier in the movie. Like they're playing volleyball and the Kens are doing cheerleader stuff. And he goes, "Great cheer!" He says, "Great cheer, Kens." And then when Ryan Gosling goes running into the water and like wipes out, he's like really concerned about it. Like, are they trying to do like a very, very like non-explicit he's gay thing? I don't know what they're doing with him. He's kind of effeminate, I suppose, and I don't get it
I
really.
guess he's just Alan. He's just like the forgotten guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't he have a crush on Gosling? Can
Uh Not
maybe? I
well.
don't think
We
it's ever
No,
explicitly.
and there's even a line that kind of contradicts it because when the Kens take over, one of the things they say is that some of the other Barbies are like maids and they're giving the Kens foot rubs and whatever, and how they're really into it. Now it's like I'm not into it. I'm like, oh, I guess he's not into that. So is it just
He
because he
liked
doesn't want to be forced to do it, or is he not gay? I don't know. It doesn't
did
really
he liked
matter.
Barbie? He liked Barbie Land's constitution, making him a second class homeless citizen who doesn't have a vote. I suppose he's fine with the status quo. You know.
Yeah, he's definitely he does. Someone's described him as a male feminist. It does feel like that because he's just unambiguously on the side of the Barbies against the Kens for reasons that aren't clear. He's one of the good ones, I guess. He's harmless and benign, and he's one of the good ones. I don't know what else to say about him.
Yeah. He's got some funny lines.
They didn't really cut like it'd be interesting if he was gay. You could do something with that, but they don't. It's like they don't commit to that if that's what they were
No.
going
Yeah.
for. So it's a little, I don't know, a little strange.
Yeah,
Fat Ken is the one. Ripped Ken was 500 grams heavier than the rest. Yeah, there's no body positivity or diversity of body types for the Kens, really. They all have like six packs.
they're all shredded.
Yeah. Anyway, I think so she talks to the girl and the girl rips into her and she cries, and because she's like, I thought everyone was going to love me and thank me for fixing the world. Oh, it's perhaps worth mentioning. There's an early joke from the narrator that's quite funny, where she's introducing Barbie Land and she says like, and
Thanks to
like,
Barbie. Yeah.
thanks to Barbie, like all problems of feminism and gender equality have been solved, or so the Barbies think. Like, because they live in Barbie Land, and who am I to burst their bubble? So the Barbies think they don't know a lot about the real world. All they know about it is that it's perfect thanks to them somehow. Um, and so when she gets to the real world and realizes that Barbie didn't magically solve all the world's problems, she's horrified by
Devastated,
that,
yes.
devastated. And that's funny to me. That works. Yeah, I like the sort of tongue in cheek joke about, like, oh, Barbie didn't solve all gender issues, you know? And I'm like, but they think that it would have. Like, oh, they think that when they get there, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, Barbie, thanks to Barbie, women can be whatever they want in the world. Like, it's that simple. Like, that's kind of funny. That works in a way that feels like, you could call that a feminist sort of joke in a way that isn't obnoxious. It's still fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah, and then obviously she finds out, and her bubble is burst. And is this around the time when we get to Mattel? I think
Yeah.
we might have skipped ahead a little bit from Mattel, because right when
Yes.
she's having her breakdown is when they show up to
Exactly.
to take her.
So we are introduced to Mattel because the FBI calls Mattel and says, "We got Barbies on the loose in Los Angeles. You got to take care of it." It's like, oh, the FBI's on it, huh? Okay. And so they call Mattel, and they are in like a cartoonishly giant, very phallic office building. And they have all their little drone workers. One of them gets a call saying that Barbies are loose, and like, oh, this is really bad. This is just like, this is like the time this happened once or twice before, but it's worse this time because it's Barbie instead of, was it Midge?
Skipper.
Skipper.
The one who you find out her boobs inflated when you put her arm up.
Oh, right. Is that real? I couldn't believe that when I watched that.
I think that is. I'm pretty sure that is real. Yeah.
That's insane.
Let me find out. It was growing up Skipper. I'm sure this has been Googled 100 times. Why was growing up Skipper discontinued? A unique doll that grew her breasts. Discontinued in 1977 after the doll was met with backlash.
Can't imagine why. So Mattel finds out about this, and the head of Mattel is Will Ferrell. Now, I hate Will Ferrell in this movie.
Oh, okay. I didn't hate him. I thought he was.
I think everything to do with him is incredibly stupid. He's a moron. He's like actually kind of retarded. I don't like it. This is more evidence of the, like, everything in this world is just as cartoonish as Barbie Land, which kind of undermines any attempt to make the theme about how the real world is messy and not idyllic, but it's better than the fantasy world, which the movie kind of thinks its message is sometimes, but not all the time, and not for every character, only for Barbie, weirdly enough. But like the idea that the real world is messy and complicated, but it's better, kind of undermined by how cartoonish the real world is. Just saying. I mean, I don't know. Did you like it when I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's a chase scene in Mattel?
Oh, that was no. That was
Okay.
kind of one of those ones where I'm like, so we're back. So we've gone from being dumb, silly fun in the cartoon world to trying to hit on big issues in the real world and make things a little more serious, to now we're doing big cartoonish dumb silly fun in an office building that is I don't know. It felt very much like one of those old Looney Tunes movies, you know, like
Yeah.
which
Yeah, not in a good
like
way though.
well, yeah, but Space Jam kind of sucks too. So like,
So, Mattel finds out the Barbie's in the real world, and they're like, "Uh-oh, that's really bad. We got to make sure she gets back." That's all that is really accomplished by those scenes. They kind of go on too long. There's this whole bit where he's like, "Oh, will you send me an email about this?" And he's like, "Can I whisper it to you?" And he says, "Sure." Instead of whispering it to him, he whispers it to the people around this giant desk, who slowly whisper it until it finally gets around to him. I'm just like, "What are we doing?
yeah,
We're
we're doing some silly shit here.
we're wasting time. I don't like it." It wasn't especially, I don't know, it wasn't especially funny to me. It just felt like, what are we doing? But we find out that America Ferrero, we don't know her relevance yet, but she is the secretary for the head of the CEO of Mattel, played by Will Ferrell. And she is there. She hears about Barbie escaping, being on the loose in the real world. And she's like, what? That's impossible. That's crazy. And so Mattel's like, we got to find Barbie and we got to put her back in the box. What the box means, I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll find out later. And so they set out to find her. They find her at the school right after she's had a little cry after being called a fascist by the teenage girl. And they say, hey, will you come with us? Hop into this mysterious black van. We'll go to Mattel. And she's like, oh, Mattel. She has a knowledge of who Mattel is as her creators. A little strange, but she's like, okay, Mattel, I need to speak to someone in charge here. This will be good. Like she is very willing to go with them.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Of
Yeah,
course.
she just understands. They all understand that they're dolls, which is weird, but it's all right. And so she goes off to Mattel. Meanwhile, Ken goes back to Barbie Land.
Ken goes back to Barbie Land. Yes, to enlighten the Kens and bring the revolution.
Mm-hmm.
He will be freeing his brethren.
So she goes to meet with Mattel, and she's like, I gotta find the girl. Or what does she say at that point? I don't remember. I can't remember exactly what she says at that point. But she's like, we got to fix this. There's like a rift in the space-time continuum. And he's like, yeah, we'll take care of that. You just get back in the box and everything will be fine.
Yeah, and she has there's this weird thing of like, oh, well, I haven't been in a box for ages. And he goes, oh, look, it's easy. And she goes, oh, okay. And then she just walks up to it to get in, but it's not really clear what the box is gonna do. Or why putting her in the box would help anything.
So, what it felt like to me, based on the way they played it, because they don't say, but the movie, in terms of the music and the way it's shot, makes it seem like this isn't good. It's almost like it's death or something, or that she's kind of like, I don't know, I guess returning into unconsciousness by going back into the box, like being in the box is pre-life somehow, even though she has memories of being in the box, like almost like being in the womb. Like that's what it feels like to me. That like, oh, just forget all of this. We'll take care of it. You go back to like blissful unconsciousness. It was like how it felt, but they never say it.
Well, they never say they like. I don't know, because it feels like that's what they're aiming at.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, they know. We find out very soon after this. They know how to get to Barbie Land. Like, they could just send her back.
I think.
Is that what they're planning on doing? Sending her back in a box?
I don't think they're planning. Well, I mean, it's not clear. This is all speculation, but I don't think they're planning to put her back in Barbie world as if everything was normal. I feel like what they're trying to do is like take her out of play so she can't cause any more problems, or so that her existential crises don't cause any more problems. You know what I mean?
Okay,
like a reset, or like she goes like, I don't know.
It's so unclear what
Yes.
what the intended plan is. I don't know, like, apart from the way that it's shot, I don't know how you could draw a conclusion of like where they're gonna take that plot device, you know?
Yeah, and it doesn't really come up again, so ultimately it's not super important, but for the sake of this scene being tense, which the way it's shot and edited and the music makes it feel like it's supposed to be a little tense, like, we don't want her to go back in the box. Somehow we're meant to just intuit that that wouldn't be good. I think everyone sort of feels that, but we don't know why, and the
Yeah.
why of it might actually really help communicate why we don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
It's just kind
It
of
would be a very
vague.
simple fix, you know, to sort of give us a little bit of exposition. Doesn't have to be much, but just a little bit
From
more
the Mattel guys, yeah.
from the Mattel guys on what that box means
It
and
wouldn't
why
even be
it'll solve
hard
the problem.
because when the lower worker, drone worker guy comes up, tells them of the problem, and he's like, "We gotta get that Barbie back in the box." It wouldn't be hard for that guy to be like, "Oh, what does that mean? What does going back in the box mean?" And they say some line, and you go, as an audience, you go, "Oh no, we don't want that to happen to our hero. Oh
Well,
no."
because they do
You know?
use that, they use that guy to deliver some of the same exposition again.
Exactly. Exactly.
Where when he asks about what is Barbie Land? Is it like an alternate reality or what? And they all just kind of go yes. And it's like,
Yeah, it's another don't think
okay,
about it
but yeah,
moment.
like another don't think about it moment. But like, yeah, we already got that part from Weird Barbie. Like
Yeah,
we don't
it's just
really need that again. Like
it's a double beat.
we're already here.
Yeah.
We're on board.
Yeah, they could have used that time to sort of hint at what going back in the box means so we know whether we should be afraid if we're doing that or not.
Yeah,
Because it could just be that this is their way of sending her back. We don't know. I mean, we just know that her goal that she set out to accomplish hasn't happened, so we know that quitting wouldn't be good.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just kind of toothless.
Well, and then they she asks about Ken, and he goes they pretend not to know who Ken is at first, and then when she explains, Barbie and Ken, he goes, "Oh yeah, yeah, Ken's not somebody that we're worried about," and we get the little montage of him going back to Barbie Land on his own. Which is just weird because I don't know, like why would Ken ends up being the one that causes the problem, right? Like in
Yeah.
Barbie Land, if Barbie
It's
Land
just
has to be
another
set
it's
at default.
another it's another way of, and we'll get another one of these soon when Barbie does go back to Barbie Land. We'll get another line talking about how superfluous and, like, useless Ken is. They say it several times, and it just felt like another kinda cheap way of doing that, like, "Oh, right, Ken, everyone forgets about Ken because no one cares about Ken." But it's like, surely the CEO of Mattel would know who Ken is.
Well, especially if fucking Barbie is sitting like looking him square in the eye and asking him
Yeah.
about Ken, you would
Yeah,
expect that that
where's
would.
Ken? What Barbie is asking me, "Where's Ken?" I'm the CEO of Mattel, and like, "Who? Ken? What?" He's so
he
stupid. The
he
character is so stupid.
he remembers Midge later on.
Yeah. It's such a stupid joke. It doesn't make sense. It just feels like another way of sort of like disparaging Ken, you know? Which, like, I get that no one who like grew up playing with Barbies like really cared all that much about Ken, or very few people did, right? And there's
Yeah,
a joke to be made there that's sort of baked into the premise of the movie. You don't need to like find other ways of shoehorning it in again where it doesn't make any sense.
yeah, nah, yeah.
Anyway, so they say, "Hey, why don't you get back in this box?" She's like, "Okay." She gets back in the box, and they're doing the little twist tie things, which is a nice little,
Yeah,
nod
fun
to
touch.
packaging and how that works. And so they're like
Nothing that hasn't
twisting.
been done before in Toy Story, but it's
No,
there.
it doesn't need to reinvent the wheel, you know. And so they're doing that, twisting the things, but then she like gets this gut feeling, I guess, that
She
she
like
doesn't want
freaks
to go back
out,
in the
gets a little
box.
anxiety.
Yeah, and she's like, "You know what? I guess because it's kind of like death, I feel like the only way to interpret that is that this is something like death for her, you know?
Yeah,
Like a return to unconsciousness, if you will." And so she doesn't want that. And so she's like, "You know what? Actually, before I get back into the box, can I go like make myself look perfect before I go back in?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, just hurry up." And then she runs away and they're like, "After her." And we get just this absolutely stupid chase scene where like the Mattel guys are running around like idiots. And I know it's supposed to be funny, but I didn't find it funny at all.
That
I'm
was
just like,
one of the scenes that definitely felt like it was for the kids. You know, like it felt
in
like it
this
was.
PG-13 movie that's aimed at
Yeah.
adults. Yeah.
Well, and that just called Barbie a fascist. Made jokes about
Yeah.
that. Like this
Yeah.
is the one for the kids.
uh,
But yeah, so they do this really dumb chase scene through the cubicles, and we get a distraction moment because she opens a door, and there's a kitchen table in there with an old woman named Ruth who pours her some tea and stares at her rather ominously. Uh, to the point that at first I was kind of thinking that maybe she was about to be drugged or something. Because
it's very
she's
strange.
yeah, it's an odd scene. Maybe one of the few scenes that I don't know if the direction is all there. Because it's not quite hitting the way I think she wants it to hit. It doesn't feel comforting as I think it's supposed to. It feels a little spooky. Maybe she
Yeah.
was going for that. Uh, given where it ends up, but basically they have some inane conversation about
And
isn't
right
real
as
life so great? Isn't it so beautiful that the real world isn't what you expect? And then right as we're about to hit
well,
that,
that's what it's worth noting. That's what this old lady says. That's not what Barbie says. Barbie doesn't look like she necessarily agrees in this moment
no,
for some reason. And she's like, "Who are you, by the way, sitting in this weird like kitchen of an old house in this void inside of this giant office building by yourself?" And then right before she can say her name, they hear Mattel guys coming. She's like, "Take those stairs, and I'll take you to the lobby." And she's like, "Okay." Like what? Like, and she says, "Ruth."
she
Like,
says
okay.
thank you, and she goes Ruth. She goes, yeah, oh thanks Ruth, and she goes you're welcome Barbie, which she hasn't said her name, so you know
She knows who
she
Barbie is.
knows
Whoa.
I never said my name, but then Barbie
Oh.
runs down the stairs and the Benny Hill music keeps playing. Yes, um, and
She
she
runs out and like she just jumps over these little turnstile things, and the CEO of this company who clearly works at this building is like, oh, like it treats it like he can possibly get over it. It's so stupid.
you can't get
I
through it
really hate
without a key card, and so they're all trapped and trying to find a key card. And then she runs out. Barbie runs outside, and America Ferrera is there to save the day with her
her
daughter
daughter.
in
Yeah,
tow.
and
And then Will Ferrell gets a key card and throws it at the turnstile, and it doesn't work. And so he starts crying, and then it does work, and he goes, "Oh, we didn't need it," and he runs through.
so dumb. And so and then we get a car chase scene where the secretary, who is the mother of the daughter who called Barbie a fascist, has like picked up her daughter up from school, and she is starting. And then this is where she learns that actually it wasn't the daughter that was playing with Barbie; it was her mom. Oh, twist! And her irrepressible thoughts of death and her existential crisis and her cellulite and all that stuff was coming from the mom, not the daughter. Oh, and then we
Oh
get
wow!
a car chase scene that isn't especially
It's more of like a commercial for that Chevy,
heavy.
that Chevy
Yeah,
Suburban or whatever she's
heavy
driving.
heavy Chevy product placement, in that all the vehicles involved in the chase are all Chevys, featured very prominently. They clearly got some money from Chevy for this one. Car chase wasn't especially exciting, you know.
Yeah, it's not. It's not clearly not Greta Gerwig's strong suit. Doing
Car chases? No,
action
I
car
wouldn't
chases and
say
stuff.
so. No, yes, Dave, they do reveal who Ruth is. I'm just gonna spoil it right now because we've already spoiled enough. That's the creator of Barbie, who in real life is dead.
Her ghost keeps an office on the 17th floor or something.
I kind of like that joke. It's
Yeah, it was fun.
makes
I
no
did
sense,
enjoy
but it's
that.
funny. Yeah. So they finally get away from Mattel, and they realize that like, oh, things are going wrong or whatever.
We have to go back to Barbie Land. She's like,
Yes.
oh, I was sent here to bring the person who was playing with me back to Barbie Land so that we can set things right because that's why everything's going wrong. Obviously, so
Yes.
they do. they go back to Barbie Land. That's that. Not much else to it. They rollerblade back.
Yeah.
And then they have another like little reverse montage of her and the two real people making it to Barbie Land.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. I know there was another line from the girl here that I found super annoying, but I don't remember it anymore.
It's the one where she says, "Men hate women, women hate women. It's the one thing we can agree on." Is that the?
Well, that was kind of funny,
Yeah.
honestly. But a number of her lines really just do not feel like a teenager said them to me. It's just
No,
like,
a lot of them feel honestly like a mouthpiece for Greta Gerwig.
yeah, I mean, several of the characters do, but like it just doesn't feel realistically like a girl her age would phrase it like that. There's a number of lines like that, and some people may disagree, and that's fair enough. But she's got some annoying lines. Annoying lines. They're on their way back to Barbie Land, and this is where we get another line. This one felt a little bit more mean spirited, especially in the context of everything happening right now. On their way back, Barbie is describing how perfect and beautiful and how everything is amazing in Barbie Land. How like all the entire Supreme Court is women, and women run everything. They run. There's another really cringe line where it's like, women run the banks and the government and everything. Basically like what men do in the real world. And it's like, oh, yawn. Like there aren't a ton of women in positions of power.
Oh,
Throughout the
we
Western
trust
world.
me. By the time we get to the end, we will get to that. I
It's
have
just
one
like,
particular. You know what? I'm just going to do it now. Like, later on, when the Kens basically ask for a position on the Supreme Court, like we have discussed already, I think. They're like, can we just have one Ken on the Supreme Court? And the president goes, nah. How about no? But maybe lower circuit court. And then that's the point where the narrator comes in and says, now the Kens will have about as much power as women do in the real world, or they'll be able to work towards that. And I couldn't help but think in the back of my mind that there are currently 4 out of 9 Supreme Court judges that are women. But I guess, the conservative ones probably don't count because they probably don't agree with Greta. They don't count as women. So,
yeah, it is
fair,
worth noting that, the movie, yes, to your point, yes, the movie is like, oh, Barbie Land is basically the inverse of the real world. And it shows you exactly how cartoonish the movie's view of the real world is. But it's worth noting that the movie thinks it shows a lot of different feminine perspectives, but like they're all just different feminist perspectives. There's a tendency among feminists to just conflate feminists with women and think that they're the same thing when they're not. Like Greta Gerwig clearly thinks this is a movie for women everywhere, but it's not. It's a women for it's a
women for movies.
It's a movie for feminists. That's what it is. It's like there's never a conservative female perspective in the movie. Of course not. I mean, you could have predicted that a mile away. You know what I mean? It's just like they constantly do that where they just think they speak for all women. I find it quite annoying. Anyway, so they go back and they're like, oh, it sounds pretty cool that women are in charge here. And she says something, I forget what prompts it, but she says something about how like, oh, Kens are basically superfluous here. Like, whoops, haha, men are useless, haha.
Kens are superfluous, and they all kind of chuckle, and one of them goes, well, where do they live? And she goes, I don't know. Basically implying they don't really have homes. They don't have anywhere they go.
It's like, I don't know, do they live a ghetto on the other side of town? Are they actually homeless? Do they blip out of existence when Barbies aren't looking at them? How does it work exactly? Not sure. But when we get back, things don't quite look right. First, they come to the beach, and instead of the women playing volleyball while the men cheerlead, it's the opposite now. And this is horrifying.
Yeah, the president is handing out beers.
She's brewski beers.
Brewski beers.
Yeah. She's handing out beers. The Supreme Court are the cheerleaders for volleyball, which is funny. The one that was most bizarre because I don't understand the implication. Earlier in the movie, there are mermaid Barbies. They don't do anything. They're just there. They're around. When they come back and find that everything's slightly different, now there's a male mermaid.
There was a merman Ken who waved goodbye to her.
No, there wasn't.
I'm pretty sure John Cena waved goodbye to her
No, he
when he.
wasn't there at all in the beginning.
I think when she's leaving the first time, he comes out and waves goodbye.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's a shock that there is a male mermaid now.
Maybe I'm wrong.
pretty
Maybe I'm
positive
wrong.
about that because,
But yeah, John
like,
Cena is Merman Ken.
exactly. And then she's like, "Oh, is my big guy thirsty?" And she's like,
Yeah,
the other mermaid.
Dua Lipa is mermaid Barbie, and she puffs
She
up.
gives
My
him
big guy's thirsty. She gives him a beer, and he pretends to drink it because there's nothing in it.
Yeah, it's funny. They see all these different things. They're driving around. They look at what was a Mount Rushmore of Barbies, and now it's a Mount Rushmore of horses. It's so that's so funny to me because, like, I mean, the on the nose, the simple thing would just have it be Ken's now, but it's horses because Ken just loves horses for some reason.
Yeah, and there was a justification given about the horses. That
About why he's into the horses.
Yeah, about why he's into the horses, but I
Oh,
don't
we're
know.
coming to it. We're coming to it.
Okay.
They finally get back to the Barbie dream houses, and what's that? They've been taken over by Kens, and they've turned them into, like, I don't know, like frat houses and stuff with like mini fridges and like guy posters on the wall and stuff like that. The Kens have taken over, and they've turned Barbie Land into a patriarchy. Oh no!
Good.
What are we gonna do? Good. This is honestly some of the best stuff in the movie.
Ken has created. This is where the Shakespearean plot starts to come into play, because Ken has created paradise, and he's going to lose it all for the pursuit of unrequited love, and it's a tragedy.
Yes,
a true tragedy.
He's taken over, and we find the Barbies have all been brainwashed. Keep in mind the word brainwashed. They say the word brainwashed several times, but the only explanation of how Ken has brainwashed, presumably the Kens but more specifically the Barbies, into going along with his new patriarchal utopia, is that he just explained how awesome the patriarchy is to them.
And they just kind of went, well, so I can believe that the Kens would go along with this upon realizing that
they actually aren't second-class citizens anymore.
That they deserve rights and respect and individuality as much as the Barbies do. But the Barbies, let's talk for a minute about how the Barbies, who are, smarter,
they're empowered women, they have all the power, they have all the authority,
who are capable of holding logic and emotion at the same time and not weakening their powers. How on earth, how in Barbie Land did this happen? What?
So, yeah, let's talk about it. So, what the movie says is, Ken says, "I just told them all about the glories of patriarchy." That's all he says. He just told them about everything he learned, and they all went along with it. Now, and so specifically, I don't remember the actress's name. She's been in a couple things. Anyway, she's dressed up as a maid, and she's going around giving them all beers. She says something about how she gives them brewski beers. Yeah, stuff like that, that he calls them brewski beers because, I don't know, it's funny. And so she's been like giving them foot rubs and giving them beers and just kind of like doing whatever they say. This all happens because
it's like a spa day for her brain. She likes that's
a good line. She's like, I like not having to make decisions. It's like a spa day for my brain.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we're gonna get about how the brainwashing happened.
So not even active, like what would you say? Active or underhanded or deliberate brainwashing. He just came back and he's like, guys, in the real world, men rule the world, and they ride horses and they drink beer and they do cool stuff. And he just described the way the world works as he saw it while he was in the real world, and everyone just goes along with it. And the movie calls it brainwashing. And it's like, man, it almost sounds like all the Barbies just prefer it. the
Yeah,
patriarchy.
it almost sounds that way, doesn't it? Yeah, you could be forgiven
For thinking
for thinking
that
that
they just chose it because it sounded better to them.
maybe
But the
they
movie treats it like they've been like put under a magical spell.
read the book and went, you know what? I don't know. This seems we could do this.
So someone said that's just how insidious and dangerous the patriarchy is. That's what the movie thinks
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, and
You know,
I think at one point America Ferraro
yeah,
compares it to the contagion that wiped out the indigenous peoples of North America over 100 years
because they had no
because they
immunity
had no
towards it.
natural immunity to it. So she basically calls it a virus, an intellectual virus. You know, that classic terminology.
And it's strange that she's like, well, they had no immunity against going along with patriarchy. And it's like, well, actually, yes, they did, because their whole society is built around women being in charge. It's all they've ever believed for as long as they've ever been alive. And
Yeah.
so that he comes along and says, actually, it should be the exact opposite. Like, what immunity would they even have? Like, does
What
that even make sense? I'm not sure it does.
I mean, why would they need immunity? Their immunity should just be the fact that it's like, but this is Barbie land. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
I
They're
don't it,
rather
like
weak. They're
it's
rather weak-willed, as it turns out, and they just go along with it.
I mean,
Whatever.
but
They've
what does
all
it
been.
say? What does it say really that like Greta Gerwig created this ideal, this feminist ideal make believe land, right? Where the women are
Mhm.
in control of everything and have all the authority and autonomy and power. And every single one of them, without fail, minus like the weird one,
Well,
turned like
she didn't. Oh, so really quick. So the weird one, just to bolster your point, didn't like interact with Ken at all. If she did, she might have gone along with it.
that's true. We don't know. We don't know. But
The
the
only
president,
ones
the
who
one
does
they
the
elect,
only
your elected leader, your appointed Supreme Court justices, they all went along with it because women are naturally just, I don't know, docile and submissive when men explain things. I don't know. What are you trying to say to me, Greta? I don't. I'm not. I'm a little confused here. Please explain.
It is odd how easily they're brainwashed, considering it would honestly be better. I don't know how you would write it in a way that makes sense if it literally was some sort of magic spell, because all that actually happened is Ken just told them all about it, and he was probably sounded pretty hype, and they all just agreed to it.
Yeah.
And so he has changed everything now. This is no longer Barbie's dream house. This is Ken's. Oh God, what is
Mojo
it?
Dojo Casa House.
Yes, Mojo Dojo Casa House, and they're like, you don't need to say Dojo,
Dojo
Casa,
and
and
you don't need
House.
to say dojo and house or casa.
And he's like, but you do because it's fun. Say it.
And then they start saying it, and Barbie gets all, hey, don't say
Yeah.
that.
Barbie's like, you can't do this. He's like, yeah, watch me, bro. And he's like, so I think this is where we get the scene where he's like, when I was in the real world, a woman asked me for the time. And Ken's like, no way. And he's like, yeah way, bro. And he's like,
He has all three watches on. He has three different watches on at the same time.
to focus on this because I think this is actually the best thing in the whole movie. Ken is a second-class citizen who has like no real role in Barbie world. He's just there to support Barbie without getting anything in return. And it kind of sucks for him. And he's jealous and he has feelings for her, but she doesn't feel anything towards him at all. He doesn't know what to do with his feelings. And he goes into the real world and he finds that he gets respect, like basic human dignity and respect. People ask him for things.
People are polite to him, and
People are polite to him and call him sir. And it's such a like revolution for him. Like that someone asked him for the time and he like basically it's like he got to be useful, which is really, I think, all any man ever wants is to be useful,
to be
And
one, like he says in his song later on, all he wants is to be respected and for her to care about him and take an interest.
Yeah, he just wants to be respected and to be useful. And so a woman asks him for the time in the real world, and he's so blown away that she would care enough to ask him or respect him enough to like ask anything of him. He doesn't have the time for her, but when he goes back to Kenland, he makes sure to wear 3 watches. That way, if anyone ever asks him for the time, he has it. That's so funny. That's so perfect. I think like that's incredible.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it says a lot with a little. And I
when
just
and
think
that all the Kens would be so blown away by this story of someone asking him if he knows what time it is.
yeah.
That all the Kens are so disenfranchised that this small glimmer, this just tiny idea of a story, it sparks revolution in their hearts.
Yes. It's honestly very, very funny.
Yeah,
Like
it's hysterical. I love. This is my favorite part of the movie, honestly.
oh yeah, it's so good. It's so funny, and he's like describing this new place or whatever. And there's a lot of really funny lines here. Like the one that made me laugh on a rewatch that I like missed the first time when he goes like, "Now that Bart, like now that we can do whatever we want, we can cut our hair whatever way we want." And one guy's like, "I have hats now." like, like Ken gets hats now because I want. And it's funny because I didn't think about it on the first time I watched it, but like his hair is Ken's hair, Ryan Gosling's hair is very like matted, perfect, like slicked the way old Ken dolls were, and now he has it all kind of feathered, like he's an 80s hair
80s,
band
yeah,
kind of
hair
thing.
metal band, yeah.
And it's
He's
like that
wearing the
was his
Sylvester
choice.
Stallone Rocky, like the big fur coat that Sylvester
Yep.
Stallone, no shirt, just a
Yep.
vest underneath,
Yep.
and he's got boxing gloves on, just because. He's explained. This is the part also where he explains that horses are actually men extenders.
Yeah, I
Which
think that's right before they show up.
yeah,
Yeah,
is this the point where we can jump into? Because I'm very curious. What was Greta Gerwig's deal with the horses?
I don't know.
Okay, so like somebody in chat said she gave an interview where she tried to
I
explain the
haven't seen
horse
that.
thing, and I apparently it was hard to follow, but I want to know if somebody could summarize this for us. That would be fantastic.
Okay. Let's see. Ken starts to get obsessed with horses when he leaves Barbie Land and visits California. He sees policemen riding stallions, reads about cowboys riding horses in books, and generally starts to equate them with power. You could hypothesize that this has something to do with Western movies, yada yada. But Greta Gerwig says Ken's infatuation is much simpler than that. They really are in some ways like aliens visiting from another planet, Greta told IMDb of Barbie and Ken in the human world. I liked just his confusion about, like, you wouldn't necessarily know who's in charge. Maybe the horses are running more than you think because there's an awful lot of horses and statues and horses and paintings. And you ride horses like you wouldn't immediately know, well, the rider is the one doing it, she said. So I like that there was this confusion that he just loved horses and he thought maybe they're really running it all, which I thought was sort of terrific. That's the quote. There's an idea there. It doesn't come across super well. The closest we get to it is him saying, like, at first I thought men were in charge. And then for a second, I thought maybe the horses were in charge. Then I realized is the horses are just men extenders. So I guess he realized that men actually are in charge.
Yeah, so then he realized that men were in charge and the horses weren't.
Yes. So for a brief moment, he thought maybe it was the horses that were in charge. I guess that's why he carved the horses into Mount Rushmore. I don't know.
That was an early draft of Patriarchy, I guess.
It's I don't know. It's a fun little detail that he just is really obsessed with the men on horses. Because I think something about it works. It doesn't have to mean a whole lot, I think.
Although it is a good question though. Like, how many horses could he reasonably expect to see in fucking LA?
Well, he saw 2 policemen on horses, and I guess he read the rest in books and saw them on that like giant screen.
When he saw one on the Davy Crockett Junior High.
True, like men on horses. Yep.
Yeah,
the horses are fun.
Interesting.
And he likes the fringe of the cowboy outfit. I don't know. He wants to be a cowboy. Ken is a horse girl.
It was fun when I was trying to Google this, like, before we got to this point, and there's an article, I think from Polygon, of course, that Barbie has failed the horse girls from representation.
Oh, shut up.
Well, you're talking Ken's a horse girl.
Ken is a horse girl, as we all know. So
that should be Kenough.
God damn it. And how do we wrap up this scene? He says a couple. Because I think one of my favorite moments is he's like, at the very end of it, he describes a couple other things. Maybe we'll remember them as we go. But at the end, he says, like, and by the way, this isn't like, you can't, like, this isn't Barbie's dream house anymore. And this isn't Barbie's dream house anymore. And she's like, you can't do this to me. And he's like, oh, literally and figuratively, watch me. And then she's upset, and he's like, it doesn't feel very good, does it? And it's like, ooh,
Yeah.
there's some bitterness there. I
Yeah.
like, there's such an interesting arc here. If they landed it well, this could be really interesting
Mm-hmm.
about, like, and if this was written like 15, 20 years ago, it could have had a better ending. But I just don't think it was it was in the cards that they could have resolved this in a way that I wouldn't hate nowadays,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the idea that, like,
Well, I really liked that, and then I liked
just
the scene immediately after, where he puts on 2 pairs of sunglasses and goes, "Every night is boys' night."
yeah. He puts on the extra pair, yeah. And so it's kind of revenge, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of revenge on her for shunning him and not giving him the time of day, and being, treating him like shit, like he's nothing and worthless. And it's like, how does it feel, huh? And so you would think, when this happened in the movie, I was like, ooh, what we could do is have Barbie learn that, oh, maybe, that Ken's struggle could mirror the feminist struggle. That's
Yeah.
what it seems like they're doing when you're at this point in the movie. That, like, by the end, they'd find some sort of balance and equality in Barbie Land. But they don't.
No.
They don't. They pay some lip service to it, but mostly everything returns to normal in Barbie Land, where women go back to being in control.
Yeah, but
It's
then,
like,
but
what are
like,
you
oh,
guys
but
doing?
Ken has the apparatus to gain some, ground,
like,
because
the
it's still
answer
bitter. It's
the answer
not
to
like,
Ken yeah, the answer to Ken is so hollow. We'll get to it. But, like, yeah. Anyway, so that's, like, the main conflict. Now we've realized that the real conflict is about saving Barbie Land from Ken, who's
yes,
turned it into a frat bro patriarchy full of mini fridges and brewski beers.
yes, and Hummers and Mojo Dojo Casa
And
houses.
oh god, he's so funny in this scene, because when he's like, if you want to, you can be my bride wife or my long distance,
My long term, low commitment, distance casual girlfriend.
yeah, like, those are the two options he gives her, and she doesn't want either. And he's like, will you brewski beer me? And she's like, no, I won't brewski beer you. And he's like, that's fine. Like, all the humor with him, this is like how he delivers it. It's so good. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah, and so Barbie. Then they have that scene where Ken's like emotionally, wrecked, and he's yelling at her to take her clothes with her, and he's throwing him off the balcony, and they're like freezing in the air to do a little brand deal thing, which is funny. I like that part.
Yeah,
she's screaming about it,
yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, good.
And so
good.
and then Barbie's like, I can't do this. I give up. I'm just gonna wait for one of the more leadership oriented Barbies to figure out what to do here. And at first, America and her daughter are gonna give up on Barbie and go back to the real world. And then they're like, you know what? We gotta stay. We gotta help save Barbie Land.
I wanna just, that was one of my favorite bits of like physical comedy from Margot Robbie in this movie, where she sits down, but she extends her legs and arms like a Barbie sitting down, and then she tips over on her side, keeping them straight, and then like rolls over onto her face. That was just funny. I liked that. I thought it was a good touch.
Yeah, no, she's good in this movie. I think she's really good. I mean,
her arc. She doesn't have as good of an arc to work with as Ryan
her character
Gosling.
isn't, but her performance is good. I think she's quite good in this movie. Yeah. And so they decide to stay and help, and so they take Barbie. Well, I'm glossing over some of the details because I'm trying to push ahead, because we have a 3-hour movie to talk about after this.
Oh boy! So. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they basically, they come to a realization that they need to, be mother and daughter again, and let's go back and help. And so they come back, and then we get the unbrainwashing scene, which
well, so they go to Weird Barbie. And they have a couple of the Barbies there. One of them who's brainwashed. Some of them who are just weird outcasts.
One of them is Skipper.
Yeah, like the Misfit Toys kind of thing. And so they're like, well, how are we going to, it's hopeless. There's no way to fix this problem. And Barbie is like Barbie's like in an existential crisis. She's miserable. She's lying on the ground and they're like trying to get her back. And America says something to her like, what's wrong? And she's like, I'm not pretty anymore. I'm not perfect. I used to be perfect and now I'm not. And then there's this meta, like fourth wall breaking narrator joke that comes in that says, like, if note to the filmmakers, if they wanted to make this point, they shouldn't have cast Margot Robbie.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah.
And I chuckled the first time, but on a rewatch, I actually think that joke just doesn't work at all and is actually kind of obnoxious. So I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because what the movie thinks it's doing is having Margot Robbie go, I'm not pretty, and then we all go, yeah, you're Margot Robbie though. Like you don't get to feel like you're not pretty because you are pretty. You know what I mean? Which is kind of weird, and there's a little bit of bitterness to that I don't like. But the joke itself just doesn't work because she's stereotypical Barbie. She's like perfect and beautiful and all this stuff like that. And then she doesn't feel that. She's starting to not feel that way anymore because she's sad, because she has cellulite, because her feet aren't flat, because she's like crumbling a bit. So she doesn't feel perfect anymore. Part of feeling pretty for her is that she's perfect. And so you don't get to say like, well, you can't make this point if you cast Margot Robbie. And it's like, well, you couldn't do any of the other stuff if you cast someone who wasn't as pretty. Like it has to be someone like Margot Robbie for any of the other stuff to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's treating it like, oh, this point would work better if it was Amy Schumer. And it's like, well, then none of the rest of it would work. Because like, could you imagine Amy Schumer in any of the other scenes?
Can you imagine Margot Robbie just slowly transforms into Amy Schumer? And so she has to go to the real world to stop from becoming Amy Schumer? That would have, I mean,
oh my
that's
God,
a horror
that's incredible.
movie. Yeah.
That's that's good. Yeah, no, but it's this weird kind of slightly bitter, jealous joke where it's like it feels like at the expense of Margot Robbie specifically in a way that I don't like. You know,
Feminism.
It's weird. I don't
by
think
women for women.
I don't think that joke works at all. Anyway,
no, yeah, fair. I mean, it's one of the fourth wall breaking meta jokes are always like iffy for me.
They're a risk. Yeah. Some of them in this movie they just don't work based on the characters and the writing and how it's been set up.
That's good. I have reverse Shallow Hal. That would have been an interesting Barbie movie.
So, and then America Ferrero launches into a speech, and we're not gonna bother reading through the whole thing or anything like that. It's the worst scene in the movie. She's like, she starts off, it is literally impossible to be a woman. Like you can't be like you have to be thin, but you can't be too thin. So you have to say like you have
but you
to
can't
be,
say you have to be
I'm
thin.
just gonna read through it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find
the transcript, but I can get started a little bit. She says something about you have to be thin, but you can't want to be thin. So you have to say you want to be healthy, but you still have to be thin. Yeah, like there's a bunch of them in this that are basically her just describing struggles of like people trying to live in the world without hurting everybody's feelings, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's just kind of
there's a couple big things that are wrong with it. One is that a lot of the things she's describing, and I'll find that speech in a second, but a lot of the things she's describing are just what it's like to be a person, not to just be a woman, but the movie thinks that they're exclusively female problems. So there's that. The other thing that's wrong with it is that she says numerous times about how impossible it is to be a woman under the patriarchy, but a lot of the things she brings up about how like you have to say you want to be healthy, you can't say you want to be thin, or you can't be so attractive or pretty that you make other women feel bad. And it's like, that's not a patriarchy thing. That's like that's a problem with like woke, like leftist women, right? You know what I mean? Like they're not all coming from the same source, these problems or these things that you have to bump up against. Like these are only impossible if you just literally take them all on board and there's literally no reason to. And then the last thing to say about it is that, like, even if you agree with a lot of this, it's like, quit bitching. Like, this is just like, it's being a person is hard. This whole woe is me thing is just super grating to me. It's just like, oh, shut up. Like, that's what I kept thinking during this scene. It's like, oh, this is so insufferable. It's like, oh, it's so impossible to be a woman. It's like, literally, no, it isn't. Generations of women did it so that you could be here and complain about it. It's like, shut up.
So she starts off with, somehow we're always doing it wrong. You have to want to be thin, but not too thin. And you can't say you want to be thin. You have to say you want to be healthy, but you also have to be thin. And then she says, you have to dedicate yourself. This is a paraphrase. Like, she says something about, you have to dedicate yourselves to motherhood, but you can't talk about your kids too much because that's, unbearable. And you have to have money, but you can't ask people for money because that's crass. And then you have to be the boss, but you can't be mean and you can't be aggressive because that's just not, that, because then you'll, take shit
Yeah,
from
so
men.
that's a perfect one that, like, for whatever reason, a lot of women only think applies to women, where it's like, oh, you have to be a boss and you have to be assertive, but you actually have to, but also you have to value other people's ideas. And it's like, yeah, that's what being a leader is, and that's what you have to do to be any good at it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm
Like,
sorry, that's just the way it
well,
works.
and, fathers who talk about their kids too much get shit too. Like,
Yeah,
that's like,
yeah,
that
yeah.
is that is if a dad's entire life is his children, people is his wife and children, people tend to call him whipped, or like they
Mhm.
act like he doesn't have any other interests, which like it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that she gets to this point. She
It's a
says
long monologue
it's
too.
really
It
long, and it
it
like
goes on and on and
the
on.
part about like you have to have money, but you can't ask people for money because that's crass. Like, yeah, you can't just beg people for money. Nobody can do that. That's not just a
Yeah,
problem with women. Like, everybody
yeah,
gets
all
annoyed
of
at
it.
the people begging for money. You know,
Mm.
like, if all you do is think about money, like, everybody gets annoyed. And
Yeah,
she
and it's like
says,
there's this weird attitude where it's like, "Oh, you can't say you wanna be thin, you have to say you wanna be healthy." And it's like, why don't you just wanna be healthy? Like, what
like,
it's a very, very simple solution. You could simplify all this. Like, there's nothing contradictory there. You know what I mean? It's just like you're creating all these problems for yourself and then whining about the patriarchy for giving you these problems.
yeah, like, well,
Oh,
and
that's crazy.
yeah, it's nuts. It's really annoying. It's a long speech. She concludes it with, "I'm just so tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie herself in knots so people will like us." And it's, again,
Everybody wants people to like them.
yeah, this
What do
is
you
a
think
problem of,
Ken's whole thing in this movie is?
yeah. And then
Ken's
she's
whole thing in this movie is that he wants you to notice and like him. And he's tying himself in knots to get your attention.
So she concludes with, "If all of that is also true for a doll just representing a woman, then I don't even know." So basically, she's going off on the idea that her daughter put forth about how Barbie is like, because there's the one idea that Barbie has a career and she's the president and she's every member of the Supreme Court and she's an astronaut and she, owns her own house. She has her own car. She does all this. But then there's the idea that she's given women body image issues and like all like young girls resent Barbie because they don't look like Barbie and all that. So she's ranting at that about how like, oh my gosh, the patriarchy did that. No, women did that. That is like the women who are playing with Barbie are the ones who are comparing themselves to Barbie. That's not like a woman invented Barbie for
Yeah.
girls to play with. It was not pushed like by men necessarily. It was not like that is not a problem with an overarching patriarchal structure of society. That is
Well,
a
that yeah, just to reinforce your point, it's like along like the target of a lot of that sort of like feminist scorn has been like magazine covers and things like that. For a long time, they've
yeah.
been sort of going after that. I don't know if they still do, but they used to a lot more anyway. And it's like, you know that women are buying those magazines, right? Like they're the ones buying them. And so the magazines are catering to women and they're putting things on the magazines that women will want and buy and read. So it's like, yeah, it's a problem, but why are you like, you're making it into like this thing that it sounds like the patriarchy is putting overly attractive women on covers to bring women down. And it's really that these magazines are putting very attractive women on covers because those are the covers that sell to women. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, there's just no nuance to anything in her speech, but like, it's just,
there's no nuance, and it's just she writes it's such broad strokes that it applies to pretty much everybody. But it makes it all
oh,
about the women.
I want to respond to someone in the comments that like popular arguments are that patriarchy instills those values in women. It's like, yeah, popular arguments are that like the patriarchy is just so brainwashing that women have no agency or control over their lives and their interests, and like none of their buying behaviors, reading behaviors, or anything like that are explained by what they actually want and value. It's all just like societal brainwashing, and I just think that's incredibly cringe.
Yeah, well, it's one of those like painting. It's one of those things where like painting with broad strokes, right? Where it's like, okay, well, if you're a woman, you must think this way, and if you don't, you must be brainwashed. Or it's just
Hmm.
like, no, like what if they disagree? What if the woman disagrees with your point? Well, they're brainwashed. That's it. The only reason.
Yeah, unless they are lower on the privilege hierarchy than you, in which case you need to listen and
Yeah, shut up and
value.
listen.
Yeah, it's all very confused. I hate this speech. I think it's really bad for the most part. There's a couple little things that are like understandable and relatable, but it's like a lot of these are just like you don't have to believe all of these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, nobody's forcing you to believe any of that, really. That's kind of like it's all a thing with your own perception.
It's just it's so
And
yeah.
it's really obnoxious that they make it all about basically as if those problems are only faced by women in the real world because no man's ever felt insecure about his body or his monetary situation or anything like that, any of those other things, or about whether or not he's taking enough interest in things that aren't his family. No man's ever felt insecure about that, right? So,
No.
like, clearly, it's only with women. They insist that it's a problem only with women, and then this happens to be the thing that somehow snaps the Barbies out of the brainwashing of the
Yeah.
patriarchy.
Going on this screed about how complicated and how impossible and contradictory it is to be a woman is the magic spell that breaks them out of their brainwashing. So, which reinforces that the conclusion of this movie is that we don't really have any conclusive answers about gender because it's all so complicated. You just gotta accept the sort of contradictory nature of it. The whole thing's incredibly confused. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it offers nothing in the way of conclusion. It sort of actually acts like, you know, that this is a satisfying enough conclusion. You know what I mean? Just acknowledging how complicated and messy real life is enough to break you out of the spell of the patriarchy. It's like, okay, sure, go for it.
fine, whatever. I guess we're I guess that's what we're doing. And so they hatch a plan after this has freed the one brainwashed Barbie in
They're
their
like, oh, this
group.
works, and so we just got to talk about
We just got to
how.
get the Barbies alone with you so you can tell them all about all this stuff, basically.
Mm-hmm. And so that's what they do. They start and they're like, oh, here are ways of distracting the men. We're going to pretend to be bad at sports to
We're gonna
distract and
pretend not to
manipulate them.
know about Photoshop. We're gonna pretend, and this is how empowering of a movie for women to sit there and look at it and go, yeah, how are the women gonna solve this problem that they have? Well, they're gonna be really manipulative.
Oh, and it gets worse because we haven't even gotten to the worst part. So
Well,
they're like, okay, if they're doing little sneaky things to like distract the men, like ask them to like pretend you haven't seen The Godfather before, and then he'll tell you
yeah,
all about it, and that will distract him for a while. Like there's something kind of funny about that, except for the fact that like none of these Barbies should know what The Godfather is. It's a meta joke, whatever. But where it gets really bad is they because their final so they're first thing they do, get all the Barbies back on board, right? They talk to them about modern feminism, and that breaks the spell of patriarchy. And then what are they going to do? They have to stop the Kens because, oh yeah, part of their plan is to rewrite the Constitution to turn the government in Barbie Land into a government for the Kens by the Kens. It's never said what that means. The only implication is that they're trying to like instill patriarchy into their constitution, which like God only knows what that actually entails. But they need to distract the Kens from doing that somehow. So the plan they come up with, very empowering, as you already mentioned, is to emotionally abuse and manipulate the Kens into fighting each other.
By
That way they'll
pretending
be
to take
distracted.
interest in the things that the Ken, by basically
Yes.
just pretending to show interest in things that the Kens are passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
They're that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna pretend like they're interested in that they share common interests with the Kens,
And then at the perfect moment, they're gonna like go cold on them and go hit on a different Ken instead, so that they'll become jealous.
Yeah,
that's their plan.
That is the empowered feminist Barbie's plan for taking back their country,
for winning the day. It should be mentioned, for saving the day, for returning the matriarchal society back to the matriarchal society it was before. They literally just kind of like emotionally abuse the Kens.
Yeah.
And I was watching this with my girlfriend in the theater. It was Thursday night, packed theater. There were a lot of laughs. People were really enjoying the movie for the most part. I mean, Jen and I were enjoying some things about it, but the first act especially was pretty funny, and then it started to go downhill. And then that America Ferrera speech was pretty bad. And then when this scene came on, like we looked at each other like, oh my God, like I can't believe they're actually doing this. Like this is so villainous,
Yeah.
So to be specific, what they do is they all pretend to be interested in Ken's music. So Ken is playing a Matchbox 20 song called Push on the guitar, and he's playing it and singing it for her, and it's very funny, by the way. He's very passionate about it. He's being such a bro about it, and he's singing this song, and they're pretending to be interested. And their plan is at the perfect moment, like when they get to the crescendo of the song, they're going to like walk away and go start flirting with one of the other Kens, like specifically to like break his heart, and then have him get mad at the other Ken, and then they'll start fighting each other. And I'm watching this scene. I'm like, how does anyone feel good watching this scene? Like, it's just so gross. It's really gross.
It's especially when you get into this leads into the big musical number at the end when the Kens are at war and Ryan Gosling is singing about what he wants. Yes. And he's basically just saying like, yeah, I want somebody. Is one of the lines is, "What's it gonna take for her to be the man behind the tan and fight for me?" And it's just like, I would like somebody to respect me, to want to be with me, to take an interest in the things that I'm interested in, even if it's passing, and like to share, to be able to open up about certain emotional things. And it's like, this is the villain. This is what the villain of the movie wants is somebody to care about him and to share mutual interests and be excited about The Godfather or Porsches or something. Like, I mean, what? Come on, man.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the villains like pretend to be interested in the things he's passionate about and then make him jealous, and in order to trick him.
Yeah, in order to trick him into fighting other people so that we can make sure that they don't get to have a say in the government.
Yeah. Unironically, that's what the movie does. And to Dave in the comments who said, we can't win the argument on merit, so let's emotionally manipulate them. Yeah. No, they never once try to convince the Kens. Because remember, the only reason the Barbies become brainwashed is because Ken just convinced them of how cool patriarchy is. They aren't able to convince them against that idea, so they use the magic spell of talking about feminism to them, which I guess you could call that convincing them, whatever. But with the Kens, they don't convince them that what they're doing is wrong, or that maybe you could find a compromise, maybe.
No, of course not. Of course not. because the Barbies got super super brainwashed pretty quickly, even though they
Yes.
were at like they had all the. This is the interest. So Jack was saying earlier, yeah, this is exactly what Ken did for the other Kens, except that it's not,
No, it isn't.
because the Barbies had everything, right? They had everything under their own control, and then somehow, for some reason that happened off screen that there is no explanation for, they just willingly gave it all up to be servants.
Because Ken told them that he told them what he saw in the real world, and they all went along with it.
Yeah,
It's not at all the same.
for
of
the Kens,
emotionally.
for the
Yeah, they
Kens,
didn't
it's like, wait a
emotionally
minute.
abuse the Barbies.
Yeah, the Kens are just like, wait a minute, we can do that. Like, we can have a vote. We can have, like, wait, that's great. We should do that. For them, they're disenfranchised already. For the Barbies, apparently it just sounded cool. It just sounded like that would be something they'd like to do. And then it took a real person to remind them that it's difficult to be a woman, and so they should not be slaves. What? No, not the same.
No, it's not at all the same.
No, and that being realistic, like, they can't physically overpower the Kens. They could come to a compromise.
Yeah, they could come to a compromise.
They could try talking. They could try talking to them. Maybe try using the feminist argument on the Kens and see what happens.
Yeah. No, it does not make sense for the message for the Kens. What are you talking about? No, it doesn't. There's no excuse for this. Honestly, the Kens get their way because they just say, this is how it is in the real world, and it's pretty cool, and everyone goes, oh yeah, that'd be nice. And the Barbies say, oh, let's pretend like we're interested in them, and then make them jealous so they'll turn on each other
and fight and forget to do the thing that they want to do. Like, let's make them fight over us so that they forget that they don't have rights. Basically.
It's not the same. It's not the same at all.
But we do get a pretty cool musical number out of it.
Yeah, so that's the thing. There's always like a little, like, peppered in there, like little tiny things I like, little funny moments. He gets a musical number. It's pretty fun. They get a dance scene that looks very much like it's from Singing in the Rain. That's pretty fun. Stuff like that. And while they're busy fighting, eventually, I forget, how does the fight resolve? Do they eventually?
They basically just realize, wait a minute, we're all Kens. What are we doing? We're all Kens. Yeah. We deserve a little bit of respect, and we should, stop fighting and just be happy to be Kens. And then they realize that they were supposed to vote, and then the vote doesn't happen. The Barbies basically go like, nah, no rights, back to the Barbies, and everything.
Okay, sorry, Jack. You said by caring about the approval of women, it's letting the women dictate their self-worth. They can need to learn to love themselves and build self-confidence. So are you actually saying that it's good the Barbies emotionally manipulate them in order to teach them that they shouldn't care about what women think of them? Really? That's the lesson? That's the lesson because they're living their Ken lives or whatever. He really wants Barbie to like him, but she doesn't. So he's like, that's fine. I'll just do Kendom the way I want to do it. And they're like, oh, well, I'll pretend to be interested in you and then lie to you and then trick you into fighting each other. And this is really just really a good natured way of me telling you that you need to love and accept yourself more. Really?
Because they knew that they weren't in any real danger. There's no weapons. They were just hitting each other with pool noodles and giving each other noogies. So it's fine, right?
Nah, man.
Yeah, that's pretty
hard to disagree.
Yeah. But the Barbie's plan works. The Kens have a little bit of a crisis moment where they gallop in like Monty Python back to the dream house cul-de-sac.
Mm-hmm.
And Gosling Ken breaks down when he realizes that Barbie Land is no longer the Kendom. And he runs inside and everybody's kind of like, is he crying? And then Margot Barbie goes to him. It has kind of a funny line where she's telling him it's okay that you're crying, and he goes, I'm a liberated man. I understand that crying's not weak.
No, that's not the lesson. They still live by the rules of the matriarchy Barbie Land sets up by making them feel inadequate unless the Barbies approve of them, even in the Kendom. No, in the Kendom, that's actually not true at all. The only one who cares about what the Barbies think is Ken, just because he still really likes Barbie, but he's still living his best life with the Kens. They all seem pretty happy, honestly.
The only one who doesn't seem happy is the Barbie who came back from the real world.
Yeah.
Because the other ones have no agency, really. I guess.
No, and the other Kens don't really either, to be honest with you.
No, yeah, they don't. But the difference really is that they never have. You know, they've never really been presented that way. The Barbies are presented as having
the main
been.
point here is that things are not good for the Kens, and then they kind of over course correct, trying, because the real world, his warped version of the real world is better.
It's like a frat house. Yeah, it's a frat boy's idea.
He comes back and he explains what he thinks he saw in the real world, and they're all like, "Actually, that sounds pretty good. Let's do that." And the Barbies are like, "No, that can't be allowed." And instead of compromising or trying to convince them otherwise, we're going to trick them by lying to them and pretending to be interested in them and then having them turn on each other. Like, that's not heroic. There's nothing heroic about that. It's actually kind of villainous. Yeah, they literally fight each other because they get jealous of the other Kens talking to the other Barbies because the
Barbies emotionally manipulated them into doing that.
Consciously, knowing that that's what would happen. Was that some sort of benevolent gesture on the part of the Barbies? Is that what you're arguing? Or were they just trying to teach them a lesson?
About their own male fragility?
So, conflict is over. They stopped the the Kens from changing the Constitution, whatever that means. Who knows? And then, their answer to the Kens is so hollow. If the Kendom can self-destruct because of infighting, that's a major flaw. They can still have the ideal Kendom without caring about... I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Are you actually defending the Barbies or not? That's the criticism we're making. That what the Barbies do here is actually kind of villainous. Are you defending that or not? I'll await your response. In the meantime, their answer to the Kens is like, you know what? You actually, why do you care so much about what Barbies think? Maybe you're enough on your own, and I'm not actually interested in you. I, don't have feelings for you, so maybe you just need to find yourself. And that magically works and answers all of his problems, even though it's basically nothing.
It's almost like they could have done that before emotionally manipulating them into a giant fight.
Yes, if it was that easy, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Barbie self-destructed also just because Ken told them about what the real world's like. Yeah, so both of them are incredibly fragile. So what's your point? Yeah, it's nonsense. The answer they give to Ken, because Ken's struggle is that, like, well, in Barbie Land, I didn't have any respect. My whole life revolved around Barbie, and I didn't have any autonomy, and I didn't have any individuality.
The reason I was created was to be your accessory. Yeah.
And then I found the real world and that I actually get all those things, and I'm like, I want that.
I want Barbie Land to look more like that. So he comes back, he overcorrects,
and he does.
Everybody just goes along with it, and they call it brainwashing.
And then the conclusion of the movie is not to find a compromise between the two, but to tell him to go back to the way things were, except that this time, maybe you just focus on yourself. Like, that's nothing. That's hollow. You've said nothing, actually. You just need to love yourself more. Like, that's really the conclusion of the movie. Like, that solves anything. Barbie Land is so self-destructive, it needs to hypnotize its residents to maintain itself in the face of one guy with a new idea. Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
the conclusion for Ken's arc, the movie's answer to Ken is utterly vacuous and doesn't resolve the conflict at all. And they like the whole "I am Knuff" thing. It's like kind of funny, but it's like not an answer to the problem at all. I mean, Ryan Gosling sells it as best as he can, trying to pretend like what Margot Robbie just said to him was profound. It's not. It's
Maybe
nothing.
it's Barbie and it's Ken.
Well, what does that mean? Like we're not living in an egalitarian society here. It's just like maybe like the implication is that you don't need to be so dependent on me for affirmation. You just focus on yourself more. And it's like, what does that mean for him? The movie doesn't it doesn't find a
No.
balance between the two. It doesn't. And if this was like a feminist movie from like 10, 15 years ago, it probably would have. You know, the way a movie like Mean Girls or those kind of movies do try to find a balance in the end, you know, where back when feminism cared about equality between the sexes. When women were given the right to vote, but in the Barbie land, no one has any qualifications for anything because nothing matters. It's not an apt metaphor.
I mean, even if it was, though, why has it not reflected the change that's happened since women were given the right to vote in Barbie Land? If it's a mirror.
That.
If it's an alternate universe sort of town in Sweden mirror, and the Kens are sort of representative of that, why haven't there been any strides made? And what's the problem with stepping forward and catching up when you have the opportunity to do so after a revolution was just staged? I mean, this is like kind of the ultimate spot to do it, right?
It's not like it's in Barbie Land. It is actually as simple as just making a Supreme Court Ken.
Yeah, what are they really doing? Honestly,
it is actually that simple. Like, or just like giving them their own house. You know,
yeah,
or like letting them do sports or whatever instead of just standing around. No, you think I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the opposite. You said so the Kens can begin working to become those things. There is no working to become anything in Barbie Land. It's the same day over and over and over again. Like that's equilibrium for Barbie Land is just like here's the state of things and then we just play that out every day. There's no like long struggle of like the Kens becoming more like it doesn't make any sense. It's not a balance between anything. We tricked the men into fighting against themselves so we could prevent them from creating a patriarchy. And instead of finding a balance between the two, because this is supposed to be an idyllic world, right? But it's not an idyllic world where there's perfect balance between the sexes because the movie doesn't think that that would be good. Which is why it's not advocating for that. What it advocates for is that no, it goes back to the way it was where women are in charge and maybe you just focus on yourself.
Maybe eventually you'll earn the right to have some kind of say in the way things are done here. Eventually, after we live out the same day over and over and over again.
It doesn't make any sense. It's confusing at best.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's a Barbie thing, right? So it's you know, you could maybe make the argument, like, if you hadn't gone through this whole movie showing us the disenfranchisement of the Kens, you might be able to make an argument that, like, okay, yeah, Barbie Land needs to be that way because it's Barbie Land and that's the way it needs to be, right? But you've shown us that this is a problem, and then you haven't solved the problem. You just set things back to zero and went, yeah, but eventually maybe. And that's it.
The climax of the film is that they won't reset the world all over again. The Kens are always dumb, and now they will get to learn how to do the things Barbies can do. I mean, most of the Barbies are just as dumb. The Kens are not significantly more dumb than the Barbies. This is all like...
This is the seeds of the Russian Revolution, yes. The Kens are now aware of their oppression. The underground
Yeah.
Kenism.
The answer, like the main conflict of the movie essentially becomes Ken going too far and trying to make Barbie Land like what he thinks the real world is. And instead of finding a balance between one problematic extreme and another problematic extreme, it just goes back to the first problematic extreme while paying some minor lip service to the Kens. Like maybe they'll focus more on themselves and not be so obsessed with, you know, being subservient to Barbie anymore. But like they don't, it's so hollow. There's nothing there.
But it's a metaphor. So, let's just not dissect it too much because it really just kind of exists for the narrator to make that little quip at the end.
Yeah, it doesn't it's not a good mirror for the real world at all in any real sense. And they had an opportunity to just tell an interesting story, but the the drive, the pressure that they feel internally to try to make this about gender broadly forces them and twists them into this weird pretzel trying to like conclude this story in a way that makes social commentary sense but doesn't make narrative sense. And then even when you think about the social commentary, it's kind of contradictory and muddled to say the least.
Well, and
And
what's
also,
even
you never
worse.
answered the question of like whether it was villainous to emotionally manipulate them to get what they want in the end instead of just talking to them or convincing them. But that's all right. But
Do,
there's no such thing as
do they
the characters
understand that?
understand while the real world isn't perfect, it's still better than the matriarchy patriarchy. Then why don't all the Barbies and the Kens go into the real world? For all those characters, like Ken doesn't go to the real world at the end. He doesn't go to the balanced real world. He stays here in Barbie Land where he has no real power and he's just
But
told
he
to focus
hasn't. But he
on
has a
himself
comfy
more.
looking hoodie that says "I am Kenuff."
He's just told to focus on himself more and just learn to accept himself. He doesn't go to the real world. Barbie's the only one that goes to the real world because suddenly she's decided that that's good for her
Well,
again.
and I was just gonna say, like, after we've spent all this time basically being like, we've spent the good portion of Act 2 and 3 so far, um, basically having Barbie's goal be to make Barbie Land back to what it was, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
she wants to set it back up. She wants to be perfect again. She's tired of all the real world stuff, and she doesn't want to go there. And now, all of a sudden, after all that's over, we've got people asking, "What's her ending?" And Will Ferrell comes out to just be like, "Well, what do you want your ending to be?" And she says, "I don't know. I'm not really sure. I have an ending." And then the creator woman, Ruth, comes out
Shows up
and shows up
magically.
magically and gives some speech about like no woman looks like Barbie except of course the woman that we cast to look like Barbie. And then she
Yeah,
basically
sorry, really quick, hammer that point a little harder. I think it's important.
yeah, so Ruth shows up and has a whole thing about like Barbie. I created Barbie because I wanted an idea, all that. She's like, I don't look like Barbie. No real woman looks like Barbie, except that Margot Robbie looks like Barbie, and that's why
And
you
all the
cast her as
people you
Barbie. And all
cast
the
as all
people
the
you
other
cast as
Barbies.
Barbies are all Barbies.
Plenty of people are actually really attractive like that.
Yeah, just saying. Like, there's a lot of Barbie looking people out there. Like, maybe not exactly, the size up of the doll, but it's feminine beauty is not unobtainable by any means. But basically, Margot Robbie's Barbie decides that now she wants to be a real girl. And so they have a very long scene again where Ruth explains to her, like, well, being a real person's difficult. It's not as easy as being a Barbie. And she just kind of goes like, yeah, okay. And it takes a while. It feels like it's a minute and a
Yeah.
half almost, but it goes on forever. It feels like it goes on forever. And then she just kind of like this ghost of the Barbie creator touches her hands, tells her to just go ahead and feel. And all of a sudden now she's a real woman. There's a weird montage of just people doing happy things, mothers and daughters doing happy stuff together.
Oh god, that was really cringe.
Yeah, like, and then then we get the little essentially post credits scene of her driving around with America Ferraro and the teenage daughter and the cringe dad who's married to a Hispanic woman, but everybody makes fun of him for trying to learn Spanish to connect with his wife.
Yeah,
because
okay. So when people talk about like an anti-male attitude in the movie, I think it's a bit reductive, but it does rear its ugly head a few times. And where it really rears its head is little moments like this, where the dad, who's just been absent from the story, which is fine, he doesn't
yeah,
need to
whatever. He
be
doesn't need to be
there,
there.
but they make fun of him for not already knowing Spanish and for trying to learn Spanish, and like they just make fun of him for it. Really cringe, and it's like, why are we, and he's just a punching bag for no reason. He barely needs to be in the movie at all, but he's just there to be a punching bag. And it's like, man, the only like confident, assertive men in the movie are the Kens,
And
and
they're villains.
specifically and Ken, and he's the villain. And the answer to his sort of assertiveness is to just, just focus on yourself. And that's that problem solved. It's like,
Yeah.
and
So then this
like
dad gets, dragged, raked across the coals for attempting to learn his wife's native language, presumably, and he's not doing a great job, but he's practicing and he's trying.
yeah.
But so she gets out of
Very
the,
cool to belittle people for their efforts.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
cool.
He gets called. He gets called out for appropriating because he says some kind of political slogan to her before she goes off for an appointment, an undisclosed appointment that everybody's hyping her up for. She's very excited and nervous, and everybody's so proud of her for getting her act together and getting ready to go in. And she goes into the building, and she walks up to the receptionist, and she gives her name as Barbara Handler, the daughter of Ruth. It's a nice little moment, I think, because Ruth named Barbie after her daughter Barbara. And then the woman asks her, "And what are you here for today?" And she says, "I'm here to see my gynecologist." And that's where
Roll
the movie ends.
credits.
And I actually liked that joke. I thought that was kind of funny. That like the idea of becoming a real woman means you have to go to a gynecologist, which, Dave, I remember your comment from earlier, would make it less of a trans allegory and more of a trans dig in a way. But who am I to? I could see that, huh?
I think it has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with that. It's just
It's a
it's
rite
just
of passage, and now that you're a real flesh and blood woman and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's the note to end on. Sure, that's fine.
Oh, wait, we skipped over one of my favorite lines in the movie is when Ruth and Barbie are walking through that white space, and Ruth says to her, "Human beings are sad and whatever, and they make up ideas like Barbie and patriarchy to feel better about themselves," which was just interesting because I think we got her dead to rights, boys. She said patriarchy's made up.
I'm sure the movie thinks what she's saying is that like patriarchy is like an ideology that was made up to control people or whatever, but it's much funnier to interpret it as like the idea that we live in a patriarchy is just made up. It's funny.
Yeah, that it's just a lot of it's interesting because like you can imagine a lot of it.
Okay,
Like,
sorry, I'm going to interrupt you.
go for it.
Jack, you had me in the first half. It's a joke that has to do with the dolls now having genitals, obviously, duh, of course, and implies Barbie wanting to become a mother. No, it doesn't.
I don't know about that.
It does not imply that. What are you talking about?
You could probably
You're crazy, man.
You could probably like if you want to go there and
If
read
you
that.
want to write that fan fiction in your head, go for it, man. But there's literally nothing to indicate that Barbie wants to be a mom. It's not there.
Unless you,
Not in the
unless you
movie.
want to take that montage of mothers and daughters doing stuff as her desire of wanting to be a mom. That would have
No,
been an interesting story, though, if she decided she wanted to be a mother, wouldn't it?
I would have liked that, honestly. That could have been interesting if, like, the one thing that she'll never have in Barbie Land is that the ability to, create
that would
life
have
and
been.
sustain life and all the sort of troubles and joys that come with that. That would be a really interesting story. I think that's not what happened, though. There was that montage of like mother-daughter relationships that just felt like a very ham-fisted way of giving the movie heart where it didn't have it, and like trying to imbue the mother-daughter relationship between America Ferraro and her daughter with any sort of like emotional weight.
Yeah, I just said, Jack.
It was rather lacking, I would say.
I just said the thing about it's a nice touch that Barbie calls herself Barbara Handler, which is the name of Ruth's daughter. But yeah, it is there. She does take that. They go for a mother-daughter relationship between her and Ruth. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think that
Barbie doesn't want to
necessarily
be a mom.
implies
We
that
see
Barbie
nothing of
wants to be a
Barbie.
mom herself.
Exactly. We see absolutely nothing of that. It also kind of funny is that Ken is the name of Ruth's son. We just don't mention that.
Oh,
It's
is that?
fine.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's it. Wow, that's
this is weird.
interesting. That
It's
is
kind of funny
weird.
they didn't bring that up.
The movie is a celebration of motherhood, which is why all the girls were smashing in the baby dolls' heads at the beginning. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean the movie is clearly not anti-motherhood, but it treats it as like
It's
just
not.
as
It's not
valuable
overt.
or
It's not overt. I wouldn't
no, it
say.
kind of treats it like on the same level as wanting to be a career woman. Like they're perfectly equal. You know what I mean? Which you can take issues with or not, but like it's not
Yeah,
anti-motherhood, but it definitely doesn't like center it as important in women's lives or anything like that. And the smashing of the baby dolls in the end and the implying that they were all miserable playing with baby dolls until Barbie showed up is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a bad look. I know they're just going for the joke, but
well,
I
it's interesting that you bring that up because it's if you imagine that this movie was made by somebody who is more anti-woman than Greta Gerwig, then doesn't it sort of become a little insulting that the Barbies solve their problems by emotional manipulation?
yeah,
Like I
I
don't
think
know.
that was really unwise to do because
A lot of
there's
it
no real
feels.
acknowledgement of like how kind of gross it is to do that.
Oh
It's
yeah,
treated as unambiguously good that they did that.
that actually is interesting too. Dave pointing out that they have Midge, Barbie's pregnant friend, who
It was
they like.
discontinued,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, and they're very dismissive of her because pregnant dolls are, and I quote, just too weird. Uh,
That one feels like it is
I mean,
maybe
it
a
is
little
weird.
weird to
Look,
have a
it's weird. I'm
pregnant
just
doll.
saying, like, if you're gonna try to argue that the movie is about Barbie wanting to become a mother, there's a whole lot of stuff that
That
looks
they didn't
more
do.
like.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of stuff that looks more like they're not doing that because they have the opportunities and they don't take them. You know?
Yeah. So that's Barbie in a nutshell. I would like to reiterate, I should say, what we said at the beginning, that it's a very well shot, directed movie. It like the
It's well
production design
acted.
and all that, it's well acted. There's some funny jokes, there's some jokes that aren't very funny. I think the story's a mess. I think the story's a huge mess. And I found it the main word that kept coming to mind after I first watched the movie and the days after it was frustrating because I think it had the potential to be a whole lot better than it was. And I think I was routinely frustrated by all the times where I thought the movie, was almost going to make a really interesting point, but then it doesn't. It's like if it just stayed the path, it would have done something really interesting. But it's like that meme of the car veering off the highway on the exit ramp to avoid saying anything interesting. Anyway, it's
Yes.
uh, it's a
I
mess.
yeah, it's an absolute clusterfuck of confused messages, and the story is not particularly well crafted. I did enjoy pretty much everything with Ken. I enjoyed
Can I
watching it.
interrupt you for a second,
Yeah, please.
and I'll let you go back? Jack, I'm sorry to keep fighting with you here, but when you say the Barbies have to use emotional manipulation because they can't physically overpower the Kens, do you really think those are the two options? Do you think they're going to actually fight the Kens, or the only other alternative is to lie to them and pretend to be interested in them and play on their emotions and get them to turn on each other? Those are the only options, really, when in the end, all it took to convince Ken to give up his dream of patriarchies to tell him that, like, hey, you're enough as you are. Really? That's what you think? I don't think you think that. Are we going to cover Oppenheimer too? That's the plan.
That is the plan. That
That's the
is
plan. We're
indeed
in
the
it for the
plan.
long haul. I've had enough practice on EFAP that I can do it. I believe in myself.
Buckle up, boys. Oh, I'm not one of the EFAP regs, so I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. But
Okay, I will keep the fine people entertained as best as I can. Good argumentation was beyond the capabilities of Barbies. That's the implication. Which is funny because the movie tries to say that they're actually really good lawyers and stuff like that in the beginning. You think they'd be better at it. Just joining, what's the verdict? The story sucks, but it's well directed and it's well shot and there's some fun jokes. That's the short version. I don't think the story is very good at all, but there's some fun. There's some fun stuff. Ryan Gosling's a silly goose, and he's acting his little butt off. It would be very Ken of you to put out Dev's episode 4. That would be very Ken of us. Hopefully, we will live up to that soon. Ooh, 6 or 7 out of 10. I couldn't go that high at all. For me, I don't know if everyone would value things this way, but the story is the most important thing to me. And so if the story sucks, it's almost like I can't give it a ton of credit for, all the technical aspects and everything if they're in the service of such a lame, like confused, muddled, weak story. I couldn't give it any higher than a 4. Heard the movie is anti-trans. Did you get anything like that from it? No, not at all.
Did somebody? Sorry, what was the comment?
Someone asked. They heard the movie is anti-trans. Did we get anything like that from it? I'd say no.
I'm telling you, dude. It's that scene at the end where she goes to the gynecologist to become a real woman. You know they're gonna latch on to that. Well,
yeah, if anyone is stupid enough to think that equates to anti-trans, then they can have fun believing that. But the movie itself isn't at all.
No. The movie there's a trans Barbie.
There's a trans Barbie, or there's a trans actress playing a Barbie. I don't think the Barbie is trans because I don't know if that would make any sense as they have no genitals. But yeah. It's not like a Ken who became a Barbie.
No, it's just a trans. It's just Barbie. A trans woman playing a Barbie, which she has a couple speaking lines. There's
that's about it.
Yeah,
there's nothing metaphorically or subtextually that's either pro or anti-trans, as far as I could tell. It's not really concerned with that at all. It's about gender and sex but it's not really about trans or non-binary stuff at all. I mean, there's a general ethos that a woman can be anything they want. So if that includes men, I don't know. The movie doesn't really say.
Yeah, I don't think it's an anti-trans joke at the end either.
I'm not a joke. No,
I'm making it into an anti-trans joke because I think it's funny, but it's not.
Definitely not. Greta Gerwig would be horrified to learn that anyone took it that way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Well, and if anybody is stupid enough to take it that way, then for seriously, unironically, then whatever.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something much harsher there.
No, I don't.
Why don't you finish giving your concluding thoughts on Da Barbie? I'll be right back.
Will do. Yeah. Well, I enjoyed it. I had a good time knowing what I was getting into, that it was going to kind of spiral out of control towards the second half. I did end up enjoying the movie quite a bit. The second time it wasn't quite as enjoyable, but my opinion hasn't really changed. It's well done. It looks great. The actors are great. Ryan Gosling is killing it. The music is fun. Worth a watch. If if you can deal with the frustration of being screeded at, it's definitely worth checking it out. What's a non-cringe way of saying media literacy without saying media? Well, what do you mean by media literacy? Is just like general literacy to be able to consume media, or I'd probably like a 5 out of 10, maybe a 4.5. I'm not about to go out and order it on Blu-ray or anything, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun enough. Oh, don't you worry, Donald. Devs is in the slow cooker. It's boiling. It's been stewing there for a while. People on Twitter just keep on using it to the point it's become a buzzword to them. I don't know. Like media literacy, the ability, like that's a weird phrase. I don't know exactly how to define. I don't know exactly how to define that. It's just like literacy to consume media. Like you have to be able to read to do half of that. I guess if all you do is watch movies. Oh, it means like a socially acceptable take. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like an odd term to me. How long before Oppenheimer becomes a Broadway musical? How long before Cillian Murphy becomes Ken in Barbie 2? There's an interesting question. Oh, yeah, I mean, like if
what are we talking about?
we're talking, well, I was trying to get a handle on what the idea of media literacy is as a phrase. I'm not really, I haven't come across that term often.
Oh, you haven't? I've seen it quite a bit. I'll
Well,
tell you.
you're the half of us. You're the head that's on Twitter, so
I, that's true. Well, I'll tell you how most people use it, and I think there's definitely potential that there's a much more productive way of using it. But when most people say like people don't have media literacy, it's just a way of saying they're stupid for the way they interpreted something, which like you don't have media literacy when you can't pick up on subtext or can't analyze the story or like what it's trying to say to you or whatever.
Oh, that's why I didn't like Men. Got it. I'm illiterate. I'm media illiterate.
Oh, did we get a comment like that? Where's that? Please.
No. Somebody was just asking what's a less cringe way of saying media literacy, and I've never heard the term. So I was struggling to define it as I'm just like, what is like you have to be literate to consume at least half of media, you know, if you have to read. So I don't know, like that's
it's a term that I see more used in really dumb ways than productive or like useful ways. And I think there's probably definitely potential that you could, use media literacy to specifically mean like things like, okay, because this is a problem a lot of people have, when you'll watch something like, I don't know, WandaVision or Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, where they say things like, "Oh, you set things right," and like you've made it right, but really they didn't. You know what I mean? I guess like separating what the movie's trying to tell you from what's actually happening, and being able to juggle those things, and not just accept literally everything that's said on the surface, and being able to parse subtext and being able to make your own judgments about things like that. I think you could use media literacy to refer to that sort of thing, when talking about whether people are capable of making those finer distinctions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Nunya, you're saying there is a sort of filmmaking language. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Sure.
Like that's one of the things that Jamie and I bonded over when we first hatched from the egg of Micah. So
film school. What a time. What
beautiful.
A time. Well, I think
it's
Starship Troopers is the ultimate media literacy film. Yeah. If you think Starship Troopers is fascist just because the movie says it's fascist without actually looking into how the society actually works in that movie, yeah, I think there's something there. Well, I think we should probably jump into good old Oppenheimer because that is a longer movie than Barbie.
Oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna have to add another. I'm gonna have to add you as another source real quick. So give me a second. Nope, but we're gonna add it right now. So
that's good.
There you go. You're all set.
Beer.
You got a brewski beer, huh?
Yeah, I made my bride wife
I should text my girlfriend to brewski beer me. Actually, that sounds like a good idea.
Brewski beer me, babe. Patriarchy's all about.
I wonder if she's listening.
Yeah, because only women get beers for guys and never the other way around. Oppenheimer, the new Christopher Nolan film. It's out. It's in theaters, and it's about nuclear explosions or atomic explosions.
It's about that and security clearances. It's riveting stuff, my dude.
Yeah. So
How familiar was I with Oppenheimer before seeing the movie? Not very, at all.
Are you
Not
just
the
asking
guy.
yourself your own questions now?
No,
Like you're
I'm
not even
asking
here?
myself. I'm asking myself the question because I am
You
become.
am you am become Knuff.
I am become Knuff.
So yeah, sorry. Go ahead. You were saying.
Oh, I was not very familiar with the history of Oppenheimer, the person. I did not. I did not. I didn't know pretty much anything about him as an individual. I know the story of the atomic bomb, and that
Oh, you've heard of that before?
I've heard of that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was it. That's that. I've heard of the atomic bomb and of World War II. I know that is a thing that happened. I know
Uh-huh.
that two of them, I believe, were dropped on Japan. Uh, and I'm pretty sure they deserved it, right? Like that's the general take.
I suppose we'll get into that. Oh no, I messed up the thing a little bit. That's fine. The theater disappears
Oh
like
no,
every 30
damn
seconds.
it,
That's
Jamie.
all right. It's too late to export another one. That's fine. That'll just have to do. Okay. Well, Oppenheimer, like I said, new Christopher Nolan film. I was pretty excited for this one. Um,
I was intrigued.
because
Yeah, I didn't.
Christopher Nolan is an interesting filmmaker. I think he's had some quite high highs and some very low lows. Some of those lows being more recent. So, I mean, the last film I liked from him was Dunkirk. And Interstellar before that was a giant mess, kind of a piece of crap movie. Don't like that one at
Yeah, I'm not
all.
a big fan of Interstellar either.
But
I did not
meanwhile,
like Tenet.
movies like The Prestige and Memento, and to a lesser extent, The Dark Knight and Batman Begins, some pretty solid stuff in there. He's very all over the place, and I was hoping that since Tenet, I wasn't especially big on Tenet either. I was hoping, or I guess I should say, I was excited when I heard that this movie wasn't another whoa premise. By which I mean it wasn't another Inception or Tenet with a kind of crazy, convoluted,
Where we weren't going to
very
have to sit through, 20 minutes
yeah,
of expository dialogue explaining in weird terms how this shit works in a way that
yeah.
basically is trying to tell us just don't think about it too hard.
Yes, I was glad to hear that it was, based on a real person, that it wasn't some wacky sci-fi premise. Because I thought, I think he's at his best typically when um, the when he doesn't have to juggle as much in terms of the narrative, right? So Interstellar, there's a lot of plot to Interstellar, and and he fucks a lot of it up, right? And whereas Dunkirk, it's based on a historical event. There's not a lot he needs to invent in terms of the plot, right? He just needs to figure out how to tell it. And Dunkirk's great. I think he does a really good job of it. Um, so I was excited for Oppenheimer.
Yeah, well,
Of the Barbenheimer double feature, I was definitely more excited for this one. And I was really, really looking forward to it. Oh,
and
but you seem like you're about to say something.
and
And I was very disappointed. I don't know if this is going to be a hot take. A lot of people seem to really like this movie, but I do not think it's one of his better movies. I was quite disappointed with it. Now, that isn't to say that I don't really like some of it. There are parts of this movie I think that are incredible, really, really good. The Trinity test sequence is the obvious standout as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of the money shot of the movie, and the whole sequence to the buildup was very, very good. But the movie itself is a mess. It's not even one of
oh,
his. It's not even one of his better directed movies. There's a lot of things about the visual style and the editing that I don't like, not just the story. I was pretty disappointed. I did rewatch this one yesterday because the first time I saw it, the AC wasn't working in the theater. So in addition to sitting through 3 hours of the movie, it was also hot. So I watched it again just to make sure that wasn't totally warping my perspective of the movie. And no, my perspective was about the change. Was about the same, I should say. It didn't really change. It's I don't think it's all that great.
I did
I'm
not
sorry to
care
say
for
it.
the Opfather. Did not care for it. It
It insists
insists upon itself, Jamie.
It does. This movie insists upon itself. It absolutely does.
If that was ever a valid criticism of a film, it's probably for this one. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Here.
Hugh, what did you think? What was your general takeaway?
Well, I thought it was a complete mess from a structure-wise perspective. I don't like biopics generally speaking. They're rare that I'll find one that I enjoy because I think that one of the big problems with biopics is that the directors tend to want to make them an entire portrait of a life instead of focusing on one aspect of that life that would be a narratively compelling story. And I
Mhm.
understand the temptation to do something like that, but I'm not here to like if I'm going to watch an entire life of a person, I'd rather do it with a documentary than I would with a narrative film because
Yeah.
I'm going to get a lot more depth from that, you know. So I did not care for that, but even as a biopic, I don't think it's very good. I think the structure of the multiple timeline thing. This is another the other instance of the two people. It's like Greta Gerwig couldn't help doing her, screed politics. Christopher Nolan just couldn't help himself but to do the multiple timelines in this movie.
Yeah, he
And
he loves that shit so much.
it's so confusing at times, or it was for me anyway, like trying to parse through, okay, where am I in the story now? Because certain bits are in color that like there's a bit of him being interrogated in color and then there's black and white, but that black and white is a different timeline from another section that's black and white and that color.
Well, yeah, to make it absolutely clear, because I did on rewatching the movie, I found it less confusing, but I didn't like it anymore, if that makes sense. I understood where I was in the story the second time a little bit better. It is rather confusing because there are scenes in the movie that are black and white, and there are scenes of the movie that are in color, and they don't only refer to different timelines. It's like one of them kind of follows Robert Downey Jr., and one of them kind of follows Cillian Murphy. And for a large extent of the movie, we're looking at different points in time with the color and the black and white. But sometimes the black and white scenes are earlier,
Yeah,
and
sometimes they're
sometimes
earlier, sometimes they're not.
they overlap in terms of time. So if you're looking for the black and white and the color to differentiate where we are in terms of the timeline, that's not what it's doing.
I
It's
righted myself by watching Robert Downey Jr.'s hairline because at certain points in the black and white points that are concurrent with the color points of the interrogation, his hairline is normal. And then it started to recede in the black and white points that take place in the future from the Trinity test.
yeah.
But the Trinity test timeline or storyline and leading up to that, that's also in color. So
Mhm.
there's four basic storylines that are going through here. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong because I don't remember it particularly well. Um, like how they pieced together because I stopped trying to pay attention after a certain point because I was just like, okay, we're doing this now. But I think the one black and white one where he's got a normal hairline, that takes place around the same time as the interrogation that's taking place in color. So it's not
Yeah,
really
it's not
differentiating
no, it
for
isn't.
the timeline. It's just
They
differentiating
overlap, yeah.
who the character is. You
So
know?
this is something we should probably address now, even before we get into the story. As Dave points out, and many people no doubt have seen this already, Nolan said something to the effect of that the black and white was objective and the color was subjective. Now, having watched the movie twice, make any sense? It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't.
that it's hard to explain if you haven't seen the film, but that's not how any of this works. There's only like a couple little moments in the movie where we see something that is explicitly not happening, but it's just internal to Oppenheimer and is like, what he's imagining. It's only once or twice. It's not throughout all the color scenes. And there's nothing really except for the black and white to differentiate how we're treating Robert Downey Jr. in the black and white sections from how we're treating Oppenheimer visually. That is, in terms of
Okay.
the film grammar of how we're seeing things through their eyes or not, or seeing them removed from their perspective. There's no meaningful difference
So
other
apparently,
than the black and white and color.
so Dave just put into the chat that the scenes shot in color are Oppenheimer's experience, and the black and white scenes are the perspective of Louis Strauss, who Robert Downey Jr. is playing. So that adds up, right? Like,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the objective subjective thing that I've seen thrown around, that doesn't make any sense.
No, that one I'm like, if it's just because like, oh, these are the two characters, and so we're like that makes sense to me.
POV change and that's what it does. It doesn't distinguish between timelines. It distinguishes between those 2 points of view, which is,
but also,
interesting, but not. I don't understand why that choice was necessary.
Well, and I don't understand why it was necessary to mix the timelines together, like to blend them, chop them up together that way. I don't. I mean, I guess I do, because really, we'll get into that by the time we get through to the end of the movie. But it seems like an arbitrary decision at first, because those chapter titles, or I guess they're not chapter titles, they're perspective titles that he's using, which is
that's kind of cringe
at the beginning. Those are bizarre.
Yeah, it is confusing. What to Dave in the chat, what the movie does is that it's a perspective change between the two characters. It's not a subjective objective change. I don't know where that quote comes from. I've seen it attributed to Nolan, but I'm telling you, after watching the movie, that doesn't make any sense. So I hope that's not what he said. That don't make any sense.
Yeah.
And so someone else was asking, yes, this movie has multiple timelines kind of jumping back and forth between them. It's not a chronological story. I don't know when the last time Nolan told a chronological story, but it wasn't recently. Now, whereas I think it works quite well in Dunkirk.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's never really confusing as to where we are and what we're doing. We just jump back so we can build up to the same moment you saw earlier from a different perspective. And that works for me anyway. I think it's good. There's another thing that I think is true of this movie, but works better in Dunkirk, is that the sound mixing. People have talked about the sound mixing in recent Nolan films being quite bad. Bad, typically, in the context of being able to hear and comprehend dialogue over the score and background noise. In Dunkirk, there's hardly any dialogue. I mean, there's some, but there's not a ton. And it was pretty intelligible for the most part. And most of the story is just told visually. I think that's one of the best things about Dunkirk. But then in Tenet, the score is so loud you actually can't hear the exposition people are delivering. But the movie treats it like, it's all about vibes anyway. So like, don't actually think about it, just feel it. I'm like, it's so confusing, because you're like, why are you expositing anything to me then if you don't want me to hear it? It's an odd, very odd choice. In this movie, it's better balanced than Tenet.
I didn't have any trouble hearing any of the dialogue when I was watching it. It's just that the music is relentless. It's so overbearing. It's in like Ewan and checked. It's in almost every single scene. It's just wall to wall music, right? Like,
yes,
wild.
The music in this movie is almost constant, like for 3 hours. And now on the second rewatch, I tried to keep track of this as best as I could while trying to pay attention to, all the other things the movie was doing. But I'm pretty sure you can count on one hand the number of scenes that play in their entirety without any score. But to make that clear, I think there's about 5 scenes in the entire 3-hour runtime that have no score in them at all in that scene. There are a number of scenes where there's no music for like a solid 15 seconds, but then music kicks in the middle of the scene, or the other way around. It like cuts out halfway through the scene. but there's only a very small handful where there's no music. There's music constantly. And so one of the criticisms I have that I've seen other people have is that much of the movie just feels like a giant montage. Like these aren't real scenes, you know? And I think part of that is because there's music constantly, you don't like sink into the story. You know, you don't get to
Yeah.
sink into a lot of these scenes because there's this droning. I mean, the music is good. I think it's overbearing and it's mixed too loud also, but I think it's overbearing in a lot of scenes and kind of prevents you from just sitting with the characters and what they're talking about.
Well, and there are a ton of characters in this movie.
Oh yeah,
Like
it's a
there's
bunch.
so many, and it can. I wouldn't blame anybody if it got sort of difficult to keep track of who they all were at any given point, and
Mhm.
some of them don't really exist in the context of the movie. They exist more in the context of who the actor playing them is, and I'm sure we'll get into that at in the later part of the movie. But it's just because we're jumping around to all these different scenes in his life, and we're meeting all these people who comparably have very little screen time. And then also we've got this wall to wall music. The montage thing, like that hit me hard when I was watching it. I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
so here we're doing this now because I guess we have to, because this is you're going to inform something later, but we're not spending a lot of time with it. You're kind of rushing me through with the music. It's
Mhm.
it's it's
Rushing.
yeah.
There's a lot of things that feel rushed, and it's because, like Jack points out in the chat, some scenes they go away too quickly. We jump into them briefly, and then we're gone, and we don't really get to feel the weight of any of those scenes. There's not a ton of establishing shots or anything to sort of like let you think about what the scene before it just did. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
some. It's not like it's none of that, but there's a lack of it compared to most films, and especially compared to the better Nolan movies. I
Oh yeah,
think
when Casey Affleck is introduced as an antagonist and then is just practically gone, almost like
almost immediately,
almost
yeah.
immediately. I was like, why? Oh, he's in the. I looked over like, oh, he's in the movie too. And then it's he has a couple scenes. He has a little bit of dialogue, and it's gone. He's gone. We'll bring him back later for a small reveal, and that'll be it. And it's just
So there's a lot of people, and that's not there's there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it contributes to the fact that like there's so much to do from the in the movie's opinion. I don't necessarily agree because I think there's quite a bit you could have cut. But from the movie's perspective, or from Nolan's perspective, there's so much we need to do. We kind of need to rush, 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 and we can't really spend a lot of time in any one place. And because that we're for most of the movie we're jumping back and forth between different perspectives and different points in time because he's decided to structure the movie that way. I think there's only truly one sequence in the movie, and by which I mean a sequence where we're focused on one time and one moment doing one thing for more than maybe 3 scenes in a row. I don't think there's any other in the movie. I think we're always cutting back and forth between different timelines from different perspectives, different points in his life, black and white to color, black and white to color, and jumping back and forth 20 years, 30 years, all this stuff. It's not till the Trinity sequence itself where we have like 5 or 6 bits and scenes in a row that are all devoted to one thing, and it's easily the best part of the movie. Easily the
oh
best
yeah.
part. The movie finally settles into something and you're like, "Oh, right." And it does make that part stand out, but it kind of makes the rest of it, man, not nearly as strong as it could be. So I think we should probably talk briefly about, well, not briefly, there'll be a lot to say about it, about the decision to do multiple timelines. Because what really it comes down to is that Nolan is basing this movie on Oppenheimer on a book called American Prometheus, which is about Robert Oppenheimer. The Prometheus connection is obvious, and he makes it very, very explicit in the movie.
Well,
Prometheus is
yeah,
the
complete.
god, the that brought fire to human beings and was punished for it,
When right at the
right?
beginning, that's in text. It's put
Yes.
over, an atomic explosion. That exact phrase, basically. Prometheus stole fire from the gods, and for this he was tied to a rock and tortured for eternity. And like
Hmm.
then it disappears, and is like what is the first scene is him being interrogated and like reading his statement with a
Yes.
title card that says one fission, and he
Hmm.
starts, and then he we do a flashback to the cyanide apple from there, right? Like that's how we get into it.
Man, the way this is structured is so baffling. There's no way to go through the movie chronologically and remember at what point it cuts to different timelines. So it's almost worth talking about them separately, I think. But like,
Okay,
yeah, so the color stuff is given a title card in the very beginning called Vision, right?
fission. Yeah, it's one fission. Like
And
I
then
want to
two.
emphasize, one is put there, and then we get a little bit of backstory so it's in color. He's older. He's reading a statement about his life. Then it jumps back to him younger, studying quantum physics at Cambridge or wherever he studied quantum physics in England,
Mhm.
and
Several
having
places, yeah.
having bad dreams, not able to sleep very well. He's not doing great there. It's not he's not very good in the lab, and he gets insulted by his professor. He's trying to go to a lecture by Niels Bohr, but he's made a mess of the lab and completely, destroyed some beakers and everything, and so he has to clean it up. And the professor kind of calls him out in front of the whole group. Is like, no, 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 you stay here. You clean that mess up before you come to the lecture. And because the professor's done this, he injects cyanide into his apple. He goes to the lecture. He goes to sleep, has a bad nightmare remembering the apple, and then gets up to go stop the guy from eating the apple because he's struck with regret. And that's when he meets Niels Bohr, and Niels Bohr tells him to his face, "You're like an American Prometheus." So we're really
No,
hammering that
that's
home.
not when he tells him that.
Isn't what? Oh, does he do
No,
that
he
later?
doesn't. He tells him that much later, but it's the same
Later. Okay.
character.
Okay. Same character. Yeah.
So, one thing I just wanted to highlight really quick, and then we can talk about the scene you just brought up, is that uh, chapter two, the second perspective, is the black and white stuff, and that's called fusion, right?
Yeah, and that happens
Um,
so quickly after the first one. Like after this
mhm.
scene with him going back and like going starting at one place, reading his statement, going back to the beginning of his journey, right? It happens so quickly that the second title card comes up. I was completely thrown for a loop by that. I was like, "Oh, wait. Why are we doing chapter titles back to back like this?" I mean, it's got to be
Because we're
maybe
going to go
20
back and
minutes.
forth and tell them kind of like, we're going to mash them up together instead of telling one and then telling the other for some reason. Very strange choice to even give them title cards, I think,
Yeah.
especially thematically. But the structure of this movie as a giant, you know, spaghetti on the floor in terms of like when we're cutting back and forth between things as it is. The basic idea is that this is Oppenheimer, who helped develop the atomic bomb and helped ushered in the age of nuclear war, right? And so the obvious connection to Prometheus being like developing this new technology, this grand, powerful technology that's going to shape the rest of human history. That's obvious. Now, what the movie tries really, really hard to do is to connect the whole having his liver picked out of his side for all eternity connect to Robin Oppenheimer's life as well. And I think they do a much weaker job of making that connection, as insistent as the movie is. So basically, we have everything that's leading towards the creation of the bomb. So this is him learning about quantum mechanics, making certain discoveries, getting tapped to join the team, and everything that involves, and creating of the town, the mystery, like the sort of secretive lab in New Mexico, all that stuff leading up to the Trinity test. That's what the movie has titled Fission, which basically, that's Prometheus bringing fire down to humanity, right?
Yeah.
And then the second half of the story, though they're told all at once, is him being punished for it, ostensibly, right? And but that part is so weak in comparison to me because
Well,
you
it's
know
difficult to, when the stakes of your first storyline are as big as, you know, an
we
atomic
have to
bomb.
create an atomic we have to create an atomic bomb before the Nazis do. That's the stakes. The inciting incident, I'm skipping ahead, is Matt Damon. And by the way, the movie only really gets good when Matt Damon shows up. Like that's when the movie really starts cooking with gas. Everything before that's this like long kind of cringe in some scenes and just kind of like aimless meandering montage. But then when Matt Damon shows up and kind of brings the inciting incident into the story, you're like, oh, okay, now we're cooking. And he's like, well, as you know, German scientists were able to split the atom, and now uh, there's the potential to make a bomb out of that. There was a famous letter that Einstein and maybe some others I don't remember wrote to Roosevelt to tell him that like, oh, this is possible, and we need to build a bomb before the Nazis do. So now the race is on to make sure we don't lose to the Nazis in the race to get atomic bomb. And you're like, man, those are some cool stakes. I'm excited. I'm interested in this. And meanwhile, the central conflict of the him getting his liver picked out section is whether he'll maintain his security clearance or not. Whether
Whether
he'll
he's too communist to maintain
yeah.
a security clearance now that the war is over and they have no need of letting that slide.
Well, now it's more drastic because now that the war is over and the Cold War has begun, the fact that he had some communist leanings and affiliations from his past, and that he's had some mixed feelings about the continuation of the nuclear program, and whether that's in keeping with what the U.S. ought to be doing against Russia, and whether there was ever a spy in the atomic program. Is that how the Russians got access to a bomb so quickly? All that sort of stuff is why they're skeptical of him, and why it's brought into question whether he can keep his national security clearance as part of the Atomic Energy Commission in the like second part of the movie, which is interesting in its own right, but it absolutely pales in comparison to the narrative strength of the building of the bomb.
Well,
I'm
and
jumping ahead because I don't think we can talk about this movie chronologically.
no, I don't think it's
But
possible,
the
really, because
worst
he
the
he
worst thing
ensured that by the way he
yeah,
edited
look,
it.
that's true. The worst thing about the movie to me is that we're cutting back and forth, like we're doing both of these stories, that him creating the bomb and then him being punished for it, in quotes. We're doing those simultaneously until we get to the Trinity test, at which point we stop cutting back and forth to focus on the Trinity test, which is fine because then that Trinity test is really good. But then when the bomb goes off and it's a success, and then they send the bombs off, and then they hear about what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, from that point to the end of the movie is another hour. And so in a normal movie, you have the inciting incident, which establishes a main dramatic question. And the main dramatic question is what is answered at the resolution of the movie, right? So like so in the case of this, the inciting incident is very, very clearly that, oh, we need to build a bomb for the Nazis do. You're the best guy for the job. Let's go, let's do it. So like, oh, are they going to
Despite
build
the
a
misgivings of my superiors, you're the best
yeah,
guy for the job. Let's do it. And so that's, yeah,
we
there's
gotta
the
build a
question.
we gotta build a bomb before the Nazis do. Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna be able to build a bomb? Are they gonna beat their enemies to it? That's the main dramatic question. And then things change slightly. The goal shifts slightly once Germany surrenders. And the question is, well, now that we have the bomb, should we drop it on Japan? But the question is still, are we going to be able to make a working bomb? Because it's not finished yet. And then they do, and the bomb goes off, and it changes the world forever. And so that has answered the main dramatic question. And then there is an hour left of the movie where they're interrogating him about whether he's going to be able to keep his security clearance or not. And comparatively, the stakes of that are so low, and the main dramatic question has already been answered, that I'm just like bored to fucking tears
Well, and
by the
then
end of it.
it gets even worse because there's that entire subplot of conspiracy that they go with from Robert Downey Jr.'s character, But in the last hour, it's honestly, it's more like what the last 20, 30 minutes of the movie, they have this giant exposition dump where he reveals to somebody that he's been pulling the strings behind this security clearance question
That it's
all
a kangaroo
along,
court
and
kind
it's
of
a
thing. Yeah.
kangaroo court, and he's been manipulating the whole thing, and he did it all because Oppenheimer embarrassed him in front of Congress one time, and
Hmm.
and so then he's working on getting confirmed, and they're worried. He's worried that the Oppenheimer issue is going to come up, but then he reveals to his publicist, who has been kind of reassuring him the whole time. Uh, he reveals to that guy like, "Oh yeah, actually, I've been in control the whole time." And then all of a sudden, there's one of the famous actors who's in the movie who doesn't have a speaking line before this plays a real major role in bringing this guy down,
Yeah.
and here we go. Now the movie's pretty much done. Now we've solved both dramatic conflicts. Although, like, there's not much of a conflict really. Like the conflict is deliberately obscured in the
Yeah.
black and white portion of
Hmm.
the movie,
We
which
just know
makes it
he's being interrogated for his
really, yeah.
communist past. And it's not until much later in the movie that we find out what the stakes of this final conflict, that's actually the climax of the movie, is. You would think that a movie like this, that the bomb going off would be the climax of the movie. It's not. Climax of the movie is like him being interrogated for being a communist. And the stakes of that are that uh, Robert Downey Jr. is trying to discredit, to get sort of petty revenge against Oppenheimer, trying to discredit him so that he won't have any say in the sort of nuclear policy of the United States going forward, because he has petty resentments towards him. So he's constructed this sort of internal investigation of his security clearance as a kangaroo court to like keep him tied up in that. And so he'll lose his security clearance, and then he won't be able to advise the Atomic Energy Commission anymore. Like that's the grand stakes, is that if this interrogation doesn't go well and they decide to pull his national security clearance, he can't advise the government, on confidential matters. I mean, he could still be an activist for trying to encourage, arms deals and negotiations and all that sort of stuff like that. Man, it's just like the stakes are so low in comparison. It's like, why is this the climax of the movie, man? What are we doing? What are we
Yeah,
doing here?
I don't know why. It seems only to serve the purpose of the
The
Promethean
Prometheus
metaphor,
metaphor. Yeah.
which
And
is
it's like,
just pointless. Like, I don't know. Like, it would have been. I don't understand why it couldn't have been more compelling to do it as like one. Well, I guess I do understand, because like you do one half of it building up to the bomb going off, and then you do the second half of it, with the security clearance renewal, and that second half is going to seem real boring by comparison. A lot of people are going to, tune it
yeah.
out or leave, right? Like it's
That's why he mixed them together.
yeah.
For sure. And so, but then he didn't pace them very well at all.
No,
I don't think so. I think the pacing is like, for a movie as well received as this, I think it has some of the worst pacing I've seen. It's really,
it's terrible. It's
yeah.
it's almost on par for me with Elvis. The way that it's and biopic in like I mean,
It's not
fast
not quite, but yeah,
but
I
it's
know
just
what you're saying.
fast forwarding through events in the life
Yeah.
with a lot of characters that become important for minuscule stuff, and it just feels like fictionalizing it a little bit would have solved almost all of its problems. Like just we don't have to touch on every single aspect here. We can focus on the parts that tell the most compelling story, that's that gets at the central narrative theme. We
Yeah.
can I'm going to see a fictional movie about a guy. Like, I'm not watching a documentary. I would prefer to be, but I'm not. So you can
And it's
fictionalize
already,
it a
there are
bit.
plenty of fictionalized things in this, some that are very cringe, like very writerly, very screenwriterly,
Well,
in
like
a
what's
very
an
bad way.
example of that?
Oh, the like when he's having sex with Florence Pugh, and then they drop the like "Now I am become death" in the middle of that sex scene for no
Oh my
reason.
god, that was
That
so
was
dumb.
cringe as fuck. That was incredibly cringe. And the whole point where Niels Bohr tells him specifically, Robert Oppenheimer, you're an American Prometheus. And it's like, oh God, what are we doing? That's so on the nose.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
So we can jump into a lot of these specifics, but in terms of like how I would rewrite this, I feel like you you either gotta well, there's a lot of things I would wish to rewrite, but what you have to do is keep cutting back and forth so that the climax of both storylines happen at the same time, and the fallout of both storylines happen at the same time. Because that's what we've done in the beginning of the movie, and then we just stopped doing that to do one climax and then have a whole another hour for the more boring one. And it's
and
like if
stop
you
the
if you're going to
music on the future stuff. Like if the
yeah,
music is
that would help a
blending
lot.
wall to
That would
wall
help a lot. Yeah,
from
reducing the music.
like that creates some continuity between the scenes that we don't need and we shouldn't want, like because we need that separation to be like, okay, we're in the future now, we're taking a break, we're looking at the fallout of the actions. And
Yeah.
it makes sense to look at the fallout of the actions at the same time. We know where the story's going, we all live in the world,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So we know that the bomb is going to go off. So we're getting all of this, but if the music would just give it a fucking rest.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of people seem to really like the music in it, but it's like, I don't know if it's not serving the story. It's like, I bet you if you listen to the score on its own, it'd probably be pretty good. And it is really good in some scenes for sure, but it's so omnipresent that it kind of diminishes its effect. It's often more bad than good, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
to
overbearing.
None your business, who says, I also think the Prometheus analogy sucks. Right? As you guys are already talking about, the punishment part is a real mess because of how low the stakes are. Losing clearance isn't quite the same as eternal vivisection. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it isn't.
absolutely.
That's I wanted to read that out because that's a really funny way of putting it. But yeah, the idea of like him bringing fire down to like that part of the Prometheus story makes sense, but he wasn't really eternally punished. There was
Well,
one
no,
guy
and the
who tried
movie
to destroy it. He tried to destroy his reputation, but he didn't real they act like he's trying to destroy his reputation, but all that really happens is that like he can't advise the security council anymore. Like, oh,
and it's a private hearing. So like when
yeah,
his
it's not
wife
like it's
keeps going,
public.
how come you keep letting them humiliate you? It's like, well, yeah, but like is he
It's in private.
it's in
Like
private.
it's not.
Nobody's like the public isn't going to stop liking the dude because of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess. I think what you'd have to do if you're Christopher Nolan and you're dead set on including all of that security clearance investigation kangaroo court stuff. I don't know if you need all of it, honestly. I'd probably rewrite. I'd like to focus more, if it were me, on him dealing with the creation of the hydrogen bomb. We kind of gloss over that.
Yeah.
I'd want to focus more on that. But if you want to focus on this court hearing, you got to structure it more like you're cutting back and forth constantly. And like you said, you reduce the music to make it a little less wall to wall montage, like the whole movie's a montage. But you have to go back and forth the whole time. That way you can put the climaxes of both stories around the same spot. Like you got to do something like that. There's kind of no other way, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, there's it's really just it it's a simple solution, really. Like
Hmm.
there's not much to do to make it more watchable. Is just take your editing scissors, trim it up a little bit, and maybe don't muddy the waters too much with music and the swapping between the timelines, and you could have a movie that would be more entertaining, I feel like, or more easier to
Yeah.
follow, maybe the better
Yeah.
phrase. It's just, and since we brought her up, let's talk about Florence Pugh's character, because as we were saying earlier, the I think really the only reason the movie got an R rating is probably because of her scenes, right?
Oh yeah, no, for
There's
sure.
no other, there's nothing else in there that feels R rated to me. And I
Wait, wait,
understand.
wait, hold on. Before we get into that, there's a really interesting comment, chat. Jack, he said, even after that, JFK puts him into his cabinet. His career and livelihood weren't ruined at all. Is he actually, was he in JFK's cabinet? I didn't know that. Is that
I
true?
there's two. I
If
mean,
that's
Nunya
true,
and Earthman.
if that's true, that totally undermines the whole back half of this movie. It really does. Man, if that's true, that's wild. Sorry to interrupt you. Back
No,
to
no, that's
the
fine.
sex scenes.
Yeah, the sex scenes with her character were like he's saying here, they were not necessary at all. I don't even think I know that the character is a real
Real.
character, right? That actually happened with him. I do not think that character needed to be in the movie at all.
No,
That
no, it
character
did not.
served no purpose to the movie except the same one that could have been covered by his brother's Communist Party connections and his wife's former Communist Party connections.
Yeah. Oh, and the Chevalier guy.
Oh yeah, and that guy who also
You don't.
honestly I don't know if that guy really needed to be in the movie.
No, he does. He does need to be there. We'll talk about it because it's one of the better parts.
Okay, okay, but yeah, Florence Pugh's character and the sex scenes alone were unnecessary. The part where they deploy his "Now I am become death" line in her sex scene was awful, and then the part where like she's riding him on the chair in the middle of the room, being like the shocking thing, like, oh, you're being flayed open in front of these people and in front of your wife. I hated that. I couldn't stand it.
Let's make that clear for the people that haven't seen the movie, who apparently don't care about spoilers because they're listening to us. When he was a younger man, he was entangled, as Jada Pinkett Smith would say, with a young communist named Florence Pugh. I don't remember what her real name is, Jean or something like that. And she is kind of an emotionally troubled young woman who like doesn't really know what she wants from this relationship. And
she doesn't know what she wants from anything. She's a communist.
Well, she wants other people's money. She knows that. Yeah. So she's a dirty, filthy communist, and he has a relationship with her briefly, but they don't like. It's not going to work long term. But she's kind of emotionally troubled, and they kind of break it off, and he goes off to work on the bomb project. And then later he gets a call from her, and she sounded like she needs him. So he goes to visit her. They have sex. He's already married to someone else at this point. He's an adulterer for sure in this movie several times over. But he goes back. He has sex with her. Then we have a scene where they're talking to each other about their relationship, and she's just sitting there with her tits out, which doesn't serve any narrative purpose at all. So it could have easily been cut if you wanted this to have a PG-13 rating, and then it would have made more money, but never mind that. And later, when he's in an interrogation room talking about his connections to her, talking about how they were together, his wife, Oppenheimer's wife, played by Emily Blunt, is in there in the room with him. I'm not sure why she's there, but there she is. And she hears them talking about his past with this woman. And so she imagines Florence Pugh, them naked in the chair, riding him in the middle of that interrogation room and making eye contact with Emily Blunt. It's a very strange scene and totally unnecessary as far as I'm concerned.
It's a very heavy-handed metaphor. It's not, it's not subtle. We get what he's saying with it. Oh yeah, well, this is how she feels listening to her husband answer questions about the affair he had with this woman. Yeah, we get it. It's really not necessary though.
So if you're wondering why this is the first Nolan movie since Insomnia to be rated R, it's only because there's a couple scenes with Florence Pugh's tits in them, and there's no good reason why they're in the story. They're not necessary. Now, I'm not a prude. I'm not against nudity in the movie, but it does feel totally unnecessary. And if it's totally unnecessary, I'd say just cut it,
Yeah.
It's not doing anything for me. Really, I'm not that desperate to see Florence Pugh's. It's just not. I'm not all that interested.
No, they're fine.
Right?
There's nothing wrong with them.
If that's what
perfectly
you're into.
Perfectly adequate tits.
And call me cynical, but it does feel a little bit like he's trying to make sure people aren't bored. that a certain audience isn't bored by all the talking in rooms. No, I don't. Maybe that's not super charitable to Christopher Nolan, but that's what it feels like a little bit.
Well, considering some of the other ways that he games screenwriting by casting famous people and putting them on screen, I wouldn't be surprised. And I'll stop being coy about the famous actor now that I mentioned earlier, the big reveal. So at one point during the story, Remy Malek pops up in a background scene, and I didn't even notice him at first. My girlfriend had to point him out to me. But he's there in the background of a scene, and he doesn't have a line. He's just involved with somebody else who has, I think,
He's kind of a quiet,
line.
bumbling scientist. At one point, they go to Chicago where different people are working on a different aspect of the bomb project. We'll talk more about that. And Rami Malek is one of those scientists. The other guy's not famous; he's just a character actor. But Rami Malek is there, and he doesn't really have any lines. He's just kind of slightly awkward, bumbling scientist man. And so anyone watching the movie is gonna look at that and go like, oh, well, he's famous, so obviously he's going to be important later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cast him for such a small role.
Yeah, and so then by the end, as it turns out, there is a character, a witness basically called to defend Oppenheimer in front of the board or the committee that's looking to approve Robert Downey Jr.'s character as a cabinet member, I think, or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. And they mention the name, and so you don't know who the character is because we haven't met the character. The character has had no development, has played no role in the story. But when he walks in, it's Remy Malek. Oh, you see? Oh, that's Remy Malek. Oh, it's that guy. Got it. Because if it was a less famous person, most people probably wouldn't remember who it is. So yeah. It's a little bit of a gaming screenwriting, to make this character feel more important than he is because they paid it, they paid Remy Malek to be the guy. So
yeah,
I found that really lazy. I don't know if he had much of a interaction with that character in real life, but it's just I don't know. It's definitely not a cheap way of doing it. But
no, not in terms of the money spent on the movie, that's for sure. And speaking of which, man, it is a star-studded affair.
Oh boy,
there are so many dudes in this movie. I tell you what.
Well, I mean, like we said, Casey Affleck, he shows up. Had no idea he was going to be there.
Oh yeah, I knew Robert Downey Jr. was going to be in it, but also we have Casey Affleck. Also, we have Rami Malek briefly. Also, we have Kenneth Branagh briefly.
We have Gary Oldman.
We have Gary Oldman. That was a surprise too.
I had no idea he was going to be in that, but now he's played 2 World War II leaders. He won an Oscar for Churchill, and now he's Truman also.
Yeah, he doesn't look anything like Truman, but he's a good actor, so who cares? Yeah, there's a few others too. Obviously, Matt Damon's in it. You saw that from the trailer, no doubt. I really like Matt Damon in this movie.
Matt Damon's yeah.
I really like Matt Damon just in general, but he's really good in this, and he's very natural. He's very kind of effortlessly compelling on screen, and he plays the general who is charged with overseeing and wrangling all these physicists for the sake of the Manhattan Project to build this bomb. And I like his character the most. He's really interesting. Anyway, I did want to get
Jack Quaid from The Boys, Huey, Dennis Quaid's nephew or son or whatever.
Josh Peck is in it. He presses the bomb.
Yeah,
so
it
was all his fault.
I'm really, really excited for the inevitable meme that's going to happen where he pushes the bomb, something blows up, and then we get a little Megan, because something. Yeah,
I'm sure someone's done that.
It's
already.
Probably already happened, but I'm not on Twitter, so.
Yeah. I wanted to circle back. We were jumping all over the place, but I want to circle back,
just like the movie,
to the unnecessary sex scene he has early on with Florence Pugh. I cannot describe how cringe the way this scene plays out is. They're having sex. She's on top. She's doing her thing, tits out and all, having fun, and then she stops, kind of apropos of nothing. Stops, walks across the room to inspect his bookshelf. And he's like, where are you going? Please come back. I wasn't done.
Please come back.
And so she's looking at his bookshelf, and is surprised to see like a wide variety of things, not just, I don't know, physics or whatever. And they're, it's a, like a, oh, he's not just a physicist, he knows all sorts of
You
things,
like you read poetry and religion. Ooh.
Yeah, so she picks up this book, and it's this book that's written in Sanskrit. She's like, "What is this?" And he's like, "It's Sanskrit." Like, "You can read this?" And he's like, "I'm learning." And she brings it back to him and says, like, "Read this part." And he goes, "Well, in this part, Vishnu is trying." She goes, "No, no, no, read the words." And then as he's saying, "And now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," she's like getting back on top of him and like putting him back inside her. And like that's our introduction to that famous quote. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. It's so
Yeah.
forced.
It's
There's nothing organic or natural about it. It just happened to be open to the exact page for the famous line. Like what? It's so bad.
yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of how they did that.
No, the implication wasn't that he finished fast. He was like, no, 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 where are you going? Like,
Yeah, get back here. Get back here, damn it.
She just got up off of him for no reason. I'm not sure why. Just so the scene could happen and they could say, "I am become death" in the most cringe way possible. And it's like, man, that's a really cool, famous speech. We don't see the scene of him giving that speech at all. Instead, we get the iconic bit from that superimposed into other contexts in a really embarrassing way.
Yeah, and just to clear it up for Dave, yes, there are I believe 3 timelines in the movie. There is the Trinity test timeline, the hearings about Ops clearance, and there is the hearings about Strauss's appointment. So
yeah, and those aren't, and the two hearings at the end aren't happening at the same time.
yeah, but
Because
half of them happen, and it's so tricky because like some of it happens in black and white, and then others are not in black.
yeah,
He did not do a good job
messy.
distinguishing
No.
between the 3 of them at all.
Yeah. So what we get of his past before Matt Damon shows up and the movie starts getting good is that, he was a young man. He was, like you already said, he was aimless. There's that scene, and I wanted to touch back on this again briefly because it is so baffling. The scene of him trying to poison one of his professors that's instantly resolved and goes nowhere. Just like, okay.
Yeah, when he injected that apple with cyanide, I was just like, for what? Like, what? The professor was just like, have you had any sleep? After he broke a whole bunch of beakers, and he goes, I need to go to the lecture, and he's just like, what? Huh? And he goes, well, it's Niels Bohr, and so they all leave. He's like, hey man, clean up your mess first. So then he poisons the apple.
Oh, and the way that plays out too, there's another problem. Christopher Nolan has had this problem for a while, but so many of his movies, the extras are just awful. You know what I mean? Like the background actors are just so embarrassingly on the nose and over the top. And this has been true since The Dark Knight, at least. There's a couple scenes in The Dark Knight where the background actors are going, "Hey, yeah," like they're being very, very over the top. And in this, okay, so like he breaks some stuff, and the guy's like, have you been getting enough sleep? And it's like, it's time for the lecture. You need to go to the lecture. And he goes, oh right, it is time for the lecture. Everybody starts to get up to go, and he's like, no, you stay here and clean up your mess. It's like a perfectly reasonable thing. He just tells him to stay and clean up his mess. But the way the background actors, everyone else in his class, just start cackling like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. It's just so unrealistic and strange and on the nose. Like, oh, how embarrassing for him. They're laughing so hard like it was really funny. It's not funny.
It's not really.
And so they
real quick. I just want to.
Yes,
so the black and white is used to show Strauss's perspective, and the color is used to show Oppenheimer's perspective. But because the timelines jump around, the timelines from each of their perspectives jump around. Some of the black and white and some of the color happen at the same time, and then others are separated in time. So it can be kind of confusing.
We do see some scenes from both color perspectives, yeah. Like what he poisons his professor for is like the most petty shit ever, which so apparently I've heard that was a true story. I've also heard that there's very little evidence that was a true story and that was likely made up by someone who didn't like him. I don't know which it is. I'm happy to assume for the sake of the movie that it is true and that it's not a problem that it's in the movie, you know. But the reason he does it is just so unbelievably petty and stupid. You're like,
It's a
really?
very large leap, and I kind of
Huge leap.
I was thrown off a little bit because I'm just like, am I supposed? Wait, I I thought I was supposed to like this guy. This guy seems kind of like a fucking psychopath. Uh,
Well,
and now, granted, I'm
yeah, in
not.
defense of
Maybe
the
I'm not.
movie, in defense of the movie, they do seem it's kind of it's a mixed bag because on one hand, the movie's very much aware that he's not an especially great guy.
Yeah,
You know, he's cheated on like every woman he's ever been with, sort of thing. Um, but nonetheless, there's a sort of sympathy the movie has for him that sometimes totally isn't warranted. One such example is when he's meeting with some of his old friends that are communists and stuff like that. One of them is a guy named Chevalier. He'll be important later. There's a point where he has a baby now with Emily Blunt, and he comes home one day to say that he got the gig, that he's going to join the Manhattan Project, and she's already been drinking for a long time. There's a baby crying in the background, and they hug, and she's like, "Yay, let's celebrate!" She's already drunk, and he's like, "Shouldn't you go to the baby? Shouldn't you go to him?" And she's like, "I've been going to him all day." And then he was like, "Uh-oh, she's really drunk." So he takes his kid and goes to his friends and is like, "Hey, will you just take our kid
for a
for
few
a
months.
yeah?" And it's like, just like he just kind of like gives away his kid because he like can't like neither of them can be
Neither of them
bothered
can it
with
can
that
be
crazy.
bothered to deal with it. Yeah, which is an interesting. I mean, that was interesting.
It was
I,
interesting. Hold on, the point I'm coming to is that the Chevalier guy, he goes like, "Look, I know we're selfish and awful people, you know, for like not giving the time to this kid and wanting to give him away and all that stuff." And the guy goes, "Selfish and awful people don't know they're selfish and awful," as if to say that like you're not selfish and awful because you're aware of it. And it's like that's not true at
that
all.
no, that just
That's
ask
not
Dan
true
Harmon.
even a
That
little
is
bit.
not true.
There are plenty of people who kind of use their awareness of how terrible they are as a crutch to keep being terrible. Right?
That was the
It's
whole
it's
plot of BoJack Horseman. I'm pretty sure.
yeah. So there's points like that where the movie is like super insistent on how important he is and how super duper special he
Oh,
is.
dude, they jerk him off
They
so
jerk him
much
off
in this.
a lot.
It is so indulgent
Yeah.
on the like the cult worship of him that it borders on like strange. Especially
Yeah.
that the first scene you really see of him is him poisoning his professor's
Yeah,
apple
it's one of the first
over
scenes we get.
comparatively fucking nothing. Like a
Yeah, the
simple
professor did
request.
nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Like actually nothing wrong. And he tries to poison him for it. It's insane. It's nuts. But
Like if you're
anyway,
gonna include that, you've like I really would like a little more harshness towards this character throughout the rest of the
yeah.
3 hour runtime. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's some lip service to him being complicated morally and like not necessarily a good guy. But the movie at the end is like kind of treating him like he's a victim of the persecution of the committee that's investigating his life. But if you think about really the stakes of what they're talking about and what they're worried about with the Cold War and that he used to be a communist and now that he's against the H bomb, but like, you know,
The Soviets are building
there was a
bombs. Yeah.
leak. There was a leak during his run, and that he's been less than full, and he's lied about certain things. Like they're totally right to be skeptical of him, but the movie makes it seem like it's nothing but petty, like McCarthyism. And it's like, okay, first of all, guys, you want to complain about McCarthyism in like Hollywood, where it's like you weren't allowed to write screenplays and you would lose your job and be run out of the industry. If you're a communist, that's one thing. But if you have top secret security clearance for the nuclear program during the Cold War and you're a communist, that's a concern. Like,
Oh,
I
dude,
don't think we can act like that McCarthyism's bad in this context. Like, that's a perfectly legitimate thing to be really concerned about, actually.
they did seem like they were trying to play off of the the general public attitude towards McCarthyism as pushed by the Hollywood narrative about that particular,
Hmm.
movement. And I was getting real frustrated at that because it's not like the Soviets were particularly kind to Jews either, and they harped real hard
Yeah.
on whether or not like the Nazi like the Jewish scientists with Germany,
Hmm.
like they harped real hard on that. So I that felt to me a little bit like the screenwriter's sympathies,
Yes.
you know,
Hmm.
and that happened a lot too during the stuff about the bombs being dropped on Japan. There's I know Christopher Nolan is a dual citizen, but it felt a lot like there was the very English, moral dilemma there about like, well, Japan was essentially defeated, so did we really have to drop the bomb? And I understand that is like I don't know, I'm not knowledgeable enough about the whole thing to be able to make definitive conclusions, but to put myself in the shoes of the people who were making that decision, it becomes really obvious why they did it. You
Hmm.
know,
Yes.
Japan at that point was, yes, essentially defeated, and in most of them, especially the higher military brass in Japan, seemed to know that they were probably going to lose. However, their plan, because the Allies were insisting on unconditional surrender, as I understand it, was to basically deal such a big blow, make it so difficult for the Allies to fight them and to beat them down that the Allies would have to come to them with more favorable surrender terms than
Yeah.
unconditional surrender, because they didn't want the emperor to be hung for the war crimes that Japan committed, which was definitely on the table in their minds if unconditional surrender happened, right? So
Hmm.
they're not going to let that happen. And they're training their civilians in the use of bamboo spears in guerrilla warfare for the, anticipated invasion of the home islands of Japan.
Yeah.
And they're basically like the army or the Marines and the Navy are looking at this and looking at how the Pacific War has gone for them with just absolute bloodbaths that are crazy. The amount of people that
Hmm.
they killed and the amount of like effort that it took for them to capture these islands all around the Pacific that weren't even like they didn't even mean anything to the Japanese.
Yeah.
There was no way that this was gonna cost any less than 1 million lives, and they did not want to do that. They did not want to go and fight for 3, 4 more years trying to take bit by bit, inch by inch, the home islands of Japan. The Japanese
For
propaganda at
people
the
who are
time,
not big on surrender
the
in
the,
general.
the Japanese people at the time were basically getting arrested for any thoughts of peace. You talk about peace in public to your neighbor, you're going to get arrested by the secret police, basically.
Hmm.
And they, they were running propaganda that was basically just like 100 million souls will die for the emperor. Basically, exterminate us. There's no surrender, right?
Yeah.
You have to kill every single one of us if you want unconditional surrender,
It's
right?
like it's an honor culture on steroids.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. There, I think Dan Carlin had a thing where he was just like they're like everyone else, only more so, which is it really interesting podcast to
Yeah.
listen to is his stuff on the Pacific War. I highly recommend that. But
In short,
I mean, some of their soldiers didn't surrender until 1970 fucking four. Like they got newspapers of the atomic bomb dropping, and they didn't believe that it was real because if it was real, the Japanese would never have surrendered. Like there would be no Japan left if there
Mhm.
was a surrender. Is like how they convinced themselves in the jungles
Yeah.
of the Philippines. So like dropping those bombs in those circumstances, looking at that, I really don't get going back and Holly hindsighting it because it's just like no,
Mhm.
I like it had to like
Yeah.
according to them it had to happen, right? Like that's just
Yeah. I mean, I'm no expert on this, but I know about as much as a lot of people do about these sort of things. It seems quite obvious to me that this was the better way to go in terms of saving lives in general. in saving, especially American lives, and that they wouldn't have surrendered easily with anything less, right? So
Yeah.
like the movie doesn't the movie is kind of tepid about whether it feels like whether it disagrees with what you were just saying,
Yeah, it
because
doesn't. Yeah, it definitely. Now I understand that he most certainly had some qualms about the
yeah, so that's
creation
the
of it, and
thing,
that makes
because
sense.
a lot of it is like his perspective, and he's just a guy, right? He's not a soldier. He's a scientist, and he's a particular left-wing leaning type guy, right? Sensitive, liberal, bleeding heart type guy. So,
Yeah,
like, it's not surprising that he feels this way about some of this stuff. I think what's in the movie, I think, does an okay job of just like showing you his perspective, showing a number of different people's perspectives, and just kind of like letting you make up your own mind. What's really, if you really want to have a bad time, go see what like communists on Twitter are saying about America dropping the bomb on Japan, because
I don't.
they're simping awfully hard for feudal Japan by saying how bad we were for doing it. And it's like,
Bro,
man,
they hated.
you have to downplay so much. It's crazy.
Well, and I think it's so Jack was saying that it's bizarre that Japan is viewed in a different light from Germany, despite the similar atrocities. Uh, that I think that mostly results from us kind of occupying and building the country back up after the war because we wanted an ally in that region against China and against
Mhm.
the Soviets. But speaking of the atrocities, I read somewhere recently that during 1945, I think it was something like between 100,000 and 250,000 East Asian civilians a day were being killed due to, like, as a result of Japanese military aggression in China and Southeast
Mhm.
Asia. That's like
Yeah.
that's a that's a lot for like until August. That's a lot. Like
Mhm.
we should not be simping for the for this. Like I understand
No.
that they were civilians and it's a horrible thing, but like
The movie actually does a pretty good job, I think, of saying that, like, this was a thing that was necessary, but it shouldn't feel especially good, you know? Like,
yeah,
that's the sort of vibe from the movie. It's like, this was necessary, but it I think the movie is kind of, critical of the people in the moment who are celebrating it. Like, not that you can't understand why the people who made the bomb are happy that it worked and that their efforts were successful, and that, you know what I mean? But there's something kind of harrowing about being elated at having done this, you know what I mean? Like, that there's
it's
like there are things that you
yeah.
need to d that you are morally required to do that are still not cause for celebration as if they're good. It's like, it's just the least bad thing you could have done, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And I understand that it's a big sticking point in a lot of modern dialogue about it. It just to me it did feel a little bit like in the same vein of the McCarthyism, the more pro-communist stuff. It felt a little like it was tilting its hand
Yeah.
towards that side to me. And
Mhm.
clearly I have some strong opinions, uneducated as they may
Yeah.
be, sparsely educated as they may be.
One thing that a couple of people have pointed out in chat is that we're still using Purple Hearts that we manufactured in preparation for the invasion of Japan. Like, we haven't run out of all the ones we manufactured preparing for that.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean,
No.
they definitely thought that it was going to cost millions,
Mhm.
if not tens of millions of lives. Like,
Yeah, the
and
film.
comparatively, 200,000 people is not as big. Like, is this a utilitarian perspective? It's not as big of a price. It's really not.
So, one thing, there are people in the movie who, when they find out that Germany has surrendered, the people in the movie, I should say, people specifically who've worked on the Manhattan Project, who want to not drop the bomb on Japan because they think Japan is going to surrender, and they have mixed feelings about unleashing this, unbelievable power if it's not necessary, right? And
Yeah,
there's a tendency among some people in the movie to say that there is a sort of like, well, you could get the implication that they think Japan isn't as bad as the Nazis. It's like, well, we defeated the Nazis, so we don't have to use it on Japan, because they're not the Nazis. And it's like, well, they were pretty fucking bad.
They
guys.
they were doing some pretty horrible shit. And now, not the people in the cities that were bombed. The vast majority of them were civilians, and that I think the movie does a very good job balancing that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because the other big scene
it's just a complicated issue, really. Like civilian bombing in World War II had that a lot, and those things are really, really difficult
it's complicated,
to navigate.
right? And one of the big scenes in the movie, once they've done the test and it works, is they actually no, sorry, it hasn't happened yet. The test hasn't happened yet, but they're going to test it soon. They meet with the Secretary of War. And Matt Damon's there, and a whole bunch of other people are there, as including Oppenheimer, and they're advising on this. And there's a moment where the movie, it's tough because it shows all these different perspectives, and it's actually kind of hard, perhaps in a good way, to judge what the movie thinks you should think. I think it's a bit more subtle than that in many respects. Not all of them, but some of them. There's a part where Oppenheimer says something about how, like, oh, we'll drop one or whatever. And Matt Damon says, like, no, we'll drop two. We'll drop one to show them that we can do it, and drop two to show them we'll keep doing it until they surrender. And it's like the movie kind of, or Oppenheimer at least, whose perspective we're kind of meant to sympathize with in many respects, kind of looks at that as kind of like, I don't know, bloodthirsty or unnecessary. But as harsh as it is, that's not necessarily super unrealistic as a thing that might have been necessary to do. You know what I mean?
It's hard to imagine now. From our perspective now, it's very hard to imagine how the Japanese wouldn't have surrendered after one.
Yes,
but
it's hard to. We're all playing hindsight games here, but I think the two actually might have been really important. There's a chance, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think so. Honestly, it's yeah.
Anyway, that's discussion. That's that discussion, funny as it is, and that has been reinvigorated by the movie. I don't think the movie comes down conclusively on either side of that, but does kind of present it as a very hard, difficult choice. If you listen to Oppenheimer, like later in life, talking about how whether it was necessary to drop the bomb on Japan, he'll say things like, I think the belief that they wouldn't surrender short of a total invasion was well-founded and made in good faith, and that they made the hard decision to do. And I'm like, that's what he comes to believe, I guess, later in life. At the end, that's his final conclusion, is that it was necessary, but, of course he doesn't feel good about that, which seems perfectly reasonable to me. He's not a soldier. He's not. He feels really bad about having to do this, and that something he created would do that, and something that, he's devoted so much of his time to. And that's totally fine and realistic to me. There's quite a bit about his perspective in the movie that, like, I don't necessarily agree with, but I can understand why he felt that way. And the movie does a good job of not being too ham-fisted about some of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so there's a bunch of stuff in the chat right now about all the awful shit that the Japanese military did, and how the Japanese civilians
horrendous
reacted. Oh no, unbelievably horrendous. Yeah. And the Japanese civilians did it's an interesting story that Nunya brought up there about how they were publicizing that the army was competing to decapitate Chinese civilians, and they were publishing it in the papers, and people were reading it and basically keeping up with the two guys who were racing to 100 heads, right, to see who invested in who would do it first. I heard something about how that might have been propaganda, that might have been the newspapers making it up, but the people who were reading it didn't know that, and they were on board with it. So yeah, and then, of course, as they bring up in the movie, part of it is also to intimidate the Soviets, which, is that
So here's a really interesting aspect of the movie. Is part of the conflict that comes up in the movie, and this is all tied in thematically with his previous communist affiliations. There's a question of whether they should tell their current allies, the Soviets, whether they have an atomic bomb and that they plan to use it on Germany and or Japan, you know, as needed. And there's conflict about this because Oppenheimer thinks we should be telling this to our allies. And several people make that case that, like, they're our allies. And then meanwhile, I think the much wiser the people involved, like Matt Damon's character and others, are like, really, the Soviets? Like, we're just gonna tell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they're our allies now, but they're not our allies long term. And yeah, fact check, true on that one. And so there's a debate about whether they should tell them or not. And so, they ultimately decide that, like, it's up to Truman essentially whether he tells them or not. But there's a scene, and this is why I think the Chevalier guy is important. There's a friend he had who was a communist, a card carrying communist
Party
from
member,
back in the
yes.
day, who at one point he meets with, and he says, "Hey, like, I know he's aware that that Oppenheimer's working on a project involving the bomb, or that that he knows that somehow. It's not clear exactly how he knows that. But he says, I've heard a lot of scientists talking about how it's dumb that we're not sharing what we know with our allies, the Soviets." And he's like, some people feel that way. And he goes, I know someone who, if you wanted to give them information, not through official channels, I know
Oh,
someone.
right. That's that guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the same guy, and he's offering him to, like, tell, go outside official channels to tell the Soviets what they're working on. And he's like, that would be treason. He goes, I know, I just thought I'd let you know that someone is offering that. He's making it very clear
That
that he
okay, yeah,
wants
no,
to do that.
that is an important development in that, especially that he, gave the dude his kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so that guy's important, especially for that reason. Because then, what's interesting is because in the very next scene, he's in a hearing and he's talking about how he sincerely believed that the Chevalier guy who asked him about this wasn't actually serious, and he didn't actually, he didn't actually think I would give him any information. It's like if you watch the scene, it's like, no, he obviously did. He obviously did. He's just trying to protect him because he's his friend, and he even
Yeah.
admits later that he is still his friend. And so, like, man, it's not hard to be sympathetic to the national security interests, who are like, I don't know if this guy, because he did lie about that story, and it came out that he lied about the story. So, like,
But it's interesting
it's
because I definitely
complicated.
like I'm sure this is accurate to to the actual guy, but I definitely find it hard to sympathize with somebody who is very vehemently against Nazis, but isn't against the Soviet communists. Like as vehemently,
Yeah,
like because they were as bad, if not worse, by the end of it. By the end of it all, right? Like
yeah.
they
And
were
so,
like, let's stop pretending. So
So
like,
there, I think for Oppenheimer, flawed as his perspective may be, it's definitely about the persecution of the Jews, right? Because he's
yes,
Jewish, and there's even a point where he says something to someone about how invested he is in against the Nazis, and someone else said it was horrible too, and he goes, "They're not. It's not your people they're throwing in the camps." So clearly, he cares more about it because those are his people, right? And
yeah.
then he's not nearly as harsh or critical about the Soviet Union, probably because he's kind of left leaning. He's got friends that are
He's
communists.
an academic.
And
He's in institutions,
yeah,
like,
you
and
know,
the ideals of labor unions and all that are attractive to, people in that space.
yeah. Oh, I actually really like the scene early on where, like, he tries to set up a union for the radiation lab,
Yeah,
and Josh Hartnett comes in. He's like, what the fuck do any of you have to do, like, have in common with factory workers? How much do you get paid a year? And the guy's embarrassed to say, and he's like, get the fuck out of here.
and the one guy says
Like,
plenty, like pipes up in his little dweeby voice, and then they kick him
yeah,
out anyway.
yeah. And I was like, yeah, you tell him. Anyway, yeah, so, like, he clearly has a blind spot, for
Yeah,
communists,
yeah,
like a
and
lot
I
of.
mean it's a real person, so I'm okay with that being inconsistency in the character, but also
I think
like
what's complicated about the movie is that the movie does feel often like it's really trying to gas him up, really trying to make you feel bad about him being persecuted, really trying to make you think he's one of the most important people to ever live, and how he's so smart and he's so brilliant and all this sort of stuff. And so when it comes to these sort of perspectives he has, it gets a little unclear as to what the movie thinks,
yeah,
which
it can
is
definitely do that. And
which I think overall is better than it being ham-fisted about what it wants you to think about some of these things, but it is a little muddled sometimes of like what you're meant to make of it. I mean, I think I'd prefer this to something as ham-fisted as it could have been, because
it
at
could have
least
been
then
it could have
we get
been
to
like a
make up our
Barbie.
own minds, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know,
it could have been like a Barbie movie.
it's totally possible to go through this movie and to like really disagree with a lot of what Oppenheimer says and like have a totally valid interpretation of what the movie is saying, or the reverse. You know what I mean? It can
Yeah.
be kind of confused. Um so, you know, I guess
Well, so
getting back.
we've covered that thorny issue. Let's get back to the movie now.
So the gist of the movie is that he's being interrogated for past associations with communists and some of his weird judgments in the past to try to hide information or try to like unionize the radiation lab or
Or
to
to
bring.
share atomic weapons secrets with the Soviet Union because they're allies.
Yeah, well, he was accused of that, not that he ever really wanted to do that, but all that sort of stuff is what he's being interrogated over. All that stuff is comparatively way less interesting, though there's some interesting bits in there. To the main thrust, which is Matt Damon comes in and he's like, oh, Matt Damon has some of the best lines in the movie because he comes in when he first walks in and he introduces himself. He takes off he's wearing a military uniform. He takes off his jacket, hands it to his assistant, and says, "Have that dry cleaned." And Oppenheimer says, like, "Oh, well, if that's how you treat your lieutenant or whatever, your colonel, that's how you treat him. I wonder how you'll treat a humble old physicist." And he goes, "Well, if I ever meet one, I'll let you know."
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a good line. He's
Yeah.
got some clever little lines, and he's got some fun back and forths with Oppenheimer. Where the basic gist is that like, I, we need the best people for this job. I don't really care that you're a communist. I don't really trust. I don't do anything on trust, right? Like I don't have to think you're a good person at all. I don't have to like
Yeah.
you. We're trying to win here. And Matt Damon is a really compelling character because at one point they're trying to convince other scientists to join. So they make the decision to sort of compartmentalize. So they have some aspects of the Manhattan Project in different locations, like Chicago. I think there's one in California, New York, maybe. Anyway, different locations, and they're working on different aspects of it. And they're going around trying to convince the best scientists to come to Los Alamos, which is a somewhat centralized location in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico, where they can do tests and have a secret lab. And so they're going to build a small town so all the best scientists who have families and stuff like that can bring their families, because they want the best people. They're going around to all the best scientists, all the god they need to put together a
Well, and
team.
that's one of the most interesting aspects of this whole story is the creation of and the fact that that town exists.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's a very but comparatively though we don't really spend all that much time here.
No, we
Like
do not. No, we do not. We don't really get to live in this town, and I would have liked to, because it's very interesting. We get little glimpses. That's about it, and certain other things are glossed over about it. But, they're trying to convince people to come join this mission. And one guy's like, they're talking to a guy, and he's like, "Why would I leave everything to go do this for several years? What's in it for me," or something like that. And Matt Damon like loses his shit. It's a really good little line. He says something to the effect of, "It's like, why? Because it's only the most important fucking thing that's ever happened in the history of the world. That's why." And then he walks away and he storms off. It's kind of funny. It's like,
yeah.
because he's tired of these scientists being like, "Oh, I don't know, maybe." He's like, but they can't tell the scientists what they're doing until they agree to do it in their security clearance gets approved or
Yeah, yeah.
whatever. So they have to try to convince them without saying explicitly what they're doing, and it's proving difficult. All that sort of stuff, building the town, building the team, thinking through how the bomb's going to work and what they need to do. All that stuff's really good.
Yeah, I
Really
mean,
good.
all the Matt Damon stuff is very compelling. It's
Matt Damon is the Nick Fury in the nuclear weapons cinematic universe. Yes, he is.
pretty much he's the one who's bringing all those famous actors together to build a bomb
He's putting together
and
a
push a
team.
button.
And so, like, I think I said on Twitter a little bit ago when someone asked, like, why I was disappointed in Oppenheimer, and, Twitter's a place for brevity. And so I was like, well, very, very simply put, I think there's like an hour and a half of really good movie in here, and everything else is like okay to boring to awful. Like
Yeah.
some, quite a wide range. But man, the stuff about putting together the team and getting the bomb built and all the stuff that comes along with that, all the questions about how to build it, what it'll need to do, how we're going to use it, that we need to beat the Germans, everything we got to do to make sure it doesn't get out. All that sort of stuff is really, really good. Making sure there's no moles in the program. And then the Trinity sequence itself, obviously the highlight, the capstone of that section of the movie. But unfortunately, that's like half the movie.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah,
half the
that's
movie.
only half. And then the rest of it is, and it doesn't help that it's been chopped up in such a way that as to be very, very like you said, spaghetti on the floor. Um, and then even if you didn't chop it up that way and told it chronologically, the second half would still be pretty boring. Like it would,
Yeah.
the second half would still be a big you come down from the atomic bomb to the security clearance stuff and to the conspiracy by Strauss to, stop Oppenheimer from.
Oh, you're saying if it was all told chronologically, yeah.
Yeah. If you put them if you put them in the two halves, the two halves basically, you have the Oppenheimer stuff and you have the Strauss stuff. The hearing, you could probably do a non-chronological first half with Oppenheimer at the hearing for his security clearance, intertold with the story of the Trinity test, right? And then you could have the stuff with Strauss as the second half, basically of the movie. But even then, like it's not anywhere near as compelling as all this stuff of putting the team together and figuring out the science and spending managing the people, and which is all great. Like all the
And
Los
managing
Alamos
the
stuff.
people, there's a lot of like personalities to juggle and all sorts of stuff there. It's good.
Yeah.
All good stuff. And like all the things you have to do to make sure everything's secure. Like, like at one point they're on a train from like, I think Chicago all the way to New Mexico. And I think Oppenheimer says, this would be a lot faster if we could fly. And Matt Damon says, like, no, our country needs us. A plane's too risky. I'm like, there's a lot of interesting stuff there.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting stuff. And then, we can talk more about some of the things that aren't as good, but I want to jump to the best stuff. So
go for it.
The best stuff comes when, we're getting close. We're getting close. So there's a sort of visual depiction of how close we are to having enough uranium and plutonium to
the
be able to
marbles
build
in the
bomb.
jar.
And so they have a jar and they're putting marbles in it every time so that how close they are. And so when we finally get pretty close, it's like, how ready can we have the bomb? They're working on implosion tests where they make sure the part of the bomb that actually implodes, without the uranium is working and it's up to snuff and all that. And Matt Damon says, like, all right, like how long? And he's like, maybe September. And he's like, July. Like, I don't know, August maybe. He's like, no, we need it by July. It's like, all right, we'll have it by, like, we'll test by July, And so, like, they're on a time crunch, right? They need it sooner because they're in a race against, the Nazis as far as they're concerned, and in Japan and whoever else. So they finally get to the point where it's like, oh, the bomb's almost ready. And they've decided that they are going to use it on Japan. And they're going to decide whether Truman should tell the Soviets about what they have before they do it. But we're getting down to crunch time here. And it's like, well, his last chance to tell the Soviets that they have a bomb and that they're going to drop and that it works and that they're going to drop it on Japan is fast approaching. It's a conference, some sort of peace conference or something like that, that they're all going to be at, and that's the
It's
last chance. So they really need to have run a test before then. And so it's like, oh shit, we're down to the wire. And so they're building up to this test, right?
yeah,
They get the bomb ready, and there's so many great little moving parts here when they're like figuring out where to do it, and that it has to be clear skies, a so they can see, but also so that they can make sure that the fallout doesn't blow too far away and cause unintended problems. And there are all these safety precautions they're putting in place in terms of how far away they need to be and how they like can't look directly at it and all this sort of stuff. So it's all really interesting. And they're like, and the Air Force is like, oh, we want to run a test. We want to fly bombers over at the right time to make sure that the explosion isn't big enough, isn't so big that it blows up the planes that drop it. And they're like, no, it's going to be too risky. And it's like, well, they need to know, right? Are we just going to hope that our calculations are correct and they're going to drop it and then they're going to blow up too? Like all these sort of conversations are super interesting.
yeah. When yeah,
Super,
it's
super
it's this
interesting.
it's the nitty gritty of the actual execution, and they've established pretty well early on that that's not Oppenheimer's strong suit, right? So
Mhm.
he doesn't know exactly how to manage it, and so there's a lot of tension there that's going to happen, and that we got to do this, but he's not really in control. Everybody else is sort of advising him, and he's not. They're not as confident, or they don't project as much confidence as he does. And then there's the
Yeah.
infighting that I really liked between the one guy who one guy storms out of the meeting because he refuses to work with one of the
Yeah,
other
they're
people.
bickering and arguing with each other. One of those guys is played by Benny Safdie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Benny Safdie is that one, and then the tall guy is played by a Skarsgård, one of the Skarsgård
Oh,
brothers.
is that one of that's like the less famous
It's
Skarsgård
the
brothers?
Skarsgård from Vikings. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize him. Yeah, so I want to talk one of my favorite parts in the movie is we got to build up to it. So let's start with Benny Safdie. He's working on the project. I don't know where he's supposed to be from, like Russian or Eastern European or something like that.
He
He's
might
working on
even
the
be from like Israel.
he's got an interesting accent. I'm not sure where he's supposed to be from. Anyway, they're working on it, and he calculates that there's a chance that the chain reaction of uranium explosions could continue and then cause a chain reaction that ignites the atmosphere and completely destroys the world, like that it won't stop, it'll keep going. And it's really interesting because that was something that they were worried about at first. So they're like, holy shit. And so they run the calculations and they're like, we're pretty darn sure that won't happen.
It's near zero.
Near zero. And then we get that. I mean, that the scientists have talked about that, but Matt Damon doesn't know about it. And
Well,
then as
he doesn't know about it until they're about to do the test.
yeah, because they're about to do the test, and there's a guy who's like, he's taking bets on how many kilotons or megatons of TNT the explosion is going to be, because they have ways of measuring this, and they're taking bets on how big the explosion is going to be. And at one point, he says something to the effect of like, "Does anyone want side action on the igniting the atmosphere?" And the scientists kind of laugh, and Matt Damon has this like concerned look on his face. And later, when he's alone with Oppenheimer, it's like, "What did he mean about like atmospheric ignition?" He's like, "Oh well, early on in our tests, we face the possibility that there's a slight chance that the reaction would
Maybe the
continue,
reaction would continue and just go, I don't know, just blow up the
ignite
whole
the
universe. Yeah,
atmosphere."
ignite, blow
And
up the
he's
whole
like,
world.
are you telling me that there's a chance when we blow up this bomb that we destroy the entire world? And he's like, it's very slim. He goes, how slim? He goes, near zero. And he's like, near zero. He's like,
What
well,
do
what
you
do you want
want
from
from
theory
theory
alone?
alone?
He goes, zero would be nice. There's some very like human moments in that, and like really highlights just how blind we were going into all of this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that we didn't. I mean, we had some sense of what was going to happen, but like, man, it was such a risk. It was such a gamble. I think later when Truman is on the radio talking about the successful deployment of the atom bomb in Japan. He talks about how this was the most significant scientific gamble in history and that we won.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, like, yeah, it was an insanely risky scientific gamble, man. I mean, and there were unintended consequences that aren't even raised in the movie because no one at the time even really seemed to have a good idea of just how bad the radiation fallout
They
effects
do a
would be.
little bit of that in the
A
movie.
little bit, but
They have like one of the more interesting choices that he makes to discretion, I guess would be the word, is that they show a slideshow of to the characters of the consequences of what happened to the people who were affected by the bomb, but they don't actually show the audience any of that.
yeah.
They just show the actor reactions, um, which
And
is
he looks away and doesn't look at it, which is an interesting choice.
yeah,
Um,
that's interesting that he chose
well,
discretion
no,
there.
yeah, but just to the point I was making, they showed like pictures from the immediate effects of it, but they didn't know at the time just how bad the radiationing poisoning would linger for such a long time. Even in New Mexico, they
Yeah,
didn't really seem to be aware of those effects at all, which is interesting. So those don't even really get brought up in the movie because they really just didn't know at the time. You know,
yeah.
Dave is describing a movie called Fat Man and Little Boy, which I had not seen. Have you seen that movie?
No, no,
The
that
way that he describes it as like Paul Newman as Groves, Dwight Schultz is Oppenheimer. If I remember correctly, Laura Dern gets naked at some point. It's like this just feels like Oppenheimer again.
yeah,
We have an actress who gets naked at one point.
yeah,
Speaking
well
of,
respected actress.
this is a weird thing that Fat Man and Little Boy are named after characters from the Maltese Falcon.
Yeah, I saw Jen in the chat mentioning that earlier.
Yeah, so I just read the Maltese Falcon within the last month or so. And when I heard that, and as we were reading it, I'm like wondering why they named it after them. And
Ah,
after
yeah.
reading the book, I still have no idea. like I,
Maybe they were just the guy was just a fan.
yeah, I don't really know. I was hoping there might be some kind of cool symbolic connection, but I really don't think there is one. I just think, maybe the first bomb was really big, and so they called it Fat Man, and then they didn't know what to call the other one. Anyway, interesting
Yeah,
little
that's an
side
interesting
note.
little. That is really
And so we
interesting.
have the Trinity test, which I think has the best use of score in the movie.
Yeah, I would say that's the best deployment. Most of the score is deployed shockingly poorly for such a well-reviewed movie, honestly.
I agree with that. So, but I think the Trinity track itself, which is quite long and covers quite a bit of that build up to it, is really good. It incorporates like the sort of clicking of Geiger
Yeah,
counters.
that's the highlight for me, for
Yeah,
sure.
I thought that was pretty neat. So it's a big buildup. People setting up like at different distances and getting ready to press it. And there's even a bit of tension because like if the voltage or the amperage or whatever drops below a certain level, don't press it, and all this sort of stuff. And there's a storm that blows over, and so they're worried about the storm too, whether that'll pass in time. And then there's an implosion test that they do right before the bomb goes off, like earlier that day, that doesn't work. And they're like, "Oh fuck, should we do it?" Like the implosion test didn't work last time, but it did
Yeah,
the
like
time
what
before.
happens if
What do
we
we
just
do?
blast this uranium all over White Sands? Like,
Yeah, and that would set us back so much. And it's like, oh, there's all these things building up the tension, and it's a Christopher Nolan movie, so the explosion's going to be pretty fucking cool, and it was. It was
yeah,
pretty fucking
it was
cool.
pretty cool.
So I think it's worth commending. So there's a big buildup, and then the sound cuts off, and then the bomb goes off. And because they're so far away from the explosion, there's quite a bit of the initial aftermath of the explosion before they hear anything from it.
Yeah,
Before the
that's
shockwave and the
great.
sound hits them. So it's very quiet, and we see the explosion. We see it from all these different people's perspectives, the blinding white light, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And so,
And then when the shockwave actually finally reaches them, it's like it hits you. It hits you as like a bit of a surprise. It's like
yeah.
it's coming, but it still manages to do it. It's very very. That is definitely the best done part of the movie for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that I really liked about it is because so much of the movie is wall to wall music when the bomb finally hits, that it goes silent. It's like that's a smart choice. It's a very smart choice because there's a long musical buildup, and then when it finally hits, everything cuts out. It's really good. And the explosion looks really cool. I haven't done a ton of research yet until how we accomplished it because I know that there is no CGI in the movie. Not that there's no VFX, but no computer generated imagery. So
Yeah.
all the explosive stuff is, I'm assuming it's mixing different scales, because obviously he didn't set off an atomic bomb for the movie. I'm not sure how big the explosion was. I'd be curious to look into that, like how he accomplished it or like how he shot it, you know, basically a miniature explosion to make it look bigger, all that sort of stuff. I'm very curious about that. Do you know anything about that?
I know as much as you that
Oh,
he did nothing CGI. It's all VFX of some kind, but I have no idea how he managed to do that because it looks great. I mean,
it looks really good. It does look really good. It's the money shot of the movie. I have very little complaints about the Trinity sequence, but I do have one, and that complaint is the way he says his famous line again. So the bomb goes off, and there's quite a bit of silence. We jump around to different perspectives, and then when the light from the explosion finally goes away and goes back into the dark of night, and then he says, like, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Now, if this was the first time they used it in the movie, I probably wouldn't hate it as much. but because they did that cringe sex scene thing, the way they do it here feels like we've already diminished the power of the line quite a bit. The other thing is, at no other point do we have internal monologue for him in the entire movie. For all the talk of
yeah,
how this is like very much grounded in his subjective perspective, or at least the color footage that is. Um, we never get internal monologues ever. We get little glimpses a couple points throughout the movie of things he's imagining, but we never get, the voice in his head. And to get it here, I don't know, it kind of undercut the moment a little for me. I don't know how you felt about it.
I think I would have liked to have seen it play out with him, right? Like with the actor, like it's saying it
Yeah.
to somebody, like I don't know.
I don't well, see, I don't know if I would have liked him to say it in the moment. I would have, if we're gonna
I
hear him say the line at all, I would have liked to see the scene where he actually says it, on television or wherever that was.
yeah, I mean that could have been good, but if we're gonna have him, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna, there's no other internal monologue, like you said, and it's just like if you're gonna have that famous line, like why not let the actor deliver it? Is my like you got this guy playing this very famous person, and you're not even gonna let him deliver probably the most famous thing that he ever said in any dramatic reading way at all.
Yeah.
Like that just seems, I don't know. That's also the
Yeah, I think it's a
explosion.
missed opportunity.
The explosion was apparently mostly a combination of gasoline and propane, and this is a quote from the special effects director, because you get so much bang for your buck. Aluminum powder and magnesium were added to the mixture to mimic the instant blinding flash.
Hmm.
So they did. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
That is cool.
Yeah, I feel like if you're, I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna do a dramatic film about somebody who has a line like that, like I just would have liked to. I would have liked the actor to have an opportunity to do it on
Yeah,
screen.
I
That's
agree.
yeah,
I agree. And the other thing, I think it's worth mentioning is I like the way the scene plays out in the movie, like the fallout of everyone clapping and being really happy and everything.
yeah,
You know what I mean? I think that works for the movie, but it is worth mentioning, I think, that, in that famous interview I'm actually not sure what it comes from, but he's on camera. It's a close up shot of his face. He's not looking into the camera, but he's describing what it was like, and he looks, you know, weathered by by all these
Yeah.
events, right? And one of the things he says, famous part of the quote, not as famous as the Hindu scripture line, but he says, um, some people laughed, some people cried, most people were silent. And then in the movie, everyone's just clapping and cheering. It's like, I don't know. I feel like we missed an opportunity to show how he described it. In that famous scene, he described what it was like.
Yeah,
And why didn't we depict it that way? I don't
yeah,
know.
I
Maybe
that's bizarre. Well, and that's the somebody in chat mentioned it earlier that it does sort of make the rest of the Americans involved out to be sort of bloodthirsty by doing that.
Mhm.
And I definitely remembered that he had said some people laughed, some people cried, but most were silent. It's like he's the only one who's permitted the somberness of realizing what they've just done, which is fine. I
Mhm.
guess it's his movie, right? But I don't know. It kind of diminishes. It kind of diminishes the rest of it that everybody like the fact of it and the power of it that most people, according to him, weren't in a celebratory mood. Like they realized the extent of what had happened or what they
Or
had
they
just
were just in
accomplished.
shock, if
Yeah,
nothing else. I think, yeah, I think you put it really well that like he's the only one permitted to be somber about it. It's like, that feels weird. That
yeah. I'm not a fan of that. I don't know.
I'm
That
not a fan
that's
of that either. And so, like, just thinking about that line, like a couple people laughed, not in like a "yay, we did it," but just kind of laughed because what else are you gonna do? That
yeah,
feels like it could have been very powerful, and they didn't do that. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I might have laughed in the moment,
yeah. That I'm
not because
definitely
it's
the kind of
funny, but just because like that's what I would have done if it was, in such a like overwhelming situation like that, right?
yeah. I am definitely the kind of person who does do that. Nervous laughter is a thing that I do. So
But yeah, I also would have been interesting to see someone you wouldn't expect that we've grown to know a little bit. A lot of the people on his team we just don't know at all.
yeah,
Like Jack
well,
Quaid. Do we know fucking anything about him? No.
no, we don't. Well, yeah, we barely know anything about Benny Safdie. The Skarsgård brother gets hardly any screen time, a few speaking lines. The British guy who, spoilers, turns out to be a spy for the Russians, he's introduced very briefly with
Hmm.
hardly a second thought and turns out to play a very major role.
Yeah,
Like this is really like the movie focuses very much on Oppenheimer, which it's his movie. That's fine, but it
to the
sacrifices all the
detriment. Yeah,
supporting cast except
yeah,
maybe Matt Damon
and Robert Downey Jr.
and well Robert
probably.
Downey Jr. Yeah,
Yeah,
I wasn't
I
a
would
huge
have
fan of his
much
performance, but it's fine.
I would have much rather focused on the first half of the Prometheus story than the picked apart thing because I don't think they nailed that at all. And as mildly interesting as it would be to read that in a book or maybe see it in a documentary series, I'm not interested in that story really. I don't think they did a good job with it. I would have much rather been introduced more fully to all the people on the team, and things like that. That way when the bomb goes off, we can have some sort of sense of who they are as people instead of the only person being a person is Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
Like he said in the famous line that you've thrown in here twice, both poorly, I think, that some people cried. Where were the people crying? Come on, man.
no, there
Like,
was no.
wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't it be interesting to pick someone who you wouldn't expect to cry in that moment to cry in that moment? You know?
Yeah,
Something like that. Someone like something not just the woman on the team,
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, but even
Who
then, maybe
also
that would have
gets
been cool.
nothing but lip service comparatively. Like she
Yeah.
doesn't get a role really. She's there to deliver one line about oh they didn't teach me typing at Harvard, and then that's it. She's barely on screen for another
Mhm.
line. It's it. How am I supposed to connect to any of the people involved in this project if you don't give me the time to do so? Like all I'm getting is him, 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 him.
Yeah. I think It's odd. There's only a couple times where we see anyone, like, crying or upset on the team, like, after the bomb goes off, and it's after they bomb Hiroshima and,
Yeah.
Nagasaki, and it's brief because there's a rally where I think rather ham-fistedly, everyone's very rah, 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 like, unanimously, and he's giving a rally. Like, maybe that's exactly how it happened, but it felt a little strange to
Oh,
me.
the
But then,
part
like,
where he gets up on stage and does the thing like, I bet the Japanese didn't like it. And it's just
yeah.
like, oh
Like,
boy,
maybe
yeah, I bet
that's
they didn't.
exactly how it went, but it felt a little strange. And then there's another thing I didn't like. Some people said that scene's really good, but I really don't like that, for example, he starts seeing those blinding white flashes and people's, like, skin ripping off, and then he, like, steps over, like, the burnt corpse of, and it
Yeah.
looks like how the remains of people who were destroyed in the blast looked, and it's like, well, he hasn't seen any of that yet. It's weird to show that here. We're like symbolically jumping forward in time and in this moment showing him things that he wouldn't have been able to see yet. Like, what are we doing here exactly? I didn't like that.
That was the part that felt the most ham-fisted about it to me,
Hmm.
really, was that they really drive home the guilt that he's feeling there. In
Hmm.
this the just the it's one of the laziest possible ways I think they could have done it, because there is some subtlety there of like him giving a speech to a crowd of chanting hysterical people, and
They're all
then
the scientists.
yeah, the scientists who didn't want the bomb, who were like
Yeah.
just
Yes.
a few days earlier, a few scenes earlier, were basically like, well, we finished the war with Germany, why are we even dropping this bomb, you know? And it's just like, i don't I don't know. It seems,
I agree.
especially considering his interview, it seems this is one of the parts of the movie that I felt was evidentiary of him tilting his hand towards his own perspective rather than, like that of the actual people involved.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think I agree with that.
yeah.
Um, less than stellar. Like, for example, like, the Jack Quaid. I like him as an actor. It was cool to see him on Red Letter Media. Do you ever see that Best of the Worst that he's on?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's really funny. So he guest starred on an episode of Best of the Worst, and they did this bit where, like, they kept trying to get him alone in the bit and to, like, tell him, like, hey, you're working with Chris, right? Like, hey, do you think you could get them this script I'm working on? Like, they're all trying to pitch him a script to give to Christopher Nolan. It's pretty funny. You should check it out.
Okay,
Anyone
okay,
listening
we'll
should
do.
also check it out. Anyway, but, like, yeah, like, I think literally all we ever see of him is playing the bongos. Like, okay, kinda useless.
Yeah.
Speaking of useless,
What was the Skarsgård brother doing during the celebration? I didn't catch him in the crowd anywhere. What was Benny
so the
Safdie
people in the
doing?
crowd, I just wanna make sure because I didn't see a lot of familiar faces because it was kind of like it's also filmed deliberately to just be an indistinguishable mob of people. Those were all supposed to be the scientists and people at in Los Alamos, right?
I, th- I mean, that's what I thought.
That's where it was. So, like,
Well, they're all
yeah,
chanting his name, so they all know him. So I would
yeah,
assume.
it must have been Los Alamos, yeah, but we don't see any familiar faces in the crowd.
Did we get a decent reaction shot of Josh after he pushes the button?
No, we don't. We do not.
This thing, man, is like all the side characters are superfluous. They don't.
Mhm.
Was that crowd students? I could have sworn that was the people, like the Los Alamos. Maybe, I guess since we don't see any familiar faces, maybe it's just the, you know
But where
families.
would that have been? Like, when would that have been that he's because, like, next thing we see after that isn't it him, like, getting ready to send the bombs off?
Well, no, because they had already dropped the bombs at that
Oh,
point.
yeah, sorry. So I guess that wasn't the scientists, those were just random students.
I had
Okay, that wasn't entirely clear to me, but if it
I
was
don't.
random, if that was random students, that's one thing. But it's still the point stands that we don't really get any of the reactions from the other people to the Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
No.
No,
And yeah,
I think Josh did push the
yeah,
button,
Josh is the guy.
and he was in charge of making sure that if anything dropped below a certain voltage, that he would abort. Um, but
Yeah,
he
but
pressed the
he
button.
pushes the button.
Anyway, yeah, a lot of the side characters are totally wasted. Some of them entirely superfluous that they could be cut entirely, like Florence Pugh.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it, I'm sure that was an important part of the second half of the story. This, the picked apart Promethean part, but I don't think she did much to establish, like, for his character that didn't get taken care of in other ways through either dialogue or his action.
I agree.
And I don't think she did much to further the story apart from making it more historically accurate, but it muddied everything a little bit because then it's just like, well, you were connected. You tried to form a labor union, and your brother was a communist, and your wife was a communist, and you also were fucking a communist, but then not the wife one. And your friend was a communist. Your friend was a spy. It's just there's a lot of stuff that it makes for a very messy story. I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
that if it was stretched out over a documentary style, it might be more
You'd still have
impactful,
to,
but
yeah, restructure it.
yeah.
So just to the point of like smaller characters who like even some of the ones who were actually really important to the story getting very basically no screen time. I mean, maybe that's the idea. I don't know. Tell me how you feel about this. Like the guy Klaus Schutz, whatever his name was, the guy who ends up being a spy for the Soviets, and the reason that the Soviets, have a head start on the atomic bomb right after the
Oh
war.
yeah, that guy. Yeah,
That guy, all we get from him, I think, is when he first shows up to the project and Matt Damon says, like, oh, this is the British contingent. And he's like, since when are you British? And he says in a thick German accent, since Hitler told me I wasn't German. He goes like, I see.
we get one other scene. It's when Benny Safdie like storms out and quits because he won't work with the Skarsgård, and Oppenheimer promotes the British guy.
Does he promote? Is that
He gives him Benny Safdie's job, and then goes out to Benny Safdie and convinces him to stay.
okay? I
Yeah,
forgot that was him, but
yeah.
he doesn't get any like character. He's kind of in the background. So like, here's the question: is that good or bad? Is that like a missed opportunity, or is there something interesting about the fact that the guy who ended up being the mole, someone just kind of like lurking in the background that we weren't paying attention to?
I don't think it's particularly interesting, dude, because everybody lurks in the background apart from him. Like
Yeah.
the fact that so much of the plot, especially by the end, is completely reliant on these actors who've had maybe 10 minutes is generous, maybe 2 to 3 minutes of screen time. It like Remy Malik being the guy who comes in, the spy being this British dude who was offhandedly just kind of in the background of a couple of scenes. It's so reliant towards the end on those characters and the fact that there's no setup kind of cheapens the whole thing. It makes it seem like, oh well, we're just kind of rushing, especially
Yeah.
once we get to that last 20 minutes, because the information dump of all the twists and like Robert Downey Jr. explaining
Reveals,
his
I guess
plan, his
you would say.
reveals, and then
Yeah.
like wondering what Oppenheimer said to Einstein to sour him, and all of that, like the personal vendettas and the tricks that he was pulling, and Solo being his publicist, so like Han Solo, the guy who not the original one, the bad one. He's Robert Downey Jr.'s assistant, who's trying to help him through everything, and he's trying to explain it all to Robert Downey Jr., but then he gets exposition dumped by Robert Downey Jr. when he explains the whole plot.
It goes on and on, man. I really think that last, we'll call it charitably half an hour is really, really a slog.
Oh, it's fucking brutal, dude. Like, we're already dealing with the fact that it's been 40 minutes since the climax of the movie, and we're not, it doesn't feel like we're getting to a close. And now all of a sudden, all of this stuff with that storyline is being revealed in rapid succession, and so now you're supposed to care about all of this, and then also here comes Remy Malek to save the day after having been in the background of a scene for a couple of minutes. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy that he would think
Yeah.
that this is like worth putting on the screen after doing all of that.
Speaking of the structure, another thing, you know how the beginning and the end of a movie are like arguably the most important parts,
Yeah.
right? In terms of like really driving home what the movie's about, a great many of the best movies of all time have like what you might call like movie in a nutshell openings that kind of lay out the central problem or the central uh, vibe or stakes or rules of the world, depending on the type of story you're working on,
Yeah.
and that the ending is like the final note you leave on, right? It's what ties it all together. And what this movie has the audacity to do is like the very beginning of the movie, one of the first things we see is like him poisoning his professor, even though that amounts to nothing, and then like talking to Albert Einstein, but we don't know what he says. And then at the very, very end of the movie, we finally find out what he says. And he says that, how we talked about how we were worried that if there's a runaway,
Chain
explosive effect,
reaction.
chain
Yeah.
reaction, that it could destroy the world. And he's like, yeah, what of it? And he, and he goes, well, I think we did. The implication being that like it may be not as quick, but I think we did start a chain reaction that will destroy the world. And it's like, is that really the summary of his perspective over the course of the movie? You know what I mean? It feels very tacked on to me. It feels tacked on,
Well, and
maybe
it's
to a lesser extent, but it feels tacked on in the way Barbie wanting to be a real girl feels tacked on to me. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Like,
yeah, and especially because that's not really the ending of the movie. That's just a thing that he said to Einstein a few years before the hearings started. So we
mhm,
don't really like he is a different character by the chronological end of the movie.
yes.
So it's unclear whether or not that is his current perspective by like it's just
Yeah.
it only ends that way because he wanted the ending to be a reveal of a twist or to be a big reveal.
Yeah, I think that's what Christopher Nolan thinks.
Oh, that's his perspective overall.
I think that's what Christopher Nolan's perspective overall is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's pretty clear given
Yeah.
you know.
I think Christopher Nolan agrees with Oppenheimer when he says that like the creation of nuclear weapons did start a chain reaction that will destroy the world. It just hasn't happened yet. And like, that's not like the most invalid perspective to have, but it doesn't it's not well supported or connected to the rest of the story that this is supposedly the ending to. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, no, well, and the only reason it's important is because Robert Downey Jr.'s character doesn't know what he said, and
And
he
is
thinks it's a
so obsessed with what he said, even though that's like the least of his concerns. He's so obsessed with it because he's very petty.
yeah, it. I don't know, yeah, it and the ending of the
It's not
movie
a
is
super
basically
strong end as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, the ending of the movie is basically Robert Downey Jr. finding out that actually they weren't talking about him at all. They were talking about how awful it
Something
is to
more
live in the
important.
atomic age.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
Okay.
okay, all right.
If you say so.
And but like chronologically speaking though, like that is not where the story like that's not where the story ends. That's a
No.
because after that event, he then goes to the hearing and then he's given the the he goes to the hearing, his wife comes through for him, in another kind of I guess they wanted it to be a twist, but I really didn't feel like she got enough development or screen time for this
No,
to
she did
be
not.
particularly powerful. So the
Mhm.
fact that she comes through for him and does like, handles the
Does a good
questioning
job, yeah.
is just kind of like okay. Like, yeah,
Well, I'm glad
yeah,
you had a couple sassy lines. I guess that's great.
I guess she could do. Yeah, it makes sense. She could do that. And yeah, and then the end of it is her basically being bitter that he got raked over the coals in private, not even in public, and got his security clearance revoked because other people didn't like that he was sympathetic to the Soviets.
Well,
Because
it's
isn't that what Benny Safdie's whole thing was? Is just like I don't think I would clear him today. Or no,
well,
that wasn't Benny
yeah.
Safdie. That was Matt Damon who came in and said that. Oh, and then Casey Affleck happened. That was interesting. That was
Okay, so really quick. So Benny Safdie is like unsure of what Oppenheimer thinks of like the hydrogen bomb and his work and what he thinks the future of, he's confused by, he doesn't know what Oppenheimer really thinks about any of this, and that's what gives him pause. He doesn't think he's disloyal to the United States. He's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
that's
don't
right.
know what
Yeah,
he thinks about the hydrogen bomb or what
right,
we
because he
should
has
do with
that big, he
atomic
has that
weapons. I don't
speech.
understand his perspective. I don't get what he wants or what he really thinks. I don't know. I like a man who I understand what they think. He says something to that effect.
Yeah, and then that's one of the deciding factors for why he doesn't get cleared, basically. And so Spartan, that is why she does not shake Benny Safdie's hand after Oppenheimer is given the
She
award.
feels betrayed by that, and it's like, well, honest, and like I don't entirely disagree with his reasoning. Like, but she takes it as a betrayal, and the movie takes it as a betrayal.
Yeah, the movie tells us.
Um,
The movie sure tells us it's a betrayal. I don't know. It seems pretty.
I'm skeptical of that one.
Well, it seems pretty
Yeah,
in
that's
line
another
with his
example of him like
character
tipping his hand. Yeah,
because the character in the like the reason that he goes to quit is because he wants to focus on the hydrogen bomb project, and the Skarsgård guy, like Oppenheimer and the Skarsgård guy, aren't really taking it very seriously. And so then Oppenheimer promises he'll listen to him about it once a week, in order to get him to stay.
at first he's supportive. He's like, yeah, it's fine. You don't need to work on the atomic bomb. You work on the hydrogen bomb. That's fine. I'll support you, from afar. And then later in the story, he's now against the building of an atomic. He's against the building of hydrogen bombs. And Benny Safdie and me and the movie is a bit confused about why he makes that change. Benny Safdie's like,
Because he
why?
doesn't want to start an arms race. That's really like that's the
But it
given
already
reason.
started.
Yeah, it's
It
already
already
like, and
started.
Robert Downey Jr.'s showing him the graphs and being like, dude, it's happening right now.
And I agree with everyone but Oppenheimer at this point in the movie, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's on, man. Like we can't.
There's a weird perspective that he has that, like, I'm sure is motivated in some part by guilt and other things, and like a sort of naive belief that the Soviets aren't as bad as the Nazis and all that stuff. But like, he seems to think like, oh well, of course we had to make the atomic bomb, but no, we actually don't have to make the hydrogen bomb. And everyone around him, it's like it's very similar actually. you know for different reasons, it's actually very similar motivations. And he's like, no, it's different. And we're like, why is it different? And he's like, I don't know, it just is. Which I'm being reductive, but we don't
Well,
really
yeah, I
get
mean, even
clear.
I think Cillian Murphy even had a interview where he said he thought Oppenheimer was quite naive about what he thought was going to happen after the atomic bomb. He basically, it seems like he must have thought that
It would bring he thought it would bring an end to all war. He kind of says that.
Yeah.
He would bring about like a
Oh,
United Nations style peace and cooperation among nations, because surely if such power exists, then no one would use it, and like it will bring an end to all war.
Of
It's
course,
like,
of course.
Yeah, that totally happened.
Yeah, that worked out.
Anyway, the movie is kind of a mess. Do you have more to say about the story? Because I had some things to say about like the technical aspects.
I don't
Stuff like
think I
that.
do, honestly. I think the meat and potatoes of it is right in the middle, and the
Yeah.
beginning and the end are very sloppy, and they make it kind of hard to appreciate the rest of it at times, just because of
I
how sloppy it
agree
can
with
be.
that. And I'm very glad you said that because that segues in perfectly to some of my complaints about the way this movie was shot.
Oh, actually, I
Um,
would love to hear this, but give me 1 second. I need to run and take care of a dog real quick.
you go take care of that dog. How's everybody doing in chat? We still alive? Or have we been bored to death by Oppenheimer? It's there's a lot to this movie. It's like easily 50% of it is rather sloppy. Man, that middle section's really good. Would have killed to just see the movie about that. That would have been pretty cool. So I am just gonna start talking, and we'll let Hugh come back in when he's ready. So regarding the way the movie was shot, I quite like Nolan's visual style in other movies. I think The Prestige and I think The Dark Knight, Batman Begins, Dunkirk. A lot of these movies look really good. He has a very sort of compared to some other directors, very naturalistic style. He's not like Quentin Tarantino with like fountains of blood spraying out of people's hands and all sorts of other very stylish things that draw a lot of attention to themselves. He likes to shoot a lot of things just kind of on like 50 millimeter lenses around eye level that feel like you're just there in the scene, just like a person looking at things. He uses a lot of lighting. It's very naturalistic. I think he describes it as enhanced naturalism, where like most of the light is just coming from either natural sources like lights in the room or windows, and like we're blasting extra light through the windows. So things don't look super lit. They don't look super staged. Everything has a sort of realistic feel to it, right? And he's very consistent about that. But in this movie, for some reason, he decided to shoot everything the very, very shallow depth of field.
Yeah, I did notice
Distractingly,
that. I
okay,
didn't.
you came back at the right time because this is what I didn't like. The focus in this film is so shallow that quite often you can't get both actors' eyes in focus. Like, man, we're
That
talking
yeah.
like almost never in the movie is someone's nose and eyes both in focus. It's so shallow. And I know there are moments in the movie where it works, where it really grounds us in his kind of detached, maybe despondent, like lost in thought perspective. But so much of the movie is like, and there are shots where the focus is so shallow though, when someone's moving in the shot, they're walking towards camera and the camera's panning, like they drift in and out of focus a lot. And here's my hot take: no movie with as many out of focus shots and with such a shallow depth of field as this really demands to be seen on IMAX. I feel like this is, except for the Trinity test, this is a total waste of IMAX film, and you should not pay the exorbitant IMAX ticket prices to go see this movie on the biggest screen possible. It's not worth it. It
No.
really isn't. Visually, I mean, like, I don't have a problem with movies that are just people talking in rooms for much of the time. I'm,
I
you
love
know,
12 Angry Men. Like
yeah. I wouldn't think that movie demands to be seen in IMAX, and neither does this, especially with how shallow the focus is. Like so many scenes, it's like easily 90% of the frame is out of focus and the person's drifting in and out of focus. And like, why do I need to see that on a giant screen? It's so pointless. Like,
I have no idea. I have no
what's the
idea why he
point
did
of
this.
why? What's the well? Because he just likes IMAX film and he thinks it's the best. But like, I have no idea why he shot the film so shallow or why he thinks it's a good use of the IMAX film format when, like, there's a lot of detail in IMAX film because it's the biggest film format. You could get unbelievable clarity from it. And it's like, well, why didn't you shoot the film like that extra level of clarity? You know, honestly, I think it would be better to see Barbie in IMAX. You know, Barbie is a
I
sumptuous visual
There's a lot
treat.
of eye candy
Yes.
from the shot design and the sets and the costumes in Barbie that you're just not gonna get as much of it in Oppenheimer, even a little bit. You'll get a cool explosion once.
Yes.
Other than that, it's really, yeah. It's it's
I don't like
I
the way it's
hesitate to
shot.
say ugly, but it's not a particularly attractive looking film. It,
No. I wouldn't call it ugly either, but I really do dislike how shallow the focus is. This is not a problem with some of his other movies. It's just especially bad here, and I don't know why. Maybe it made it, because if you want to shoot in lower light with less lights and you don't have to spend as much time, lighting a scene and stuff like that and shooting things in more natural lighting, you're going to get a shallower depth of field. And so I also heard that this movie only took 57 days to film, which is crazy considering how
what?
long it is and how many locations. So they shot this film very quickly. Maybe
That's insane.
that is insane. I didn't see it in IMAX. I saw it in Dolby Vision, which is, still a giant screen. And, I like going to see movies in the movie theater. That's why I have AMC A-list. That's why I see plenty of movies in the movie theater. I like seeing things on the big screen with a, crowd of people and all that stuff. But if anyone tells you this movie demands to be seen on the big screen, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
57 days. They shot. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He really
It's
just
crazy.
didn't want to take his time, huh? Like he
No.
just hit the gas pedal and let's go, man.
So someone
Wow.
says more interesting than Barbie. The story is better than Barbie for sure.
Well, yeah, by
Visual
virtue of being a true story that is a very interesting and nuanced, complex thing, yeah, of course, it definitely is.
Barbie's more interesting visually, hands
Barbie's
down.
even with its many, many, many faults, Barbie is a much less like it's much less of a slog to make it through. It is only it's about an hour shorter, so you're not gonna
There is that. Yeah.
yeah, and it's not as much of a confounding mess with the way that it's edited. So I don't know. I definitely enjoyed Barbie more than this. Um, on just that surface level.
Yeah. I I think why I'm really disappointed with Oppenheimer. My expectations for Barbie was that it would be fine best, you know, and
Yeah,
that the story wasn't good. I'm like, it's not too much of a surprise. It's frustrating because it could have been good. It had the potential to be good. It was all there, but it didn't stick it. Oppenheimer, on the other hand, I really had hopes that this could be one of his best movies. This
yeah.
would
I
be
was
like
very
a
excited that this
return
was
to
going to be.
form, top of his game sort of thing. But it's not just the story. I just don't think the directing and the editing, things that he's often quite good and competent and masterful even at, I don't think he was on his, at his best with this. Story
Well, he
is
was
not.
rushing. Clearly, he did it in 57 days. Like this is not that is not the length of time that somebody who is like really really paying a lot of attention and like working their ass off to make sure that everything is working. That's not the amount of time that somebody like him would spend on a movie. Like how long did it take to film Dunkirk? There's no way he did it in a shorter time.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's just production. So God only knows how long. Because I think he writes, or him and his brother at least write
Jesus,
a
he
lot of
actually
these.
just shoots at an insane rapid fire pace. He did Dunkirk in 68 days.
Oh wow,
So he's just
that's
okay.
crazy.
He's just
Yeah,
like
he's a
quick.
machine.
Yeah,
He's very quick.
that honestly that's kind of impressive for
It is.
Dunkirk.
There is something impressive about it. Like I have qualms about the way it was shot, but not really that like it was sloppy. Obviously, I think there are times when like they could have gotten another take and nailed the film. That would have been nice. But in
Yeah,
general, I don't
mostly
begrudge
it's just
any.
the wasted opportunity of like
Yeah,
the screenplay, and all
and
of
the
that
editing,
and the editing.
because I feel like you could still pull it together in editing. You could do a lot better anyway.
Yeah,
Anyway, yeah, I was pretty disappointed with Barbenheimer as a whole. It was fun for the meme. It was fun to spend a whole day at the movies. I hadn't done
yeah.
that in a while.
Well,
So,
and it was nice to so when we went to see Barbie for the second time yesterday, like Tuesday night, it is packed, packed with people who are still dressed up, still living the meme. There was a dude in a pink cowboy hat. It's nice to see that. Oh, although I wanted to get your take on this because I was talking to you about it when you were, away from the computer before we started the stream. I'm seeing a lot of praise for Barbie and Oppenheimer, but Barbie more so, at least from the mainstream media, of how this proves that original stories and I think the quote from NPR was fresh characters are what audiences want. And does anybody really consider Barbie, like Oppenheimer, sure, but does anybody really consider Barbie to be that? Like, how is Barbie fallen
Yeah.
into the slot of not a pre-existing property with a built-in fan base, as if they haven't been making movies, video games,
Yeah.
and TV shows about this character for fucking decades that go straight to
Hmm.
DVD. It's like, this is
Well, yeah.
girl Transformers. Like,
I mean, based on the people that showed up and how excited they were, Girl Transformers is not a bad comparison to make.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
like,
that's kind of dumb. I mean, if there are any takeaways from this, because some people are like, "Oh, cinema's back, baby," and it's like, okay, calm down. Like, I feel like the big takeaway is that both of these movies are very lucky for the other in terms of how well
yeah,
they're doing. I think more so Oppenheimer is benefiting from the Barbenheimer thing because it's 3 hours long, because it's so dreary, because it's rated R. I think the fact more people will have seen Oppenheimer because of Barbenheimer than if this wasn't a thing. Meanwhile, Barbie was going to be huge either way. They marketed the hell out of that movie.
yeah,
Probably more money spent on marketing than I've seen in quite a while. They're everywhere, and it looked like colorful, silly fun. And they cleverly decided to not include a lot of the preachiness in the trailers and stuff like that, which was smart. So I think that Barbie would have been a success either way. A, because it has a massive fan base and cultural brand awareness, that well precedes the movie. So like that helped a lot. And B, the whole Barbenheimer thing definitely got people excited about going to the movies. And that's all well and good. I mean, I
yeah.
think
It's been nice.
what's disappointing most to me about this is that like these are probably the two movies I was most excited for the summer, and that's
Yeah,
over now, and I didn't like either of them. So I'm like, great,
it, at least I
great.
got a little bit of surface level enjoyment out of Barbie, but yeah, I was pretty
Oh, me
disappointed
too, but
overall.
it's yeah, it's very disappointing overall. I enjoyed some things about it. We'll get Ryan Gosling, Ken memes, and that'll be enough to hold over until the next good movie comes out. God knows when that'll be.
Yeah,
But I mean, Ryan Gosling's Ken is a treasure, so at least we got that.
yeah.
They can't take that away from us.
Nah, not at all. Pretty great. So yeah, that's Barbenheimer, guys.
Barbenheimer. I can't, I think anyone who was interested in either movie will probably have either seen it already or, won't be listening to this. If you're wondering whether we'd recommend them,
No.
you can wait till these are out of the theater if you want to see
I
them
mean,
at
if you
all.
really want to have a fun time going to the movies and you don't want to, like, but you're okay with being frustrated by, you know,
Yeah,
politics being shoved down your throat, Barbie is a fun trip to the theater just for the fact that people are still hype about it.
yeah.
Um, but otherwise, yeah, I think Dune is your best bet for for an actual good movie.
Well, I think that's been pushed to next year.
Oh, what? No.
Yeah,
Oh,
because of
that's
the actor
disappointing.
strike. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure the logic is that, barring the actors, coming to a deal soon, they won't be able to promote any new movies. So I think, Dune's always been sort of on the cusp of profitability. So they're wary about sending it
Yeah,
out there with no
that's
promotion.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to that. Fuck.
You know what I am looking forward to? I haven't heard that it's been pushed yet, but David Fincher has a new movie starring Michael Fassbender called The Killer, coming out this year. I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
excited for that. There have been no trailers or anything for it yet, but I think it's
Interesting.
premiering at Venice Film Festival or one of those. I'm looking forward to it. I like Michael Fassbender a lot. I'm hoping to see him in a good movie because he's in so few of them. And I'm very happy that David Fincher is not making another Mank type movie. That he's going back to his like brutally violent serial killer type roots. And man, I am here for it.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Oh, there's also Ridley Scott's Napoleon, as JJ
Oh
points out.
yeah, that is coming
I
out.
don't know.
I'm I, f- I got
I
confused because I think Steven Spielberg is doing a Stanley Kubrick or like a screenplay inspired
yes.
from Stanley Kubrick's version.
So we're gonna get two Napoleon things within a couple years here. So
Yeah,
Ridley Scott's Napoleon, starring Joaquin Phoenix, I believe, is coming out
I think
this
that's this
year and
year.
next.
Yeah.
Um, Based on the trailer, looks like it could be good. I don't know if it will be. I'm hit or miss with Ridley Scott. I
Yeah,
have less
he's.
faith in him than Christopher Nolan, even. So
I
we'll
have
see
less.
what
I have a
happens
lot
there.
less faith in him than Steven Spielberg. So I'm.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, so
I'm.
Steven Spielberg, to be clear, Stanley Kubrick was originally going to make a Napoleon movie, and then he never got to make it. But he did a ton of like pre-production and research, and I think he had a working draft of a script done. And so that's just been lost to time because like he never got the chance to make it. But then Christopher Nolan, I'm sorry, not Christopher Nolan, Steven Spielberg is teaming up with someone to turn it into a mini series about Napoleon's life. And man, I'm
Yeah.
really hoping they like try to do justice to like how Kubrick would have done it because I love his visual style and his sensibilities.
Did you ever
That'd be
see
really cool.
AI? Because that was
I
sort of
didn't.
that was his
I
first
didn't see that
venture
one.
into reviving or to finishing off a Stanley Kubrick script.
Yeah,
I have not
I've
seen
heard
that
that
either, but I've heard mixed things.
I've heard mixed things too, which is why I never really bothered with it. But maybe I'll check it out at some point.
Yeah.
Someone said, like, you're just on the edge of your seat for Blue Beetle. Oh God, can you imagine being
Can you
interested in Blue
imagine
Beetle?
somebody being excited about that fucking movie? I'm really excited about that character who's canon, but the story that isn't.
God,
Yeah,
what a mess.
if it
And then
was
so I
if it
think,
was done like an episode of George Lopez, I might be more interested, honestly. But it just looks like like
yeah, yeah. Oh, to the point originally about NPR and whoever else saying like, oh, what this shows is that people want original characters and stories and stuff like that. And it's like, well, Barbie doesn't quite fit the bill, so let's calm down. And also Oppenheimer is based on a real person, so like original new characters is,
yeah.
not something we really got from either. But I think I think Barbie and Oppenheimer and the success of things like that and the success of Super Mario Brothers and other things that kind of we're pointing in a direction far away from superhero things. We're just getting so many duds in a row with superheroes that it would take a really, really good superhero movie to kind of course correct broadly back towards superhero movies. I think we're finally, finally actually moving away from them.
Until
Um,
at the very least, until we see James Gunn's Superman.
Yeah, and having gone through my little arc with Guardians 3, I don't have faith in him to do a good job, and I feel like his Superman movie will be better than Man of Steel, but not very good, and that's not going to be enough to like revive interest in the whole
Yeah.
DC universe. I think, I
He
wish him the
did
best of
he
luck,
did
but I
Peacemaker,
don't.
didn't he? Peacemaker was
He
pretty
did.
funny.
I didn't watch that, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I enjoyed Peacemaker. I
Yeah.
enjoyed it enough. Thought it was fun.
I think I think we are I think we're gonna get an onslaught of video game movies in the next couple of years,
Oh
and that
boy.
will be the new thing. That,
Yeah, yeah.
that seems likely.
Well, I guess we'll be looking forward to that. Uh, what video game do you want to see turned into a movie, Jamie?
Spyro the Dragon.
That'd be pretty sick. That'd be
I
pretty
have no
cool.
idea what that story would be, but Madden 2003. That's the one I want turned into a video game. You know what? Honestly, okay, so those are my joke answers. Real answer, and this is something that this is a pipe dream of mine. Uh, I'm trying to work on more short films and trying to do stuff like that. I have this dream in my head of making a Space Invaders movie. And the reason I want to do a Space Invaders movie is because there's so little story in that game that there's not a lot you're beholden to. You can basically just make a cool alien invasion movie, and we haven't had one of those in a long time. All you really need are aliens coming down from the sky and people shooting at them
With cannons, yeah.
with cannons. And so if you have that, you can basically do whatever else you want without being beholden to a whole lore or, all that sort of thing. So I feel like a Space Invaders movie could be pretty cool.
Very, very creator
In
driven.
the right hands, as all things.
Yeah, I want to see Doom. I don't think that's ever been done before, actually.
Doom.
I don't think Doom has ever been done as a movie. No, I don't have any memory of a Doom movie, but I think that there's something really nice about the concept of just a big, brawny soldier guy blowing up aliens and stuff.
What if you got like The Rock to be in it?
Oh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I think that would probably work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. His box office draw isn't what it used to be, so he probably would do it. I don't know.
Maybe Carl Urban. Maybe someone. Oh, like a good character actor like Rosamund Pike. That'd be cool.
That'd be kind of neat to see. Yeah, I think that would work. Carl Urban's the guy who played Dredd in that Alex Garland movie, right?
I still haven't seen that Dredd. I've heard it's one of the better things Alex Garland's done. I'm so inherently skeptical of anything he's done nowadays, but maybe it's good. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not gonna find out.
You don't want to watch Dredd at some point?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if people really
We'll watch
like
it together.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Check it out. We'll watch it. We'll watch it and do a video on that before Devs drops.
Oh boy, I'm excited to be done with the EFAP Spooktober videos, so I can jump back into that.
Well, yeah, I'm. We got a little something cooking. The very, very slow cooker.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well, do you have anything else to conclude about ye old Barbenheimer?
Event of the decade.
Oh God, we're almost at 6 hours. That's almost 3 hours per movie. That's pretty
good. I mean, who would have thought we would cover Barbie more extensively than Oppenheimer? But there you are.
Well, there was just so much to say, Hugh, and also we were so much younger and more youthful and energetic then.
Yeah, I do feel like I've aged quite a bit.
Yeah,
I am become Ken.
I am become Sleepy, the goer to beds.
All right, man. Well, thanks for hanging around, everybody. We appreciate you, as always.
We certainly do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy that. Stay tuned for more things from the channel. Just don't hold your breath. And with that, we will leave you to enjoy the rest of this fine day in the land of the free and the home of the brave, or wherever you may happen to be. And
you're free and brave to us,
Yes, you're free and brave in our hearts. Thanks, Dave. We thought it was pretty good too. Good chat. All right.
Bye.
Not inviting Mattel for Barbenheimer. It writes itself. Yeah, well, we wouldn't want to give him any ideas.
Things are getting a little chummy around here.
Give him, yeah, I wonder. Actually, I haven't really talked to them because I didn't bother inviting anyone to this one. But I do kind of wonder what they thought about it. I wonder if EFAP's going to do a Barbenheimer stream or not.
I think I caught a little bit of an open bar where Nerdrotic and Mahler and Drinker were talking about it. And I think Nerdrotic had basically said, I caught a bit of him being like, I think I would have rather just watched a documentary.
Yeah. True. Fact check true. Based. Red pilled. All that sort of stuff. All right.
Agreed. Big agree. All right, boys.
Goodbye, friendos. Have a good one.
You are all enough.